Welcome, duelists, to day 2 of your coverage here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship Series 2025 in Paris. Now, as you can see, I am currently in the venue that our next couple of days are going to be taking part in, and very soon this will all be open to the public, and many people will be sat here looking at the very stage that I'm talking to now. But you don't get to see that just yet. Make sure you stay tuned, because in a couple of hours, all will be revealed. Now, today is a very, very exciting day. Not only do we have the TCG and OCG Swiss round starting today, but today is a huge day for our digital titles. We have the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel 2 semi-finals going into that grand final. But we also have our Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links finals going on for both Speed Duel and Rush Duel. It's going to be an incredible day of content here, so make sure you guys are tuned in. And we've got lots of very special announcements and treats for all of you, and you're going to have an amazing time today, so make sure you do stick around, and thank you for joining us. My name is Ed Templar. I am your host for this weekend, but I'm going to hand you guys over to your amazing casters who are going to take you through our Day 2 amazing coverage.
Welcome in, Yu-Gi-Oh! Fans! It is the final day for Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, and I can't wait to get into all the action. My name is Leonard König, and I'm joined by Sebastian Lemke right here. My friend, how are you doing?
It is a fantastic day for Yu-Gi-Oh! It is a day to crown new champions, new world champions, you said it. Master Duel World Champion will be crowned, a full team of that, as it is a free competition. And then also, of course, for the Duel Links category, we are going to have a Rush Duel World Champion and a Speed Duel World Champion all on this final day for the digital games.
And now that you're saying it, we have a crazy link between Master Duel and Speed Duel as well, because 2 brothers have qualified for even the day 2 of these tournaments. We have Sniffers and Chris. They are the Thomas brothers, basically, and they are both so close to becoming world champions. That would be a real nice kitchen dinner, right?
That's quite the storyline indeed. And of course, also, we have in the Master Duel category the right to say that there is going to be new world champions, as both of the previous year's champions, both Team 7 and Team Sniper Hunters, have been eliminated in the group stages in the round-robin format, and it's now for a new team to take the title and to become the world champion of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
Yes, of course, and those teams, we have all loved them. Everyone was rooting for them, of course, because their storyline, just getting it a 3rd time, would have been phenomenal. But let's be honest, we're also really happy to crown some new faces. We have so many duelists that have given their lives to this game, and they definitely deserve to be in day 2 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! WCS 2025 here in Paris.
Indeed they do, and of course the rules sort of still stay the same. And talking about the rules, let's have a quick look at how this is all going to go for the Master Duel category. 2 decks per team member, and there is special regulations to the deck building, as we do have a usual 40 to 60 card deck coming your way, and then the extra deck, of course, being the maximum of 15 cards. But, and that's where it starts to be a little more interesting for Master Duel, you do have maximum of 3 copies per individual card for the entire team. Meaning, let's just take an example. Let's take my most favorite card, Sky Striker Mobilize, Engage. If you want to play 3 copies of that, you have to divide them among all of your team members. But there's an exception to this rule, actually.
Yes, you can share 3 different cards that you choose beforehand. You have to say, okay, we're, for example, sharing Called by the Grave, Maxi, and Ash Blossom, and then every player has access to maximum copies of these cards to all of their 6 decks, or rather, for the players, all of their 2 decks.
Yeah, and that brings deck building to a whole new level, because you are just basically preparing your deck very hard. You have to decide and collectively come to the decision with your team who is going to get what is the most valuable card in the format right now, and therefore you have to make those decisions. And also there is now the team rule on how it's going to happen in that best of 9 mode.
Yeah, so just as a reminder, they were 12 teams total at the start of day 1, and now we are down to the final 4 teams. Of course, teams comprised of 3 duelists each, playing a total of 9 games. The first team to reach 5 wins will win the round.
That is absolutely true, and it is, as we now multiple times said, and also welcome Ibris Daya to the casting desk, we have a 3v3 competition, meaning it is all together as a team. You can communicate with your team members. You sit just right next to each other. You have the basically the decision right to make every decision between all of the 3 duels collectively together as a team. So you're basically using 3 brains instead of 1.
Yeah, if you are thinking that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a 1v1 game, if you've ever played a 3v3 tournament, be it in the TCG or in Master Duel, you will realize that this game is kind of also designed to be a team-based game. It is crazy. The game is really complicated. You have to make important decisions. Having your friends on your side helps you with that.
And while this is a semi-final to eventually crown the finalists and then the champion of the 2025 World Championship here, and the winning team will receive the trophy and the prize cards, we have something for you guys at home to receive as well. Why don't we take a look at a code that you can redeem in Master Duel?
Yep, there is a very easy way to access this. You're going into these settings, and then you can go to redeem code, I think it is. I'm playing the game in German right now, so I don't know the exact wording.
Home submenu, code entry page, this campaign, the Master Duel WCS Livestream Celebration campaign.
Thank you so much, Ibris.
And then enter that code, WCS 2025MD, to receive a free Legacy Pack ticket with a minimum of 1 Royal Finish SR guaranteed. I actually did this yesterday.
I did it this morning. What did you get, Ibris?
I got an Xyz monster that was decidedly not the Immortal Phoenix gift.
I see. I got a Greed Jar just this morning. I was sort of happy with that, not gonna lie.
I got the Juraek. The Juraek, one a very nostalgic card for me as well, because as a kid, I loved playing dinos as well, just like Ed does now, and I played this card. So much 2000 defense for a level 4 monster, that was a good deal.
That ain't bad at all, you're right. But you already said it, there is a semi-final first. So to break down how this is all going to go today here, we're going to introduce you to semi-final first, then there's going to be a break. But semi-final 2 is going to come after that as well. Of course, the winner of semi-final 1 will then meet the winner of semi-final 2 in the grand finals to determine who is going to be our new World Championship team.
So on the topic of the semi-finals, of course, we do have 4 teams competing at this level. And that is, of course, Chiba Corp, Fala Galera, Ragnarok, and Brotdos, 4 of our strongest Master Duel teams in the world, making it to the second day of this tournament.
And I love how every single team has like different characteristics. They have different play styles. We have the mad deck builders in there, and then we have the hard meta players who are getting all of the repetitions in with those decks, just playing the best decks to perfection. So we have all the variety in there.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, the way it came down in the end, it was so unpredictable. Every round, essentially, the entire picture of the tournament changed. So until the very last round, in one of the groups, 5 of the 6 teams could still make it to the second day. So why don't we look at the results from yesterday so we can actually see it here. And there you see it as well at home. We have in group number A in the end, Ragnarok finishing first place with a 3-2 record, as many other teams in the group as well, actually.
Yep, Ragnarok, Chiba Corp making it out of that one ahead of Dreams Future, Snipe Hunters, Noble Gabagol, and Alignments. Now looking at the other group, of course, we did have Fala Galera coming out as first, Brotdos in second, Team 7, Soulform, Mugati, and FCG rounding out that group as well.
Yeah, and I think there is a couple of things we really need to mention there, because first of all, Group A, it seemed like Noble Gabigol was just running away with it, being ahead 3-0 in the first 3 rounds of round robin, and then losing the last 2, and then in the last round, all of a sudden falling into third place, not qualified anymore for top 4, and it was Chiba Corp, who in actually interesting, amazing fashion took their spot as it came down to the very last tiebreaker between those teams. And that very last tiebreaker is the amount of individual wins by the team captain. So it was Joey who qualified the team to them, also qualify them now to the top 4.
And then matching off against a team that also had a very strong captain with a very strong performance. Judeu leading Fala Galera, of course, in that matchup between Chiba Corp and Fala Galera, which will be your first of your semi-finals.
Yep, Fala Galera has looked incredible. We had them on stream for the first round against the current world champions, Team 7, and that they fell short, even though G-Nets came in for an incredible performance, going 3-0 against the current world champions. His teammates couldn't quite help him there a lot, with only getting 1 win. But after that, they went undefeated through the entire tournament. It was just a masterpiece of all of those games.
Yeah, they were actually the ones in the end going through a 4-1 and therefore the most undisputed to go out of the group stages in the end, because they were the only team finishing with 4 wins in the end, and therefore they are maybe at this point the favorites to take it all down, because they also, additionally to that, with Judeo, are the only ones that already had someone in top 4 of this very Master Duel World Championship 2 years ago, and therefore maybe Judeo is the one with his experience, now with his improvement over this year as well, maybe the one leading the way for them?
Genuinely, yes. And you also have to consider that Gabriel Netz has been around in the TCG scene for a while now, of course, qualifying for last year's World Championship in the TCG category. But in addition to that, speaking of players that have been around for a while, did we mention that Paolo PRRJ's first major event top was back in 2007, Tactical Evolution format, Rainbow Dragon. He wasn't playing Rainbow Dragon, but Rainbow Dragon was there.
He might have been, but Paolo was also really, really scary yesterday. He was off to a rough start, went 0-5 in the beginning, and then just went, hey, you know what? I'm just going to win everything from now on. Is playing a deck that he is well known for, also in the TCG circuits, has been performing well with his deck.
Yeah, very well regarded for his proficiency with the Fiendsmith Ryziel variant. Of course, we are seeing a lot of the strict, pure Ryziel, and of course the Fiendsmith making an appearance elsewhere throughout the tournament, thanks to that Snake Eye Millennium build too. I really like the creativity that this team in particular brought to the table, especially with Judeo's secondary deck of that Millennium Sprite combo.
Yeah, we saw it immediately on the first round. Nobody was really expecting any Sprite cards to be here at the World Championship, and then Judeo, someone with that big of an experience, all of a sudden just brings it against Team 7, the reigning world champions. I was out of my mind seeing that.
I always believe in the Sprite Blue card with the coolest jacket in the game. I wish I had one like this, but I think I don't look as cool as Sprite Blue, so I don't think I
Nobody does really. But yeah, going after the other team in that first semi-final. Of course, we talked a lot now about Fala Galera, but there also is going to be the team Ragnarok.
Oh, yeah.
And they have looked sharp yesterday as well. The team of Mist, Nash, and Luca, they have been playing out of their mind. They have really been winning against Snipe Hunters. They have been winning against Dreams Future. So they won against, arguably, maybe, before the tournament, the most scariest team in the competition. But now they are in top 4.
Yep, and we had a lot of high expectations for Ragnarok in particular, given their historical dominance within the European scene. They're so good at this 3v3 format, and it felt like they were years ahead of everybody else when it came to their preparation, to their practice, and to their continued success domestically.
Yeah, that is because they have also been playing together for a long time, and also the captain, the leader, Mist, is such a strong character in the Yu-Gi-Oh scene, has been known to playing the craziest rogue strategies, the wildest decks you could ever imagine, piloting them to big success, has been runner-up in a YCS with B-Troopers in a format where nobody saw it coming at all.
You know, and I'm very happy that he actually got to bring his Ritual Beast now to the World Championship, because that is his second deck, which he got to show yesterday. Mainly, he was playing his Ryziel deck, we will say that, but there also is a second deck being the Ritual Beast, which is one of his most beloved decks. One of the decks he also used partly to win his Duelist Cup in this season as well, which only qualified them here to the World Championship. And I mean, impressive enough that Mist was able to win that Duelist Cup. And I think a lot of the expectations for Team Ragnarok also came from the fact that he, as a European, was able to win one of those hard Duelist Cups.
Yep, of course, Duelist Cups being open to everybody worldwide, not just region lock. But speaking of qualification processes and how long this team's been playing together, of course, they intended to compete last year, but Luca fell short by less than one single duel's worth of points in that qualifier, but hasn't let it shake him, hasn't let it throw him off, and instead just steps up massively across day one with that Malice deck this year. Now, their opponents later on will, of course, be Brotdos, a team that are relatively less well known within the scene, but still have some superstars in their own right.
I mean, they have a world's competitor in Chris 2 years ago for the TCG. Vincenzo Rufino, a YCS champion, and then Bronas, who made a first big appearance in the 3rd anniversary tournament in Malaga. That was the first time you could feel his vibes on stage.
Yeah.
Bronas is such a character. We all love him. He is super funny, but also super locked in. This person breathes Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah.
You cannot go a minute while talking to him without mentioning any sort of combo. It is crazy. This man thinks and breathes only Yu-Gi-Oh! And is absolutely deserving to stand on this big stage.
He's one
today.
of the players that I've seen just play mental Yu-Gi-Oh! In person.
Totally, that is what he's doing. He will not stop talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! Coming back to the first semi-final, though, that we are first going to see, of course, second team being Team Chiba Corp. And that is led by Joey, and Joey has led his team. And equally so to actually the performance of Luca. Both of them have really just simply focused on playing Malice the best they could. They have not even revealed their second deck yet. Have been playing Malice all day long. So it's still a big surprise factor. Are they going to show their second deck or are they not going to?
Yes.
We don't know.
Yes,
What's your
indeed.
prediction?
I don't think they are.
I'm not sure, to be honest, but I think that Joey definitely did put on a strong showing with that Malice deck, as you've mentioned. Park, of course, bringing the Memento, and then also the Millennium Crystron, which was not so expected, but still, you know, this is a guy we praised for his mind for the game, for his understanding of everything, and it seems to be going very well for them so far. Enzo, of course, as well. Can't sleep on him. Ryziel, and then also Bestial Fiendsmith, 2 decks that he made a name for himself with in the WCS. We mentioned Christian Thomas was at Worlds in 2023. We mentioned Gabriel Netz was at Worlds for TCG last year. Enzo was also playing TCG before and has also played Master Duel before.
Enzo is becoming a regular at the World Championship stage, and I'm glad that he could bring his favorite TCG deck with that Bestial Fiendsmith deck now as well to the Master Duel stage. And actually, even he played it only once during the round-robin rounds. But it mattered the most because he played it in the Game 9 where he secured a win for his team, which was so important. So it actually mattered the most when he picked it, where he played it against Tielemans. But, of course, everyone at home and everyone enjoying Master Duel all over the world only wants to see the actual action. So let's get into this first semi-final. Let's get into Chiba Corp versus Fala Galera here in Paris for the World Championship.
Your 2 team captains with the most successful individual records on day 1 are facing off. Joey taking on Judeu right now in your featured duel here. Duel A, you have a Malice start going off without interruption. This is as good a start as you could hope for.
If you're looking at Duel B, you can see that Puck again has lost the coin toss and he's going to face the gimmick puppets here, which is a very solid strategy. And if you have paid close attention to Puck's deck, there's not too many hand interactions for him.
That is actually insane because Paolo has been playing that Ryziel deck over and over and over throughout the entire day. And now, first game on the important day, he actually switches over to his second deck gimmick puppet.
So super intriguing here because the gimmick puppet has such a good matchup into these decks that don't prioritize the hand disruptions, that run those tighter packages of those key interruptions, and of course now resolving everything. But there is the Chaos Hunter resolving in response to the Malice.
That is crazy because before that Mulchami Fuwalos was resolved already, meaning that you are going to get, if the Chaos Hunter is supposed to be outed, you will have to go for Nightmare Cerberus. After that it's going to be 1, tougher to combo, and second of all, you're going to give draws.
But ladies and gentlemen, hold your horses. Fala Galera coming here into this semi-final, both Paolo and Judeu bringing their unique decks, because I think when we see Chaos Hunter here on Judeo's side, that has to mean that this is Millennium Sprite again here on the first match of the day.
I love that. Nightmare Cerberus is now, of course, being summoned in the extra monster zone, giving a draw, discarding GWC. That's very interesting. Destroys the Chaos Hunter. Gold Sarcophagus as a follow-up is phenomenal here.
Honestly, so many one-card starters for this Malice deck. Is there any kind of response Judeu can give? Because the Chaos Hunter was a phenomenal one. It ran Disruption. It's still running Disruption in tandem with that Fuwalos. But is there anything else Judeu can do here?
I don't think he necessarily needs to do anything here, because the Fuwalos is, at least, I think, gonna stop Joey from putting up the full field. Because you have 4 monsters here. What are you going to do? Are you going to pass on an Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess? I do not think that is the most optimal route to go for. But what else can he do there? You could go for a red ransom, add Malice in the Mirror, and then pass on that, but none of that seems ideal in this situation.
Yeah, and you gotta admit, these teams have been testing non-stop, of course, for the most important event of the year. But have they actually prepared a good variant of their combo, a good field against Sprite Millennium, which all of a sudden now is the deck that Judeo Waijo has brought to the World Championship? I am curious, is there something that Joey has in his sleeve? I mean, to be fair, Joey and his team, they saw yesterday that this Millennium Sprite deck was played, and they had a full night basically to prepare now for the second day. So I am sure they talked about the possibility that there might be Millennium Sprite coming his way.
On the bottom side, you can see in Duel C there was an Ash Blossom as a response to the Book of Eclipse, which is a unique interaction there for a field-breaking card to be able to be Ash, because of course in the end phase it would provide some draws.
Yeah,
Yep.
I mean, while we are still in the Malice combo here in Duel B,
wow.
why don't we check out Duel C there and see whether that Book of Eclipse maybe can still be followed up with something else here? Can Enzo and his Ryziel deck go through here, or is there something that his opponent can do about it?
I think that...
There's
this is
another
a-
Book of Eclipse! He actually just put it all face down!
Wait, this was the start with discard. Nimble Angler Swap Rock. This is the
way.
OG combo
Yep.
for the Sprite deck, and this is so immensely powerful. You basically have unlimited resources of level 2 monsters.
Yep, here come the level 2s, there go the rank 2s and the link 2s eventually, but in the meantime we have the Gimmick Puppet deck playing through the disruption, giving cards over with the draws from either the Max C or the Molchummy. It looks like it was the Max C, but Paolo, he's pretty comfortable doing that because he's confident that he can finish this game in this turn. Any kind of response possible here for Puck.
Dominus Impulse is huge to stop the effect of Nimble Angler. I feel like Joey would have preferred to use that on an effect in the hand or on the field though, because there was a trap card in the graveyard with the GWC, therefore we could have destroyed something additionally with Dominus Impulse, but we had to use it here on that so powerful graveyard effect of the Nimble Angler.
I think that's still very much fine there, because this is one of the strongest extenders there, and I think that we're going to try and go for an old cool combo against the Sprite deck that is taking away the first monster on the field, because Sprite traditionally only has one card that it can use if the field is empty and your normal summon is gone, which is the Sprite starter. However, we know that there are Millennium cards in Judeo's deck, and those can just get you going out of nowhere. If you can go for a Zombie Vampire, maybe you find a Sprite Blue, maybe you find a Sprite Jet, and those will get you going.
Quick question though, did we even normal summon? Didn't we just special
yes.
summon the Swap Frog by discarding the Nimble Angler? So having access to a level 2 could still be very possible. Still though, on the other hand, it seems like the decision was made by Joey that we want to make sure to get rid of the first level 2 monster that there is on the field. And there is only 3 cards in hand remaining for Judeo, so there's no guarantee that there's more level 2s coming.
Give me normal summon Max C, special summon Sprite Blue.
Oh, I like the sound of that.
I need that in my life. That would be the coolest play. Nimble Beaver normal summon is absolutely insane. And also, I think that the Nimble Angler might not be hard once per turn, and that could mean that you can still activate it later on again, because you still have the beavers in your deck.
Yep, in fact, there was another level 2 monster in the hand, ready and waiting to extend this combo further. The Malice deck sitting back and watching as these special summons unfold. Is there any kind of disruption for Joey here? I'm looking at the other duels too. We have a few face-down monsters in Duel C right now. I assume a Book of Eclipse has indeed resolved successfully this time around.
It did, and now there is Sprite Carrot summoned to even check the last remaining set face-down card there from Joey. This is looking marvelous here from Judeo, who is now going into Sprite Sprint, and that obviously is again a chance to send another Nimble Angler to the graveyard.
Yep, that is really, really strong here, because the Sprite Carrot now still checks the back row. As you said, Basti, with the Sprite Sprint being on the field, it is not the most useful card in this situation, but you have another level or link 2 here, or rank 2. I think you can even go into Gigantic Sprite here with the Sprite Sprint if you want, because then your Gigantic Sprite has way more attack points, which might be relevant, because this Sprite deck, it doesn't put up the biggest field, but it can deal damage if
And
it
one
wants to.
thing that you also have to consider, Mannequin Cat eventually might be summoned as well as another so powerful rank 2 option, and that can access Chaos Hunter once more. And as soon as Chaos Hunter somehow finds its way onto the field again, that is a problem for the Malice deck.
Yep, getting rid of one Chaos Hunter was difficult enough, but a second one will surely be the end game here for Joey, unless Judeo somehow manages to drop this combo. But now, looking at how the other duels are unfolding, the Gimmick Puppet is still doing Gimmick Puppet things, but 2,900 life points remaining. I don't think this is much longer for this, and I think that we will indeed see Fala Galera take the first victory here.
Always good to start it off with a victory, especially when we saw Paolo yesterday starting with such a rough time, losing multiple matches in a row, but he is the one bringing his team into the lead here on the second day where it matters the most. And on the other hand, that gigantic sprite is great because you got yourself your sprite engine with the blue and the jet now, but it also prevents your opponent from doing certain things, as Gigantic Sprite is one of those cards that is applying to both players. Nothing else but level, link, and rank 2 monsters can be summoned from here on out, so that is ruling out a lot of things.
No Marcher for you, dear sir, here. Sprite Jet is being summoned back with Sprite Elf. Now we have linked off the 3,200 attack points monster. What else are we going to see? Is this going to be a Mosquito play? Because there is the red ransom on the field. Number 2, Ninja Shadow Mosquito loves damage.
We saw it make the difference in the Malice matchup for Judeu yesterday, and we've seen it justify its position in this deck's extra deck time and time again. That will continue to be the case here. Yesterday, it closed it out against the Labyrinth deck of your reigning world champions, but now you will see it make the difference here. Here is one hallucination counter.
There is no way. 2 times going second on stream here from Judeo with the Sprite deck. It looks so easy. It looks so good. Why is not everyone playing Sprite? At the same time, though, Duel C, I think I saw one of the most important Nibiru's I've seen in a very long time, as there's nothing left on the side of G-Nets, and I think Enzo, at least for his team Chiba Corp, is keeping the spirit up there on Duel C.
Plus, you get to keep your face down monsters.
Yes, that's massive, but we're trying here. That's 2,300 points of damage with the effect of Mosquito. And that is not even all of it yet. We're also attacking onto the White Rabbit there. Okay, we want to do it again. Here it comes, 2,300 more.
Another burn for 2,300. And now the last attack is going to come through here. We're going to attack the Malice Red Ransom here with Sprite Elf, the 2 Link monsters duking out. But before the battle is going to happen, the burn damage will happen first. Joey is going to lose this game, 2,300 damage here. And Fala Galera is up 2-0.
There is no words to explain this. Judeo YGO is actually just bringing this Sprite deck. He's playing those 2 different water decks, because we see the Nimble Angler, the Nimble Beaver combining and complementing his Mermaid deck, but now it's back over to Duel C, where we have Memento versus Ryziel.
Yes, indeed. And Fala Galera, they lost the opening match of the tournament, but they win the first 2 games of your opening semi-final. They are 1 step, 3 games away from making it all the way to the finals here, and this is it. Already in a decent position for G-Nets with the Memento combo, but no cards in hand. I think Enzo probably has this one.
Yep, this is the power of the almighty insect, Max C. If you have a field, your opponent can do whatever they want. You're going to draw into so many interruptions. This is what makes Max C even crazier. You have Nibiru, the Primal Being, in your deck. You have Effect Veiler in your deck. You have Ash Blossom in your deck. You can interrupt your opponent infinite times, basically.
Yeah, but you see it here very clearly. We talked about the team aspect of Master Duel. We have the team members leaning over, talking to each other, discussing what the best move could be here, possibly. And I think we have came to a conclusion, and that conclusion was to just simply trade Nibiru for our Tekutika, and therefore activate the effect of the Akihiron in the graveyard to make it come back.
Yeah, maybe you can buy a single turn with this, but I think G-Nets knows that if he doesn't find a meaningful way back into this one here and now, the amount of cards, the amount of resources he's given back over to Enzo should surely seal the deal on this game. But there is the Memento Mictlan being added to the hand and being played on the field. This field spell now activated.
Yep, and this is going to guarantee in the end phase that you're going to get either Mementotlan Fusion or the good old Bone Party set back to the field, which sometimes works as a semi-form of disruption. If you have a Horn Dragon on your field, you can destroy that one. You can add cards. You can add a Sleepy special. Some of the Sleepy go for fusions, go for combined creation. More draws, even more draws after the Maxi. Book of Eclipse adds 2 extra cards to end those hands.
Oh, and there is Plasma Hole all the time. We didn't even need it. We can now just, when our Rising monsters are face up again, destroy Aki Heron and the field spell to make sure that they are destroyed. And this is just looking marvelous and wonderful. We will see Enzo go into his turn, barely having to fear anything here.
Still going to add back the Sleepy. Maybe our opponent doesn't win the game, then we get another turn here. Even though I will say that the chances of Enzo winning this are quite high.
And we do even chain the Rising Detonator now, meaning there is going to be the Sleepy in the hand, but we do even lose our Bone Party, meaning there is not going to be much of a party. One thing that I really want to point out here, though, is Gene Nats is the Malice player of the Fala Galera team. And still here in the first game where everyone says, hey, Malice is probably the best deck right now in Master Duel, he goes with his second deck, which is Memento, which is not successful for him right now, but very, very interesting decision.
Would you favor the Memento deck in the matchup against Malice compared to, say, the Ryzeal?
It's tough, actually. I think both, when Ryzeal goes first, will be having trouble, but what you can include with the Memento deck, of course, is Book of Eclipse. We see maybe that is the card why he wants to play this matchup. He is playing Book of Eclipse in his Memento deck. Therefore, that is a card that just deals so handily with XYZ monsters, as they can be flipped face down compared to, for example, Malice monsters. And therefore, that is probably the reason why he wanted Memento for this specific matchup. But it does look like we are heading into the battle phase. And you see there Pac cheering his teammate on. He says, we're still in this. We still got this. This first set does not go down as a clean sweep with 3-0. But we will be going out of this first set instead with a 2-1 lead for Team Fala Galera.
And as you said, it's not over for Chiba Corp, even if they are behind. It's only one game. Even so, that means that they will have to push it to a third set to clinch their way towards the finals, whereas Fala Galera could cleanly sweep this, could cleanly find themselves making it through, but we will see. What a great set of opening games.
I still cannot believe that Sprite Millennium is the way to go here to immediately cue it into this important matchup versus the Malice deck. Just swiftly winning that game. Fualos plus Chaos Hunter is such a strong combo because it forces your opponent to commit even more resources into your Fualos. And then, of course, remove that Chaos Hunter as well. This one card that you're discarding, you just don't care about it.
Yep. And not only that, but finding these victories on the more unconventional decks of this lineup as well. Very impressive, with the Gimmick Puppet essentially just playing the game by itself and winning.
Yeah, actually, Gimmick Puppet, to talk about that a little more, we have seen this deck in multiple teams, actually, because now at this point, day one is over, and therefore we can talk a bit more publicly. There were multiple Gimmick Puppet players throughout the entire tournament, throughout the different teams. So more teams came to the conclusion that maybe when the Tenpai Dragon deck is a factor once more, and we saw that yesterday a lot as well, having a deck that can just play on the first turn and win on the first turn is the best way to go.
I also think that it's symptomatic of the fact that a lot of these Ryzeal decks, for example, don't run too many disruptions aside from your standard ones that they can interact with you on your turn, especially if you're going first. So it means that you are punishing a lot of these decks for their commitment to the engine pieces.
The thing is also that the Sky Striker Tenpai deck is just only playing, we call them breakers, because they are there to dismantle the field of your opponent. Some other decks do that too. Versus Memento, it's also very, very valid. We have seen that with Puck playing cards like Book of Eclipse or other breakers like Forbidden Droplet, which are not commonly used in the top decks like Ryzeal or Malice. They are finding their ways into this. Also very interesting against the Ryzeal slot. It's just very decent when you're thinking about the counter deck as well.
It feels very, very decent for sure. And that also shows you that the mode for the World Championship is completely different. You have to consider different decks, as the meta game just is 6 decks for all of the teams, and that influences every single one of them. So I think we are ready for the second set. Let's just bring it back into the gameplay action, back into the client. We go all together.
Yes, and let's see which of those 6 decks between the two teams will be chosen here. They have options available, but of course Fala Galera have the insurance policy of having 1-2 games to the single one of Chiba Corp. let's see how this plays out. Cybercorp here, they're gonna have to bounce back and push this to a third set if they're gonna make it happen. Now, G-Nets versus Joey in this first game. The Malice deck gets to go first.
And it is huge to go first against G-Nets, but he has the Maxi. Is there an answer, or is this going to... It's resolving! G-Nets has the Maxi, the best card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Immediate draw here. And I think, this is a good discard for the Chessy Cat here, because you can just add back, hope for more non-engine, and possibly pass with this field, hoping that your other cards are going to be enough. This might be an Impulse. This might be Malice in the Mirror. This is not much, but at least you're not giving your opponent all the resources they need. Now, does Nets have the Malice deck, or is he playing Memento? I can't imagine it's going to be Memento here.
Joey has carried his team throughout the entirety of day one, was a team captain to be asked for, but here, back-to-back games, he's not able to perform his full Malice combo.
And on the bottom on Duel B, you can see that Judeo is just going in with the Mermail combo. So it is looking splendid here for Team Fala Galera. Allure of Darkness is being Ash Blossom. Joyous Creek, that is absolutely the right choice. Once this deck gets rolling, your Ash Blossom becomes super low value. But this is maybe a good time.
So
no way.
This is Malice still. It could be a trap card that we want to have set first, but the second trap card makes matters more interesting. Is there a Malice monster to follow this up? There is not. G-Nats passes it back over. We have dodged that turn. We have passed without giving too many draws into the Maxi, and it worked out perfectly for us.
Was that Ice Jade Jimmy Agarine in the second duel? I think it was, but it's been flipped face down now. That was, of course, one of the go-to options against Telements back in the day because of the way it interacted with the graveyard. So perhaps a good read there, but ultimately it's flipped face down. It's not doing too much of anything now, and now it is Puck's game to play. There is the Dark Blade for the Memento deck.
I think we've also seen a Maxi or a Fuwalos on the side of Puck there in this Duel B, because all of a sudden there were plenty of cards in hand and a little field on the side of Judeo. Now Sleepy is being summoned out by the Dark Blade here, activates its effect immediately. And I think we're resolving immediately. Oh, summoning 3 monsters from hand. Of course the Gatic is in hand, but if you can summon it away, that is super fine.
So the Agarine, I guess, suggests that we are on a water-based strategy, so I guess you can infer that as the Atlantean Mermail. And of course, that being one of the safer options with the least amount of commitment, the least amount of cards given over to that Maxi that you correctly read.
Nibiru in Duel C is going to be massive here. We saw a pretty much uninterrupted combo from the Fiendsmith Raizia deck from Paolo's side, but Enzo has different plans here using that Nibiru, which he already had so nicely in game one.
Let's go to Duel C, because this is actually a very interesting scenario there, because yes, you are having some nice Fiendsmith engines here, but sometimes the Raziel Fiendsmith deck can just do that by also setting up the Raziel engine for later. You normal summon Ice, you summon out your X, get your Sword Surge, and then you go into the Evil Swarm Excite Knight, which is the Evil Swarm Exciting Knight for me sometimes. And this one can then link off into the Fiendsmith Requiem. Then you are setting up your DDD Wave King High Caesar or your Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess. And then you special summon Sword, and then you get your Detonator or whatever you want, because you can just also search another card here and then go into the Duo Drive, get a node, and then you have plenty of follow-up for the next turn. You have your Cross, you have your Detonator. Still not going to be easy for Enzo, especially considering that he's also used another card in his hand already.
Yep, Paolo going first here, even though he's not on the Gimmick Puppet strategy. Instead, it is the Raziel Fiendsmith deck that will continue to go unimpeded. Yes, there is a Nibiru token on his side of the field. Yes, he did lose some of his resources, but they're Fiendsmith cards. They like being in the graveyard, and of course these Raziel monsters now coming out the extra deck. Everything seems to be going well for Paolo PRRJ here.
Yeah, sometimes luck just evens out. Yesterday he lost the first 5 coin tosses in a row in the tournament, and now winning back-to-back ones here where it matters in the semi-finals. Paolo being the leader for the team that they need, next to, of course, the original leader, Judeo.
And Paolo is putting in overhours here for the team, because it looks like the other tables are very, very difficult for Fala Galera. Cybercorp is looking dominant in the second set so far, but also keep in mind that this is only going to be Detonator plus Cross. Is there maybe some other non-engine that would be really helpful? Goes back to 5 cards even, has the node in hand, can just either send a card from the hand to the graveyard or send the Duo Drive or maybe the token even.
Yep,
do you have to send to the graveyard with a node?
these games are looking like they will go by way of Chibercorp aside from this featured match, and that does mean we should see the series even up at 3-3. There will for sure be a third set, but let's see if Chibercorp can indeed close out duels A and B here to secure their way to that third set.
They are trying their very best, that is for sure. And I mean, is there a Book of Eclipse maybe also in the deck of Enzo? I think the whole book story is also a story of the tournament so far. We saw Book of Moon and we saw Book of Eclipse multiple times throughout the tournament, and they are designed to be so good against the Ryzen strategy, because dealing with Detonator and ideally even dealing with another Exceed monster like Baguska or something like that is so valuable into that matchup.
Especially if they are untargetable. We have seen the Starlight Photon Dragon so many times already, and there is the big boy of Ryziel. This is Ryziel Detonator going to attach a card from the graveyard. We have sent something.
The aggregator being attached there does suggest that we then have access to another disruption if need be. Now, Enzo, 4 cards in hand to start things off here. Perhaps even a disruption in hand for Paolo PRRJ. For sure, a disruption on the field.
Jumping in, Duel B is decided there. We have 2 direct attacks from the big Memento monsters, meaning Chibercorp takes it there in the hands of Pac, making sure that the score overall now is even out for an even 2-2.
And in the meantime, Paolo activated Maxi, which is going to be immediately answered by an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. But now comes the deciding point here. Do you activate during the resolve Ryziel Cross to negate that Ash Blossom, to support your Maxi in drawing? Because no, actually wants to keep the Ryziel Cross here. Very interesting.
I like that, because I mean you can still keep the Ryziel Cross for something actually scary, because the Maxi would just give you more, but you already have good things on the field. You have the Detonator, you have the Ryziel Cross negate, so I do like the approach. And in the meantime, we also see team captain Joey making sure that all of a sudden it is going to be a lead for Team Chibercorp here in the first semi-finals, but in the second set where it is 3-2 now.
Yes, indeed, they pull it back 3-2 on the board in favor of Chibercorp here, but Paolo PRRJ is still in this one. He had the advantage. He got to start first with the Ryziel. He's winning that race so far, but can he pressure this lead and close it out to even up the score? Or will it be Fala Galera pushed with their backs against the walls as we guarantee ourselves a third set?
I think that, Ryziel Cross is being activated here in Resolve. Usually it's a very, very cool scenario where you can, on ice effect, detach the Myriologic Aggregator to negate after the Ryziel Ice was destroyed, the monster that is summoned afterwards. But now there is a
Sword Ryziel. Sword Ryziel just needs a Ryziel monster in the graveyard still. That still found its way there. But the question now, what are we even searching with Sword Ryziel? Because when we get for the X Ryziel, yes, can be special summoned. But as there is Vinibir, the Primal Being on the field, clearly, as you can see, not a level 4 monster, we cannot use the effect to search with it anymore.
You could Crossout
okay.
Designator,
So,
a card that is feared in all the mirror matches.
It's half a mirror match, yeah. And actually, this is quite funny because Paolo PRRJ's deck is basically the best parts of Enzo's Bestial Fiendsmith combined with the best parts of the Ryziel deck. So it's phenomenal here. It really pays dividends here for Paolo PRRJ. Now with just the Nibiru, the Primal Being on the field for Enzo, 1 card in hand. The normal summon has been used, but we have a few specials left if that results. But there is another disruption on top. The Ash Blossom and Joy Spring for good measure. Perhaps unnecessary because this looks secured for Paolo, but in the end, we take that, we take these, and Fala Galera should take this win if Paolo PRRJ can close it out next turn. But there is the effect activated on the Detonator.
Yeah, we just protect here our Ryziel Duo Drive from the Battle Destruction. Detonator can not only protect itself, but any kind of Exceed monster, so it will make sure that Duo Drive gets through this turn, and that's plenty of attack points waiting now for the turn of Paolo, and I think we are about to see that score being even out here after the second set. That's how you want it to be, right? A 3-3 score after 2 sets. That would be marvelous.
Yep, the Fiendsmith Fusion actually burning for 1200 as well does make a difference here, but the Engraver for good measure actually extending further just in case, I suppose. But for sure, Paolo PRRJ has this one.
Yep, he is just toying with the prey at this point, or maybe wants to guarantee that he can attack directly with the 5,400 attack point Nibiru token here, just for this extra little bit of oomph to finish the game. Now Engraver is going to send the Nibiru. We are absolutely sure that there is no crazy response in the graveyard of Enzo Fialo to stop you here. So attacks coming in with the detonator, and now with the Nibiru token to finish it off with the monster you gave me.
Final blow applied. We do have it even out once more. Free. And this is how it is the most. The pressure is the most, right?
Down to it.
You have to go into the third set. You cannot afford losing too much anymore. Yes, you can lose one, but you really have to make sure that that third set is going in your favor.
And I'm a bit concerned for Fala Galera here because it's a little bit more difficult. Once you're 2-1 up, to drop 2 games, it doesn't feel good at all. But Paolo PRRJ showing up big time for this team does fill me with confidence here because he will keep Chybercorp guessing. They'll have to get it correct, whether he's playing the Fiendsmith Ryziel or the Gimmick Puppet FTK. Can they really afford to let him go first?
I will say that there's a different player I'm looking out for the most, and that is Puck. So far, we have seen that his decks were so dependent on winning the coin toss. Both of these decks wanted to really go first that we've seen so far. And I mean, this could be a very big indicator if he wins the coin toss or loses it on how this entire match turns out.
And I mean, to be fair, Pack is the only one that I think has not played against Malice yet, right? So if Pack... Oh, but wait, his Malice opponent just didn't play Malice in the end, so...
because
how are we going to play Crystron? Because there is the Crystron deck still waiting in Pack's arsenal, and that is his designated anti-Malice deck. So is that coming in now, maybe?
I do wonder if the Artifact Lancia is shared amongst a few of these decks, though, as an option to go against it. On the other hand, I want to look at Fala Galera's G nets because we've seen his teammates defend him time and time again with their fantastic gameplay, but we need this player that was so dominant at the start of day 1 to now make a statement for himself on day 2.
Yep, there was a Maxi, didn't quite save him there. I think it was negated immediately, or he lost against a Maxi when he was trying to play into the Ryziel field with his Memento cards. But the Maxi, I mean, at this point, it didn't matter if he played Malice or if he played Memento, because if there is a full field and you're playing into it and Maxi resolves, it's so hard to compete against it.
Yeah, and the other game against Malice, actually, the one against Joey Chow that just there, he had the Maxi himself, and Joey just passed on 2 Malice monsters. Then the Ash Blossom came down on the Allure of Darkness, and there were no Malice monsters. A Malice deck without Malice monsters is not really a deck at all, to be honest, because he just couldn't activate anything. He set 2 cards out of the Allure and passed it over back, where Joey then got his Malice train rolling really again.
The pressure is definitely on G-Nets. Actually, let's be honest, the pressure is on everyone here in set 3 of the first semifinal of the Yu-Gi-Oh! WCS 2025 here in Paris. The game is on, it's time to duel.
It is indeed time to duel. Chybercorp, Fala Galera. So much passion, so much hard work has gone into this over the course of the year. It all comes down to this. This is their dream. They're fighting for it. And they're fighting for it with Artifact Lancia to start things off against the Malice player. Did Joey change out his deck, or is this going to shut him down? If he changed out the deck, it's his first time using it this tournament, but right now...
Crystron as well in Duel B for Pack. And we really saw Enzo actually having the fists up, being like, yes, we won 2 coin tosses. This is looking not too bad for us. And there is the Artifact Lancia on the other side for Paolo.
Judeo is under Maxi here, but started with a Ministrel and discarded or banished, but till the end of the turn, the Ryziel Plasma Hole from the hand of his opponent. And that means that we're probably going to see try and turbo out Muling Glacia.
Yep, and then even if you give over a couple of cards, you can still take a few back with this deck. The Atlantean Mermail, so good at control. So let's see what happens there.
Effect Veiler on the Malice White Rabbit, and we're already under the Lancia, so there is really not that much going to come out of that turn from Joey. Really, this first semi-final has been tough for him. All 3 games now, he has just not been able to perform his full Malice combo on the first turn.
Cheering?
And
It looks good for them. It looks good. They're feeling good. Fala Galera, they're approaching this, and they're happy about it. But now Fiendsmith and Graver hitting the graveyard. Paolo PRRJ, let's see where you go. But look at Duel B.
Paolo in a really, really good spot, but in Duel C, let's go to Duel C right now. There was just an end phase pass on the Mulling Glacier afterwards. We got rid of the extra. I think we also hit the Bonfire, the 2 starters from Enzo's hand.
Yeah.
But still, summoning a Mulling Glacier under Maxi makes the card so much worse because you're effectively just discarding 1.
That is true, and now Enzo's sitting there with a full 5 cards in hand, and as you can clearly see, there's no real interruption on the field. I think we are working on it, Judeo, because there is sometimes quick effects coming down, like the Abyss Rhine, discarding such things. Oh yeah, that is, I think, the Abyss Rhine, which we just used to draw a card, but now we are relying on possibly picking up something like... Oh my
God. Sending 2 cards. That can't be true. That is the end phase!
Feeling good from Judeo there, because even though he was able to take out those starters, it was still a little bit scary because Enzo could have drawn anything, but in the end it seems that the right cards were taken there. Judeo feeling good. He's starting the combo again. There is the Neptibus. It's resolving. Poseidra going to be added to the hand. Poseidra going to be used shortly. And this Mermail Atlantean deck truly coming alive for the captain of Fala Galera here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2025.
Meanwhile, G-Nets is just getting completely comboed on, is just laughing there. Am I really going to advance to the finals, going 0-3 in the semifinals? Is this happening? Because Puck is building up a huge field here, already has the Cyber Dragon Infinity on the field. This is going to be a combination of Cluster and the Dawn Drexler, the FA Dawn Drexler that is so powerful, especially in Master Duel, with all of those spell cards.
Yes, FA Dawn Dragster, of course, offering Disruption. It offers some degree of attack as well, but importantly, will stop spell trap. But there we go. So many disruptions. Where were these when they needed to be activated? Did Enzo perhaps get a little bit greedy, thinking Max C was enough to stop Judeo in his tracks? But the fact that Judeo was able to hit both starters and avoid these is just a blessing for Fala Galera.
We know there is a Nibiru, the primal being, so we have ways to play around that. We have Atlantean monsters with plenty of attack points, as we can clearly tell there. That's already 5,600 attack points on the field. I'm sure we can get to the 8,000 point that we need without 5 summons. That's already there with 2. There we go.
Completely crazy. Do we have something else? We're going into the battle phase.
Yeah,
Judeo is focused. He is locked in. He's queuing the attacks with Mulling Glacier. This is 2,800 damage. This will be more than 8,000. Poseidra 1 is attacking. Poseidra 1 is going through. The last attack. 1 more is needed. Poseidra 2,800 to finish the game! Judeo wins! Fala Galera is up 1. Just needs 1 more game.
One more game indeed, but Puck is keeping this team in it. Chiba Corp now, they're still alive in this. Their tournament is still alive. You now have the Crystron responding to the Memento activation. Can Nets follow up? It's all on him and Paolo PRRJ to follow up on their team captain's success and take Fala Galera to the finals.
Let's go to Duel A, because Nibiru the Primal Being has again completely wiped the field of Paolo.
It is indeed the case. We see once more just a token remaining on Paolo's side. And here we have Tristaros on Duel B resolving. And Tristaros special summons, of course, a Crystron from the deck. And immediately after also performs a Synchro summon. And this is the Axial Synchron. We have seen this before. That Axial Synchron can later on in a turn be used to then keep on Synchro summoning on the opponent's turn.
Paolo just passed over with just a Nibiru token. Judeo was so happy earlier, but this Nibiru, the Primal Being, just did so much for his opponent.
Can Nets turn this around? 5 cards in hand, an effect activated. Will the effect resolve? Because right now it looks like Park is in full control. That Dawn Dragster shutting off these super important spell cards for the Memento deck, and it does mean the pressure is on Nets.
Indeed, and those Nibirus really being a deciding factor here in the entirety of this first semi-final, which is so interesting because I don't think they have Nibiru, the Primal Being, as a shared card, but still they're drawing it plenty, even though probably all of them just like one of them in their deck actually, but they keep on drawing it here.
This is also something where you're saying as a team, okay, they always have one Nibiru. Am I actually going to play around it? The chances are so low. But you have to consider it. Also, the thing is, Fiendsmith is so good against Nibiru, the primal being. But if you only have Fiendsmith, it also doesn't help you because it is there to protect you, to bait out the Nibiru before your main combo. But that wasn't possible for Paolo. It does not look like he had any sort of plays with the Ryziel engine there.
And that is now where we got rid of the Memento and Tatsumi Chishogu as well. We used the effect of Crystron Cluster, and now the question is, how can G-Nets get out of this? He saw no success with Malice in Game 2, so it's back to the deck that he used so successfully throughout the first day as well. It's back to the Memento strategy. Can it be good enough, though, to beat this Crystron field?
Yep, we're going to discard the fusion. It's going to hit the Foolish Barrel. That was a bluff from Puck, and it paid off here.
All right, G-Nets is focused here. Darkblade will need to resolve here. Do you have anything to play around this? It is very, very tense right now. Fala Galera is hanging on by a thread. Right now they are 4-3 up, but both games look very, very bad for them right now. Malice is just popping off in Duel A. We have the Link Decoder, 2 cards in Paolo's hand, and the chances are there's some information of those 2 cards as well.
The Cyber Dragon Infinity now negating the monster effect. We said the FA Dawn Dragster is there to stop spells, to stop traps, and this is just another thing preventing Gabriel Nets from playing here, but there is an extension. There is something he can do at least. Is this other face down from Puck another bluff?
It is first of all Memento-Todlin Sleepy here for Nets, but the thing with Sleepy is when you're fusion summoning, and that's what we're trying to do here, you need to take cards from your hand alongside it if there is no other Memento monsters on the field. So that's only 1 card remaining in the hand, and it was Megaddic!
This was, in this case, the best card that he could have had in that hand. Of course, in the beginning you think, maybe I want a different card in my hand rather, but now the Megaddic from hand is almost diabolical. It is going to be another body. It is chain blocking the Twin Dragon as well, summoning itself back, adding more resources.
Yep, and as a result of that, there's another monster if Nets wants to destroy for this Twin Dragon's effect and then just add more Memento cards to the hand. Yes, we said the Dawn Dragster is shutting off spells and traps, but now that the Monster Negate is used from the Cyber Dragon, it means we're able to extend with the Memento monsters.
Oh, Called by the Grave wants to make sure the Gaddick is being banished here, and it's almost ironic as if you look at the icon of Pack, you literally see Called by the Grave on Gaddick. That's his icon, and he's doing it there right now. That's so funny right now.
Yep, manifest there. As you do have that banishment come through, you do have that stopping of the effect, but the Twin Dragon's still going to look for the resolution. It's going to destroy itself, and then it's going to add a few more monsters back to the hand of Nets.
This game might have completely come down to a 50-50 of the Memento-Todlin Darkblade targeting a spell or trap card there. That was a Foolish Burial bluff, protecting the Called by the Grave, the royal rare Called by the Grave that is so important on this Memento-Todlin Gaddick.
But let me tell you something. We just searched for Combined Creation, and Combined Creation is one of those very strong cards at first glance with 5,000 attack points, but also with its effect, when it is the only monster on the field, can just attack all of the opponent's monsters. So if we find a way to get that onto the field, it alone can just go after the entirety of the field from Pack's side.
Also combined with a Bone Party in the graveyard, that could be really, really helpful.
Look at
there are
this.
the 5 total Memento monsters to make that Combined Creation manifest. Memento Altekutlica Combined Creation. Hitting the field, 5,000 attack points. It can attack everything. It can clear the field. It can't finish the game here, but it can keep Nets in it, and it can keep Fala Galera as contenders for the final here in the WCS 2025 in Paris, France.
I love my Mementos. Such unique effects, such unique ways of ending games, of keeping yourself in the game. That Combined Creation has just evened out the field entirely. Before, it was looking like completely in favor of Pack, but not anymore. And there is the Bone Party now. We got rid of the Dawn Dragster, so we can resolve it, and there is no response from Pack's side.
Yep, the extension just keeps coming now from the Memento deck.
But I think that he can actually start a bigger combo now. Anguish is being summoned now. We haven't been through Su too many names. Of course, the Getic is a little bit unfortunate there, but we're going to add the Archiheron here. What are we having? Do we have a fusion in the graveyard? Yes, we have a fusion. We can pop the Anguish to add another spell and trap card. We can then add our own fusion. Fusion can fuse from the graveyard, of course, as well, but also taking the Archiheron from the hand. We are going to see a combined creation. G-Nets is in this game. It's not in Ghost
You
Balance.
gotta be kidding me! Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion, a card that you see so rarely, but you see it here right now in Pack's Anti-Malice deck, which is his Crystron deck. Of course, you may as well see that, but it comes in so handy here as well against Memento, just at the right time.
Very much paying dividends there, putting that in the deck for Puck. It's unconventional, but it works out. This Crystron strategy still in this duel. Chiba Corp still in this tournament as it all comes down to these draws here. You have the activation in the graveyard. There's no disruption because that card in hand for Nets is for sure the Archiheron.
Indeed, and the follow-up that the Crystron deck is providing is amazing. You have all of your resources waiting in the graveyard, as we just saw there with the Crystron Smiger, immediately making sure to search for the continuous spell card, for the Crystron inclusion. And I think from here on out, it almost feels like it should be a walk in the park for Pack here to wipe out those 8,000 life points.
And if you're looking at Duel A, Paulo has gone for a desperation play there. Yes, had a little bit of resources with the Fiendsmith engine in his graveyard, but his opponent managed to set up a GWC, go for a White Binder, add some more resources. Look at this, ended on only SP. Couldn't manage to reduce the life points of Paulo in the last turn that he had to 0 because there was an Ash Blossom on the White Binder banishment effect. But now there are just way too many resources. I can't imagine that Paulo is going to be able to come back from this.
Nets is looking okay for now, but unfortunately Puck is continuing to extend here. Getting a shuffle back there does suggest he has something else already in his hand to capitalize on that. And there it is, a search on one of the cards that he shuffled back with the Crystron inclusion.
That's what we're trying to do. And Crystron wasn't even that popular lately in the Master Duel environment. People have been not playing that deck because it also is struggling against Artifact Lancea, as it is banishing a lot as well. And therefore people were shy of playing it on ladder, on the Master Duel ladder in the game. But here in this very tournament, where the circumstances are so different, where Artifact Lancer is not in so many of the decks, you can actually bring it again. And Pack made the decision, and it's working out gloriously here for him.
Tristaros, Solfafnir are going to be activated. It is just a field day now while we're looking at the bottom duel in Duel A. There is 5 monsters on the side of Paulo. A set monster in a Ryziel Fiendsmith deck cannot be good news for Team Fala Galera. We're going to see, we have seen Access Code Talker already, but this is the Malice Q Heart Scripter, the ace card of the deck that has won so many duels already this weekend.
Fala Galera needed one single victory here. They looked so good in that opening set, but they could find it all slipping away from them if Chiba Corp are able to do this. If Puck is able to continue to extend here, and it looks like he is. The Crystron cards keep coming. I do wonder if Nets will get a single extra turn here.
Ooh, Eliska Ladders was used there. Search for Cluster. Now the graveyard effect of Crystron Solfador coming back by destroying the inclusion on the field. And we are racking it up in terms of attack points. That already is more than 4,000. So we're more than halfway there as well. I'm sure Pack finds a way to do this here. Funny story about Pack and the Crystron deck. He never actually played this deck in the TCG, but they, as a team, collectively decided, hey, it's so good for the Master Duel environment, so we should play it as a team, and therefore he basically got a speed run through it. They played like 100 hours of Crystron together, and now he is the Crystron Master.
In spite of everything, you see that Fala Galera are laughing, they're still having fun, they love the game, and that does suggest to me that perhaps even they have a way out of this one. Nets, you're going to get a single draw here. There's no disruption so far. Is there something you can do? This is going to be a disruption on spell or trap for sure, if it is indeed that FA Dawn Dragster making a return.
Yes, it is. But there also... Is there another Memento Confusion in the graveyard? There should be, right?
Because it got belled.
We got the Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion on. So if we find a monster here, I wouldn't entirely rule out G-Nets just yet. And there is a Mementotland Maze. Hold on. We already kind of want to say that he's about to win, but there is now also immediately Crystron Cluster making sure there is no monster. We already see handshakes in the booth of Team Fala Galera. It looks like they're kind of realizing this might be over. We have the win for Team Cybercorp in Duel A, and we have the pass here in Duel B as well from G-Nets.
We have just an Akihiron in the hand. Cannot be normal summon, cannot be special summon in this specific occasion. Now just the Dawn Dragster in attack position, attacking with the Crystron Synchro Monster and attacking for game with the FA Dawn Dragster. And Cybercorp makes it to the finals!
And you see them going wild there in the booth. They have made it. They've worked so hard for this, and now is their moment to shine.
And despite being 2-1 down in the opening set, they pull it back and they pull themselves all the way to the grand finals of the Master Duel category of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2025 here in Paris, France. It is Cybercorp that take down Fala Galera.
In the end, indeed, that is the case. We have them there. They were confident. They brought some TCG crushers, but they're also crushing in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel division now, and they are doing their absolute best, and they will only have to win one more to possibly become world champions. Pack, being such an accomplished player, but his first world championship. His first world championship now maybe also guiding him his way to the first title of his career in the world championship. That would be crazy.
Yep, we continue to praise his mind for the game and his deck building strategies, and yet here he is again, proving all of that correct, proving everybody that believed in him that they had their faith placed well, because that Crystron Millennium strategy didn't even need the Millennium cards that time around, but still just fantastic gameplay from Park and the rest of Cybercorp. Joey, we said, was one of the most successful team leaders in the entire tournament, and that success continues all the way through to the finals. And of course, we cannot go without mentioning Enzo, who is so good, who has been so good so long now, and yet here he is in his first international final.
I also want to mention a little throwback to before the match, that Park's coin tosses are so important for the wins of the team, because those two decks, they are so going first heavy. The Mementotland deck, yes, it does play breakers, but sometimes those fields from, for example, Malice or other decks are just too good, or you're playing versus Gimmick Puppets, and then you're just going to lose on the spot without being able to use your breakers. And also, if you're not playing versus Malice, the Crystron deck, it's really tough to break a field with this deck if you're not going first.
That is absolutely correct. And yeah, G-Nats, you said it yesterday, starting off the tournament with a clean 3-0 in the first set, or against the first match against Team 7. And now, sadly, in that first semi-final, not able to rack up any kind of wins. 0-3 there. The Memento deck was not ready to deliver in that case. And honestly, Memento yesterday overall performed really good on the first day. And maybe now on the second day, it's going to be a different story. Maybe other decks are going to shine. Maybe it is all going to be Malice. Maybe Ryzen is going to be the best deck today. We shall see.
Potentially, yes. And just speaking of Nets and his teammates, of course, Judeo's second top 4 finish at the Master Duel category of the World Championship. And of course, it was Paolo's first time at the World Championship, the most overdue player according to the community. So really well played by him to reach that top 4, and really well played to Fala Galera to make it this far.
I will also say to your prediction that Malice might be the best deck. I think that actually we've seen on stream like other decks perform really well because we've also spotlighted them, but Malice has been super dominant. I've talked to some of the players yesterday who have said, like the Malice player said, I had a 70% win rate.
Yep, that is how it is supposed to be. Yeah, for sure. We talked to the teams. The teams definitely are set up in the way that you have your Malice player, and the Malice player is supposed to just carry the win rate for the entire team. And then the Ryzen player also definitely is supposed to have a positive win rate to make it happen. But we are still just looking forward to the Malice deck being the best one. And then if our third player, if for example, I think on this team now for Cybercorp, that is Pack, with his Crystron and his Memento deck, if he can get close to a 50% win rate, we will absolutely take it. We do not expect it from him though,
yes,
really.
Indeed. And Cybercorp, of course, they were a bit of a surprise coming into this one, given the fact that we had so many good teams. Granted, this team also had a few superstars in the making on theirs, but still understated compared to some of the other big names in the tournament. So seeing them get this far, especially after they were so surprised to do so well in the group stage, is really refreshing and really promising for the future of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
I will say though, after looking at all of those groups and seeing how close they were, how everyone could basically still get into day 2, I think we made those understatement things we made them up. I think
Yeah,
everyone
it feels
was
like that.
on such a complete even level. You could see former world champions get knocked out in the group stage already. Some teams that beat them very hard lost against other teams very hard, and it was just crazy how important card draws were in those matches. There was barely any skill difference that you could see in those decks.
My question for you is still, what is Joey's second deck?
Yeah, I don't know. And I don't think he's going to show
Yeah.
us, really. I talked to Joey yesterday. He was like, my Melis deck is the best thing I've ever played. I don't want to play my other deck because even if I play against those anti-Melis decks, like, for example, the deck that we saw, the Sprite Millennium deck. Actually, the Sprite Millennium deck did manage to beat him there, but he still said, I at least have a 50% win rate even against those decks.
That's crazy.
So why would I go for something else?
That is so crazy. Malice is so incredibly good, especially in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, where you have these link decoder tools. You have all the names at 3 still in the deck. You can play them 3 copies per, and you also have Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess. The sheer fact that you can set up your follow-up in your combo and then summon out Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess to protect yourself from Nibiru the Primal Being or whatever card you want is insane.
Massive.
In addition to that, I just want to contextualize it with the fact that, of course, a lot of this deck's success at this level is because people are also mindful of the fact they're facing off against Ryziel. There's Memento, there's Crystron Millennium that you have to worry about. So, of course, even if there are people that are piloting dedicated anti-Malice strategies, that's only one deck you have to worry about. And as it turns out, you're playing 2, hopefully 3 games against a team at any given time.
You will have to do so indeed, but I hope that this trend is going to continue for the rest of the day. That
4-5, 5-4.
Yes, that we go into the final set, it being competitive, it all coming down to game 9. That's where it is the most interesting to watch, right? That is where the pressure is on, where you are making decisions in the time where you have to really, really, really be perfect and on spot, because mistakes in those moments are just where it costs you.
And it was just such a back and forth in those duels the entire time, right? That was completely crazy when we thought, oh, they have it, Paolo is going off, comboing, and then we switch to a different screen, look back to Duel A, boom, Nibiru.
Yeah.
Everything's gone.
No, honestly, Nibiru, in general as a card, let's talk about it because it was so impactful here for this very semi-final. It feels like a card you don't really want to include into your main deck at the moment because first the matchup against Malice. I've seen Malice combos play through Nibiru day and night, to be honest. They can just play through that card with ease. And then we also have the Ryziel matchup, and the Ryziel matchup, there they usually are going to have Ryziel Cross set up, and Ryziel Cross clearly can just negate the Nibiru on resolution, then it doesn't really do anything either.
If you're playing pure Ryziel, that is even easier. Not the case for Paolo, I want to mention, because you, whatever starter you have, unless it's Sword, you're going to set up your cross even before you make your duo drive. You're going to be able to summon out with the Ice Normal Summon effect. A Ryziel Star is going to set you the cross. You can flip it up. For Paolo, it also seems like the deck should be really strong against Nibiru, but it still has applications there.
So far, when I see the Gimmick Puppet deck, by the way, speaking of Paolo PRRJ, I guess the field spell just soaks up some kind of disruption and then you play with the rest. But one day, we'll see the optimal Gimmick Puppet strategy with the field spell actually able to help it out.
Yeah.
In any case, that was a really great set of games that we just saw with a good variety of strategies. Of course, SHUEISHA with that patented Mermail Atlantean build, able to play through Maxi, able to get the 2 starters out of the hands of the Ryziel deck. It was fantastic to see that, but ultimately was not enough to take Fala Galera through, but still they did fantastically to get this far, and of course this is why they were considered to be one of the tournament favorites heading into the World Championship 2025.
Absolutely the case, and we really saw how he immediately celebrated after Mulan Glacier discarding those 2 important starters. Maybe that was
crazy.
karma a little bit in the end.
That was the only starters in those hands. We have seen that afterwards with the Deep Sea Minstrel. That was Nibiru, Ash Blossom, and Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, and the other cards were Bonfire and X. taking the bonfire and X out
was
with the
madness.
Mulin Glacier is crazy because also Judeo in an interview before said my favorite card is Mulin Glacier.
Yes.
Because it always takes the best cards
Yes,
of my
yeah.
opponent out of the hand. That was insane.
Yes, indeed it was. And we mentioned speaking with Judeo then, but let's hear from Chiba Corp.
Crazy. Yeah, it feels great. It seems like all our matches seem to have been going down to the wire. We've been able to clutch up the last few, which obviously is super lucky as well. So we feel great. It's also just cool just doing it as a team too.
And I also feel like that in the very first duels were counting score, but I could really tell there were also like a line of communication all of the time. So there was also something throughout the tournament, and so.
welcome back everyone to the Yu-Gi-Oh! WCS 2025 here in Paris. And I'm joined this time by two brothers who actually both managed to qualify for Worlds. How are you feeling, guys?
Hello, yeah, we are very happy. This was always a dream of us to qualify together for the World Championship in Yu-Gi-Oh! We actually got very close already in 2023, where I got to Worlds in TCG, and for you it was very close in Duel Links, right?
Yeah, I was one win off.
One win off is actually tough.
So one win off, but now we finally made it here together.
Yeah, that's great. That is such a huge accomplishment, and there's no son that mom has to be prouder of, right? Yes. So I want to ask you a little bit of your beginnings. When did you start playing Yu-Gi-Oh?
So I think we started playing 2007. So I think it was in grad school still, right? I think.
Oh, it was in elementary school.
Yeah, even in elementary.
I was 6 years old back then. You were like 8 or something.
Yeah.
And back then it was very casual. Playground. You don't really know the rules. Back then, it's kind of funny because you know how life points is written on a lot of cards, and we didn't know any English, so we couldn't play any cards where life points is written on it because we didn't know what the word meant. And just watching the anime, trying to pretend we We went to first locals in 2015 only, so there was a big gap there because when you're at home and you have a brother to play with, what fuels you is the sibling rivalry, right? You don't need that tournament scene. But then in 2015, 2016, we decided to start being competitive and actually travel to events.
Did you guys, as kids, with this sibling rivalry, did you guys have ace cards? I have the Dark Magician, I have Blue Eyes White Dragon.
I think it was more like ace decks kinda, because he, for example, he got the structure deck for the Hieratic structure deck, right? You got, and I got the Dark Void structure deck, and those were the decks that we kind of always played against each other. And obviously, we didn't have proper decks. It was just a structure deck. So, and the structure decks, I mean, they are nice, but you kind of need more cards outside of them too. And then we just played against each other with those decks for multiple years even. And then eventually, I think I got a Shadow deck, and I think you got a
Satellarknight.
Yeah.
It was the first good actual deck that we had.
And then we played those decks for a bunch against each other too at home.
Yeah, I mean, Duelist Alliance was a really, really nice set. Yeah. Who actually played first of you guys? Who dragged the other one into Yu-Gi-Oh?
We both started at the same time together, and it came basically from watching the anime. We were fans of the anime, and then from the anime, we just got into the cards, and then we also, I think, started attending locals together eventually. So we kind of did a lot together, even the same. We even started attending the same Prem events together. I think Rice's Rimini was the first proper Rice years we played, right?
Yeah.
Rice's Rimini in
2016.
2016, yeah. So that was the first actual, I think, first Rice years that we went to, and since then, I mean, we've just been also traveling to all events together, basically.
For a while. Until in November 2017, that's when I stopped playing TCG because I wanted to focus on school. And then in 2018, I started playing Duel Links, and
the rest is history.
Rest is history.
Was there ever a time when one of you guys didn't play and the other one was like, come on, I'm still super active, get back into the game?
I would say this time, of course, because he stopped playing the TCG again. So then I couldn't talk with him as much anymore about the TCG. But also after 2023, right? Because I went to Worlds there, and after that it was kind of okay, I kind of reached my goals that I wanted to reach in the game. And after that, I also didn't stop playing for 2 years in the TCG. He kind of tried to push me to get back into it, but during those 2 years, I was still always playing Master Duel on and off. So it was I never really quit the game, right? Because Master Duel and TCG are still very similar games. It's the same cards, it's just different formats.
Yeah, same rules basically. You're the GOAT for trying to get him back in. I have a very, very difficult, rather polarizing question now for the two of you. Who's the better duelist?
Me. Yeah, I would also probably go with him, to be honest. I think there's not a big difference, but probably I would put him a little bit above me.
All right, okay. I want to see you perform like that also this weekend. I have a small game for you guys to play with me. Now, we're going to have a little quiz to see who is the better or more attentive brother of the two. I'm going to ask them questions about each other, and let's see if they can answer those questions. I'm going to ask the both of them 3 questions now, basically about themselves and each other. So I'm going to ask them for the first question, what is your favorite card? And then the brothers will have to answer what the other's favorite card is. So, guys, what's your favorite card?
My guess for your favorite card? Zodiac Tiger Mortar.
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, 1-0 already. All right, Snippers. Now, Chris, what's your brother's favorite card?
I think it's Sniffers.
Well, that would make a lot of sense.
That was an
and
easy
is
one.
Correct. Yes, of course, if a player is named after one card, then it's probably an easy guess. All right, let's go to question number 2. What's your brother's favorite deck?
I think it's going to be Burning Abyss in Duel Links, the Burning Abyss version from Duel Links.
Oh, and it is BA!
Burning Abyss, that's correct.
Perfect. All right, very, very good. 2-1 now. Sniffers, your turn.
So, going with Zodiac Tiger Mortar, I also think that his favorite deck is Zodiac.
Yes, that's also right. Zodiac.
Very, very good.
That's the deck I got my first 2 tops within the TCG, so it always has a special place in my heart.
Nice, really skillful formats as well.
Yes,
then.
for sure.
Definitely. I saw some people in the hall playing Zodiac Mirror Match, so
Really?
you might want to join them later on.
Maybe.
But first, we will have to see who is the better or more attentive brother. Last final question. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
I'm ready.
What is your favorite format in Yu-Gi-Oh? Doesn't have to be game specific. Can be Duel Links, Master Duel, or TCG, or Rush Duel. This is getting very exciting. Sniffers, what's your brother's favorite format?
I think it is the format that he got his first top in, which is the 2017 Zodiac format.
Yes, that's also right. Like, I wrote down Zodiac and Euros 2017 because there's been 3 different Zodiac formats, and he got the one right because that was the one. Yeah,
top.
right. Yeah, exactly.
All right, okay, so you're 3-on-3 here. I don't know why it surprised me that these brothers who have played Yu-Gi-Oh! Together since 2007 know a lot about each other's favorite cards and decks and formats. But now, the last one, Chris.
Yeah, this one was a bit tough to be honest because I'm not like super big into Duel Links, so I really had to think about it. But I think I'm going with Burning Abyss 2022 in Duel Links.
2022 DDD Burning Abyss format.
Yes, that sounds right.
All right, this is the best possible scenario I was hoping for.
So we have a tie.
Yes, you both are the best brothers in Yu-Gi-Oh! Here. Congratulations. Thank you guys very much for your time. I really enjoyed this, and I wish both of you the best of luck in the World Championships. Stay
you.
tuned. Back to the broadcast.
He wasn't supposed to win. Wasn't the favorite. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny, rare, whatchamacallit card. He was the third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my hardest to get where I am right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost. So why should I start now? The whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for? I got that part down. Here I go. It's all or nothing. So, what's inside this thing? Come on, Joey needs a new pair of shoes. The moment of truth. Whoa! Get a load of that thing, guys! That is something you don't see every day. Check this out! Red Eyes Black Dragon! I'm talking Red Eyes Black Dragon, folks. It's your move. Nike Air Max 95.
なんだなんだなんかドキドキするなうわ来た来た来たこれはすっげえ見てみろよこれへへどうよ俺もびっくりしたぜおいみんなここにすっげえのが見えるぜレッドアイズブラックドラゴンさあお前のターンだぜナイキエアマックス95
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
Welcome back here to the live coverage of the World Championship of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel in 2025. here in Paris. And we are actually going to look at a couple of things that happened yesterday. Because yesterday, of course, obviously already was the first day of competition. We already had plenty of matches being played in the round-robin format.
Definitely.
And we didn't get to showcase all of them on our stream, obviously. And then we talked to players and we obviously checked on the client as well, which you can quite handily do for Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, to just see some more games. And we saw some interesting stuff, which we want to actually address.
Yeah, we have a lot of decks. You've already seen that. I think nobody had written down that Gimmick Puppet was going to be such a powerful option for this tournament. There are a lot of decks that were absolutely crazy, but also not only the decks are exciting, but also the plays. There were some really unique win conditions in some of those matches. As expected, we are at the Yu-Gi-Oh! WCS, the World Championship Series, the best duelists of the entire world.
That is indeed the case. And I mean, one deck that we saw plenty of actually during the last year's World Championship and for the entire year was the Snake Eye strategy. Like, that deck was everywhere. It was basically the leading deck for so long, right?
I think Snake Eye's Flamberge is still basically my monster to go on my screen.
Oh, it is?
Duel, yeah.
Nice, for your home screen. Yeah. That's cool. And I mean, it is such an iconic and good card as well. But that card still not completely out of the picture just yet, as we have still Snake Eye duelists in the competition. And funnily enough, we are going to only look at one replay eventually here, but 2 players on the next semi-final that we are going to watch later on here in the day are on Snake Eye. That deck still is relevant.
We're gonna have Snake Eyes in the World Championships finals. Question is if it is going to be played there, because these duelists we have seen quite some Snake Eye from these duelists, so I think that there is a high chance normal summon Snake Eye Ash is going to happen.
It may as well happen, and I mean, there is different approaches to the strategy. Snake Eye, in the beginning, was played actually as like a pure version. Sometimes it was also played as Fire King Snake Eye, that was very popular too. And on the other side, you also had different variants. So, for example, we just had Snake Eye Azamina, we then had Snake Eye Fiendsmith or something like that. But eventually, these Snake Eye cards, they got hit more and more and more and more, and there's barely any to play anymore. So the ultimate solution now is that you just have a small Snake Eye package, but there is just more and more things left and right and everywhere, so you just put everything together.
All right, so basically, what we're going to do now is switch up the plan for a little bit. We're going to show you a short video, and then we're going to be back with an interview.
And we are back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2025. I'm here joined by Pak, one of our first finalists of Master Duel. So first of all, I'd like to ask you how you feel.
This is surreal. Like it's insane. It's my first Worlds appearance, so be able to make it to the finals is definitely an achievement. But the job's not done, right? So hopefully we can take it all.
And we just saw you and your team Chiba Corp with Enzo and Joy just taking over on Fala Galera. An unbelievable match, an unbelievable performance, I have to say. And we also saw you in action talking about your teammates. So first of all, I'd like to ask you, how did you prepare for the event? Yep. And how was the rationale behind communicating constantly with your teammates?
Yeah, so the way we prepared for the event was 2 months ago when Joey qualified, he asked me and Enzo to be on the team. And we basically made a commitment that if we're going to do this Master Duel World Championship together, then we're going to be like super locked in. And we basically like playtest every single day, at least like 8+ hours. I even went on a business trip to Europe and I still played like 8+ hours every day. Like And so I think like because even though like I come originally from like a TCG background, so Master Duel is a very different system, and I think you have to like play a lot of Master Duel to get accustomed to all of the toggles, to like all of the movements and everything. So I think that was like a big learning curve for me because I never took Master Duel like competitively, but so making that step was like I knew I had to put in the time to like catch up to all these great players who make it every year, right? Like like Team 7, Snipe Hunters, like like Tatsuko's team, like Dreams Future, like so but I'm happy with like the amount of time and preparation we put in, and like all the thought we put into like our first choice, second choice decks, because I think this is a very unique tournament because it involves a lot of strategy where you have to decide like, okay, what deck do you queue, and specifically what non-engine do you give these decks to like combat them against like the other decks that people will play. And I think our preparation was really solid. So overall, I'm like really happy with how we work together as a team. And I've played multiple like team YCSs, and that gave me a good background into working with together. And even if your teammate messes up, instead of like putting them down, it's like, look, it's okay. We can still find a way to win this game state. You just gotta like take a step back and think a little bit more about it. And I think that's like that communication and and that teamwork is really, really important, because I feel like a lot of people are very fixated on like how someone does individually in a team event. But at the end of the day, the way I approach it is I can go like 0-9, but if my teammates are like doing really well, that's all that matters. And you'll see that like in a lot of the comms, and if my matches were featured, you would see that every time I lost a roll and I don't open any hand traps, I immediately look over to Joey's screen and I'm like, Joey, let's play. We're playing 2v1 now. Like, because I know that like at the end of the day, I have nothing to do. I'm just watching my opponent combo. But instead of sitting there and watching my opponent combo, I'm like, I can make use of that time, that window, to make sure that Joey, if he wins the roll, to sequence properly, or if he's going second, to use his hand trap optimally as possible.
And talking about the World Championship specifically, as you mentioned, you had to prepare to compete against the best players in the world. And how was it like to play the first round? Were the emotions kicking in? And how did you evolve throughout the day?
Yeah, like I think I had pretty good control of my nerves. And I think like the biggest thing was like I definitely, realized that like it can be, very stressful to play at like the world stage. But for me, I felt like I had really good control of my nerves, and I never really like got flustered or anything like that. So trying to keep that up. And yeah.
And talking about specifically the semi-final, I felt like in the very first set, Enzo was the only one taking the first game, right?
Yes.
But what matters the most, I think, it's as you said, to keep your composure, keep your nerves, and what were you thinking in that specific moment? Because like there was another set to be played, right? And eventually a third one.
Yep.
And we essentially saw that your final last game was the game that brought your team to the final of the World Championship. So yeah, just guide us through how the match went.
Yeah. So I lost the roll, which I knew that like Paulo was going to. I knew that Paulo was gonna queue his FTK Gimmick Puppet deck. So I knew that like the first game was gonna be a coin flip. So when I lost the roll, I was like, it is unfortunate, but like I said, if you watch the stream, immediately when I lost the roll, I went Maxi, toggle off, look over to Joey's screen and played with him and try to make sure he wins his match. Obviously we ended up losing that match, but at the end of the day, like I said, it's a team event. It doesn't matter how well someone does individually. There's more sets to be played, and I wasn't worried at all because I knew that there were still more sets to come. And I think that's like the most important thing, right? So yeah, the game 3 was insane because my game was like the decider. So it was a little nerve-wracking at first, but I was like, okay, let's just calm down. Like I know all his cards, I know all my cards. Let's just make the best play and try to win from here. So.
And I have to say it paid off because at the end of the day, you brought home an incredible result, the final. Congratulations to you and your team, Chiba Corp. And best of luck to the final. Hopefully we'll get the chance to see you again here on stream this weekend.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for watching, and don't go anywhere because we will be back soon with more content for the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2025.
Everyone, and welcome back to the 2025 World Championship in Paris. Of course, it's the peak of an entire Yu-Gi-Oh! Season. It's the most important tournament of the year, and as mentioned, players coming from all over the world to compete at the highest level. But personally, I think it's also a great occasion to meet with some familiar faces that you might not see all over the years, since you might be competing in Europe and they might be competing in North America, South America, or over to the OCG. And I mean, I think that's the case also for us, commentators. And it's great to have the chance, as we sometimes do, to be together with you, Billy, as we've known each other for quite a few years, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a long time now, Marcel. I don't even remember my first matches. At least 2015, maybe 2016, around that time. It's been way too long. But yeah, being able to come together and commentate together at the World Championship is always something I look forward to every year because we get to see some of the best players.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, a lot has changed throughout these 10 plus years that we have known each other. And I think we are among the few players I think we have been lucky enough to experience most of this amazing game. First and foremost as players and fans, I think, of the game back in the day. And we have had our share of success, I would say. Neither of us can complain. But we both, if there is something we have missing for us, is the World Championship, which, the title speaks for itself of how difficult it can be. But I think it's nice to maybe go back and think about how and what it meant for us to maybe go to the World Championship for the first and only time, I think, both of us.
Yeah, you got a little bit closer than I did. I got 12th. I believe you made top 4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a long time ago in an experience. But yeah, competing at the World Championship is just, it's really unlike anything else. The nerves, the stress kind of, because, it's such a hard tournament to qualify for. And then once you finally get there, you want to, do the best you can and win the tournament. And, playing versus commentating is just worlds different. When I'm playing, I don't want to say like I'm a little more selfish, I guess, but it's only me on the line. Like I know there's people out there that want you or me to do well in the tournament, but as a player, like I'm the only one to let myself down. If I don't know something about a card or an interaction, I'm the only one who gets punished for that. But then you take it to the commentary side. I'm trying to provide the best knowledge I can to the people at home. So like maybe they haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh recently, don't know what's really going on. I want to be able to explain what's going on, convey, and kind of get those players back into it. So if someone's like watching through the streams, they're going through YouTube and they're like, oh, the Yu-Gi-Oh World Championship's on. Let me jump in there and see what's going on. So you have to as a commentator, I have to know everything. I want to know all the card names, all the matchups, how they all work against each other. But as a player, you still want to, if you want to do well, you're better off knowing that stuff, but it's not like a guarantee. You can learn on the fly. Like if you haven't played against a certain deck, you can adapt. At least certain players can adapt and adjust as you're going through the game. But as a commentator, you have to have so much more preparation, I think, going into the tournament. I don't know if you have a similar experience with that.
Yeah, absolutely, totally. And I think maybe some, fans and duelists just assume that it's the other way around, maybe. And, when they come up to me and having known my career, let's say, as a player, then they're like, oh, maybe you're preparing, less now. And I'm actually quite the opposite. Because, all of those niche decks, also because, generally speaking, the concept at least is that for us, we want to try and showcase the diversity of the events. So most likely on stream, you will get, those niche decks, and obviously you need to entertain people at home, as you've mentioned, and it's quite different. I think both of us were extremely focused players while at the table. So maybe, you can have a little bit of a chit chat, but during the match, you're extremely focused on that, on the gameplay, probably thinking ahead. Always I draw some comparison, between chess and Yu-Gi-Oh! In the way where you can try and, prepare turns in advance. Well, you're doing commentary, no, not quite. You need to,
you're there for the ride a little
exactly,
bit.
and yeah, it is a lot about preparing for the field in a different ways, and especially the card names. I think it's something that as a player I was terrible at.
Yeah, you don't need to know anything. You just have to know oh, this card puts my monster face down, so this has a Book of Moon-like effect. I don't need to know what it's called. Yeah, but as a commentator, you definitely want to know all the card names.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I think anyways, it's a great way to still be part of the game, because I think in a lot of events, but obviously when you go to the World Championship, it's quite different. I feel that even as a commentator, and I don't know if you can relate to that, you feel the tension, you feel the atmosphere, that special atmosphere going on, especially when you reach even at YCS or WCQ events, those semifinals, finals. It's electric, in the air, and I think we have both the luxury of knowing what it feels like to sit at those tables, and I think it just brings back a lot of emotions for me.
Oh yeah, I'm right there with you. Kind of living vicariously through the players of Duel. I am guilty as charged of that for sure. You know, because we're competitors at the end of the day. Even though we're commentating, we still have that competitive spirit. We want to be in that position. If someone offered me like, oh, you could commentate or you could play in the World Championship, I'm gonna pick play in the World Championship every single time. But you know, I love commentary. I love doing this side of the thing and seeing how many. The cool part is like behind the curtain. There's so many people who work so hard behind the scenes. There's so much that go into these tournaments that the players may not ever think about or know. They're just, oh, pairings are up. This is the table I go to. Time to duel. But there's so much on the back end for this event to even happen, and to bring the coordination for all the players around the world. And being on the commentary team, you kind of get a view into that world and seeing how much hard work goes on before you even get a chance to duel.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a different perspective on it, even on the work of judges, I would say. You know, as a player, you are almost a little bit afraid maybe of, you know, having to rely on a judge call, but then you get to see just how much work they put in from a lot of different things, and they are an essential part even of the stream, you know. Without them, obviously, you know, a lot of stuff can happen on stream, and luckily, you know, they're there to catch it and correct any possible slip up. But I mean, just touching back on the World Championship, as mentioned, we both went together in 2017. Which I think was a crucial turning point in the game, because it was the first time ever that, you know, the points were introduced, and so you could qualify in a way other than competing, you know, at the end of the year in the championship.
Yeah, that's how I got there. I know you went you went there for the point playoff, but I'm pretty sure you also won the EU WCQ that year.
True. Yes, I guess so.
You didn't need the points in the end of the.
Guilty. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that was. I remember just the emotions when I read that announcement. I was honestly shocked in a positive way, because I mean, you have won definitely more YCSs than I did, but I remember, you know, that after winning, my dream was just going to the World Championship, having a chance there, and I got close a lot of times, but then it was heartbreaking when you couldn't make it, and getting that feeling of, okay, I can go there in a different way, grind all season. I remember it's still the most Yu-Gi-Oh! I've played in my life. Like every weekend I was going, you know, regionals, and
I remember seeing the Chicago regionals. Exactly. Now it doesn't work that way. You can't go across the pond
absolutely,
there for the points, but that year you could.
Yeah, I could. I did, you know, I tried my best just to get there. And I think it's probably, I mean, I've talked about it before, but I don't think it's a chance that then I won that European Championship, because I mean, I played more than anyone else, I think, and so you get better by playing more, of course.
And we still see that too this year. Even at the NAWCQ, Julian, he got in the points playoff, qualified for the points playoff, and then made the top 4 of the NAWCQ, so the invite got passed down to another player, Charlie, actually, who's a reigning Dragon Duel, not a reigning, but a previous Dragon Duel world champion. He won a YCS this year. I think he was like 17th in our point playoff, so he was just shy of missing the playoff. And just shy of missing that top 4 cutoff, but still made it. But I think the biggest thing is just from a player versus a commentator perspective, it's just the love of the game is still there. The way they're similar is like it's the passion, the love, being able to spread, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh! To everyone and let them know like how awesome this game is probably my favorite part about being a commentator. And I think I've really grown into the role. And you know, I do miss being a competitor, but I do love that I'm able to bring the joy of Yu-Gi-Oh! To all the people around the world through commentary. You feel similar?
Totally. I definitely think that it has been a big part of the game, but it has changed also a lot, you know, in terms of production, in terms of just the quality that we bring, I think, to Yu-Gi-Oh! And I think it's essential for people getting into the game, you know, having this kind of content that they can just watch and rewatch, even not live, you know, and enjoy and just see. Also, it adds a lot to the story when you can get to see how our players made it, how it, you know, became champion. And I think it's special, and I totally believe with you that I think we both share a huge love for this game. And so what's great for us is to see, you know, new people, even new generations getting into it. And if we can find a way to, you know, help that game grow, I think it's great. And honestly, I think it also allows us to, you know, understand better how the emotions of the players get into the game. Obviously, we try to get and be as unbiased as possible while doing commentary.
It's hard.
It's tough. It's tough, not gonna lie. And I just want to mention, for example, at the European Championship, this year, I saw Lorenzo Muselli, Italian, getting that title, and I've known him quite well because he's much younger than me, than us, but he grew up watching me and my friend, Stefano Memoli, and I've talked about it after the finals where it's kind of like three European champions, knowing each other, and me looking up to Stefano, and then him looking up to me and Stefano, and so it's a lot of those stories in the game that just make it so unique, I think.
Yeah, the passing of the flag kind of.
Yeah.
I also feel the same kind of way. I mean, my entire Yu-Gi-Oh career, I dreamed of winning, or just anybody from the U.S. or North America winning the World Championship. I guess U.S. specifically, because Canada also won before the U.S. was able to capture a title. And being a commentator at the World Championship when Paulie won a couple of years ago, and we were finally able to take home the title, I teared up.
I remember.
It meant so much to me, and I felt just as good there, maybe even better than when I actually won myself at the YCSs. And I like that you touched on how the coverage has increased and gotten so much better over the years. I have 4 wins, but 3 of those were pre-streaming era. Yeah. So did they even really happen?
Exactly.
You have to go back and read the written coverage. I mean, the written coverage is phenomenal, and we still have it. Written coverage that go along with our live streams. Yeah. So live streams are just in addition to that as well. But the way that the production has grown, the fact that I'm sitting here having this interview with you is just awesome. But yeah, watching the game grow over the years, more players attending tournaments than ever, and then having more people at the World Championship than ever. It used to just be TCG. It was a very small event. Now we have Master Duel. We have Dueling Speed Duel, Dueling Rush Duel. There's more ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Than ever, and having them all compete here at the World Championship is just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it's special. It also brings, a lot of different skills to the game. So it's one game, but really it's not, Nowadays in 2025, you have a lot of ways of playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And it's amazing to see, the different representation here, as you've mentioned, players from all over the world. And I'm sure, some of the skills overlap, but some are definitely unique to them. And you see also the consistency that these players bring, not only in the TCG, but obviously the big highlight of the weekend for Master Duel will be this back-to-back finals. You know something about back-to-back finals?
It happens to the best of us sometimes.
Exactly. And, also in the categories of, Duel Links, we've seen some amazing players, again, bringing and qualifying year after year when the competition is fierce, because you're playing against thousands of players online to qualify. It's brutal, but they still make it, which means that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is just so much about it. And I think touching on it, just something I'm curious to hear your opinion about is obviously we experienced the TCG side, but technically this is the only event in which you get to compete against players also from Japan and OCG. And I want to hear if you've had any experience during the World Championship, how that was different. Because to touch on that, I think the highlight of the past 2 World Championships, obviously won by your guys, let's say.
Hey, once that door opened, we haven't closed it
exactly.
yet.
Yeah. I think, though, was probably due to the fact that in the past they maybe had more of an advantage depending on the formats, and that's why it's so unique. I think this year might be the first time that again they might have an advantage, because I believe Maxi outside of getting semi-limited. Mulcharmies now are here as well, and so the line is getting thinner and thinner of the differences, but they're experiencing this format longer than us.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's definitely one of the things I'm looking forward to in the TCG tournament is how the different territories are going to compete. Because they've had the Justice Hunters cards for a little bit longer than a decent amount of time longer than the TCG players. So how that's going to play out is going to be interesting to see, and that's something as a commentator that I'm excited to do. I don't have to worry about having the best deck in the room. I don't have to worry about finding the tech that's going to beat everybody, but I do get to still experience those things. I get to more so enjoy it, just like the viewers at home. And I've really grown to appreciate that over the years. Like I said, we're still competitors at the heart, but I'm still a fan. I'm a bigger fan of the game than ever, and being able to commentate the matches means everything.
Nice. And yeah, it's glad to hear, and I'm grateful to have this talk with you. So before we move on to it, though, I have one final question, which I'm gonna bring you into our own rituals in the European coverage, which is the prediction for what deck for the TCG, since we are gonna be going over the coverage for TCG, is going to win 2025 World Championship?
It's gonna be a tough call, but you caught me, on the spot. But I'm gonna go Yummy. I gotta go Yummy. I love Yummy Surprise. I like the way the deck plays. I like how it can play into the Multarmies a little bit better than some of the other decks. But I'm picking Yummy. How about you, Marcello? What's your pick to win this?
I'm not gonna lie. If I was a player, I would have agreed with you on Yummy. But just to keep things spicy, I'm gonna go with some of other known players. I'm not gonna say it, but I know they will be on K9 Vanquish Soul. So let's just call that my pick for this event. We'll see at the end of the day who is gonna prevail. But thank you guys, and thank you Billy for this amazing talk. And make sure to don't go anywhere, because we'll be back soon with more action here in Paris.
Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2025 live from Paris. My name is Ibris. I'm joined by the wonderful Mist, captain of Ragnarok.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm doing good, thank you.
I'm also joined by his opponent in the next round. That is, of course, Brotdos's team captain, Bronus. How's it going?
Good.
Very good. Really glad to have both of you here. Of course, congratulations on making it this far, all the way to the semi-finals. How was day one for you, Mist?
It started really well, and then we basically won one, lost one, lost one. But we started with winning, so it ended up being good.
And I believe you still made it out as first seed, so evidently that was a difficult group.
Yes, I think no one in the group really had an outstanding advantage against anyone else, so we ended up being basically trading wins in the entire group.
Definitely could see anybody from that group making it out. And of course, I do just want to talk about your opponents there. Were there any that you maybe weren't expecting to be so strong?
Well, Shomayusa and their team...
Noble Gabagol.
Yeah, Noble Gabagol, they were relatively unknown going into this, but they still did really well, and they only didn't make it because of the tiebreakers.
Yeah, really unfortunate, but still, nonetheless, really, really impressive performance from them, and of course from you for making it out of that as seed number one. Now, Bronus, the road here was a little bit less straightforward for you, of course. Your group as well, highly competitive. What were your thoughts on day one?
Yeah, we were like 1-2 at some point, and we almost thought we couldn't make it, but somehow we barely made it by winning 8-1 against Team 7. And we were like very happy.
How did you manage that, to beat the reigning world champions 8-1?
I think our lineup was good, and we had a good luck with some of our opponents bricking or winning coin tosses, etc.
Yeah, now both of you, of course, very, very prominent players within the Challenger Cup and the European domestic competition for Master Duel in particular. But obviously, Herman, you're very storied within the TCG as well, and I think that extends to your teammates too. How did that play out when it came to you choosing who you would compete with?
So I've known both Luca and Nesh for quite a long time now. So after I went to Worlds in 2023, I decided that I really, really wanted to go back and show myself to the world stage again. And for that, I needed two people who were willing to put in the time and effort with me. So we more or less played together for 2 years now. Playing every single Duelist Cup, playing every single Challenge Cup, 3 versus 3, even playing a lot of the single-player Challenge Cups. We have played, I would dare say that we together have probably played more as a team than everyone else combined in the venue.
Yeah, no, that makes sense given your innate synergy and the way you guys have built your decks to complement each other. Now, Bronus, on the other hand, your team was a relatively recently assembled one, and yet you're still performing very well, especially compared to other teams within the tournament. So can you tell me a bit about your selection process and how you guys are playing together?
Yeah, for example, Vince is really good with Memento and he really likes the deck. So that was a no-brainer. And Chris plays, for example, can play Malice. And that fit well, because I can play Ryziel. So we had like a solid lineup.
Yeah, no, that sounds completely logical, and it seems to have served you well so far. Now, we do only have a brief period of time before we move on to the next stage of this tournament, but ahead of your semi-finals, Mist, any words for Bronus and his team as you're about to face off against them?
No, I wish them good luck, but we're also confident that we will beat you.
Yeah, and Bronus, on the other hand?
Yeah, I'm also confident. Who makes Baguska first will probably win.
Okay, number 41, Baguska, the terribly tired tapir. A good sign of sportsmanship there as well. Fantastic. Really looking forward to the matchup between Ragnarok and Brotdosa.
Welcome back everyone here to the coverage of the World Championship live from Paris, and I am joined by Team Chiba Corp, another one of our top 4 competitors here in the Master Duel category. And I would say at first let's go to the team captain, Joey. How was the Swiss portion, or rather the round robin portion of the tournament so far for you?
Yeah, it was definitely stressful. We lost round 1. We pretty much got swept, so we didn't even play the 3rd set, so we had some tough tiebreakers going in. And then we were able to pretty much do that to Snipe Partner, some good friends there, obviously. So that was lucky for us. But then we took another loss, so we had to try and win 2 more to end. Hope we could still make it, and it worked out. So I'm super happy about that.
It did work out in the end, and let's talk a little bit about your deck roster, because I think you are, as the team captain, the one playing Malice, and you didn't even touch your second deck so far yet. Was that the plan? Was that how it was all lined up? Because the important factor of you being the team captain with a very high win rate actually came in so clutch, right? Was that part of the plan?
Yeah, so I'm playing Malice. I haven't played my second deck yet. It's on deck, so we'll see. But definitely that was something we kind of took into account of the leader's tiebreaker when we were choosing decks. Malice is obviously the best deck. My teammates put a lot of faith in me, so I wanted to do the best I could. And we ended up actually needing that tiebreaker literally to get second place in the group. So it worked out pretty well. Sometimes things don't work as well as you kind of plan it out to be, but that worked out pretty well actually, luckily.
Yeah. After that first loss, was it ever mentally challenging for you as a team? Because obviously starting into a tournament with a loss when you're only playing 5 rounds is not the best way to start. So Enzo, were you feeling down at all, or were you just still in the zone, motivated to take it?
I knew we were gonna clutch up, I've been there before, you just have to do it.
Yeah, and you were able to also bring one of your favorite decks from the TCG to the tournament. You didn't get to play it a whole lot, but I think you played it once, didn't you?
Yeah, I played my Bestial Fiendsmith deck. Yeah, I wanted to queue it the entire tournament. Yeah, well, I had one chance. I was like, okay, this is the chance. I have to take it.
When Enzo was playing the deck, he was pretty much saying I'm just going through the motions, aka I got it handled. You guys don't need to say anything. Just we were just sitting there watching everybody else, which is fine.
And the craziest part was that game was also really important for us because it was we were 4-4, so we needed Enzo to actually win with his signature deck to kind of put us into the next
to even give us a chance to top.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, you were down to the last game a couple of times because I remember also tuning into one of your matches where I think Enzo again was on his Ryziel deck, just closing it out with the Ryziel deck, which is of course your other deck, but bringing it to you, Pac. You surprised us all a little bit by having Crystron in your arsenal, right?
Yeah, so this is a deck that I've never actually ever played before. I learned the deck in 2 days after playing for unironically probably 20 hours straight. And yeah, it was shout outs to both my teammates because they were the ones that we don't really have other people to test against, so we have to play against each other, and they basically sat down with me, and Joey and I played 100, no cap, 100 games in 2 days. So I mastered the deck, and then Enzo also previously trained with the deck a lot, so he also coached me on it, so I was able to pick the deck up really quickly, and I think it was a really good choice. It was my best deck win rate wise.
Oh really?
Going into Malice, it was the best win rate deck for me.
How often did you play it in the end? Because obviously there's a lot of Malice in the field, so you had the chance to probably bring it quite a bit. So how many games in total do you remember?
I want to say I queued it 5 times, and I think I won 3 or 4, so it's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Pac because Enzo and ours deck is definitely more powerful than both of his decks, and the non-engine of our deck is actually good against the field, whereas I'm fortunate. I'm able to just queue my deck every time, and it's probably fine because the deck is so good. But Pac actually has to put some thought into it, and as we call it, he's fighting for his life pretty much a lot of the games because it's really, really close. And honestly, yeah, his job is definitely, in my opinion, the most important on the team. Where Malice and Ryziel are, in my opinion, there's not a huge difference between somebody who plays the Malice deck at a 10 and a 7, really. Fair. But Pac playing his Memento deck and the Crystron deck from a 7 and a 10 is a huge difference.
Yeah, I totally get that. And you said preparation was already very, very good for you as a team, and you worked together really, really well. But now at the actual tournament, of course, you sit there next to each other. How was communication during the tournament then, actually? Because I've heard, for example, from Team Snipe Hunters, they heard you talking while you were playing because you were just talking to each other loudly, being like, you have to do this, you have to do that. Like, did you fulfill your role there as a team captain and really gave advice, or was it more all together of you?
Yeah, I don't think the comms ever got super frantic. We have a lot of faith in each other. The snipe partner thing is a little different because they're literally sitting right next to us.
Yeah.
So I think there's only so much you can do because I could hear Josh and them talking as well sometimes. But we just have a lot of faith in the team, and honestly, I did not do too much. Both my teammates just know their decks really well, and kind of when I first made the team, I think around 2 months ago, we kind of planned out what we were going to do and the decks we were going to learn, regardless of what decks came out. So Enzo originally was playing the Crystron deck. He was able to help Pac learn the deck in 2 days, while we just played pretty much 100 games over a day or two. So he was able to learn the deck, plus Enzo could also help him learn the deck as well. So the preparation definitely helped us a lot, I think.
Yeah, now that you are in top 4 and you are going to face Fala Galera, of course, is there anything in specific that you're expecting from that match? Do you have any notes already possibly on that team? Do you have specific preparations for specifically these opponents?
We haven't actually watched any of their games yet because they're completely in a different group. So you're kind of playing, at least for us, you're kind of playing a different tournament on the other side of the group because afterwards in top 4 there's a little more of a break between Swiss and then top 4. But those guys, specifically Paulo and Nets and the TCG, they're kind of like TCG players like us. Like we've seen them a lot over the time. And then Judeo obviously is the one that qualified for them. He's super good at Master Duel. So we definitely respect those guys, and we're still gonna try our best to beat them, obviously.
Okay, but now to keep it competitive, if you have like one sentence to tell Team Fala Galera before your top 4 match, what would it be? Starting with you, Pac.
Fala Galera.
Fala Galera, that's a good one actually. All right, Joey, what do you have to tell to them?
May the best team win.
Fair. Now you, Enzo.
Good luck. We all need it.
Yeah, they will need it, he says. All right. So everyone, that was of course Team Chiba Corp, one of our top 4 competitors, the team from the North American region, and we will see whether they will be able to make it here to the finals of that World Championship in Paris. Best of luck to you guys, and we will see you again on the big stage.
Hey everyone, Ibris here, joined by the wonderful Fala Galera, who are of course one of your semi-finalists at the 2025 Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship in the Master Duel category. Gabriel Nets, how you doing?
I'm feeling pretty good. I think the day went as good as it could have, so I'm excited.
Yeah, I think a lot of people had high expectations of you given your showings in TCG, but in terms of Master Duel, you were a relative unknown. No offense, sorry. No. A lot of people did credit you with bringing some good vibes to the team, at least. This is just a good vibes team all around, but any thoughts on how Master Duel is going for you relative to TCG?
Yeah, it was a really interesting experience to learn Master Duel. My first games of Master Duel were probably the week of him qualifying.
Interesting.
So it's been a very intense 2 months, but I really enjoyed building for it. And compared to my TCG Worlds experience, I think it's been a lot more fun to build for.
Yeah, and the team aspect versus the individual competition, what's the biggest difference for you there?
It's in a way a bit more pressure because I really want to do well for them to justify the fact that they're bringing me. But it's also really fun to do it with my friends. So it's really fun. We spent so much time together over the last couple months. So yeah, really
I think you did quite well given the fact that you had such a great record early on in the tournament especially, and also later on. But someone else that had a great record was of course your team captain, who I believe put up the best single record of any of the captains in the tournament thus far, Judeo.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
That might have been true. That was definitely true earlier in the day. I don't know if it still is, but yeah.
I don't know. I just love Master Duel. I play it so much, and I'm really happy that I got these 2 guys with me, and we did so much work for this, and I'm just really happy with how things are going.
Yeah, no, I can imagine. Of course, speaking of the amount of work you guys put in as a whole, but also you as an individual, I will say that I was tuning into your Road to World stream, just seeing you vibing, having a good time, speaking with the chat, engaging with people, still remaining focused on the game, but also still thriving amongst the chaos of music, of talking to people. Tell me a bit more about how you stay focused on the game, especially when it comes to high stakes competition like this.
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like the game is very hard and it's very stressful. So if you're not having fun with it, what's the point, So I like being there talking to people and entertaining people that are watching, and I'm having a lot of fun because I love playing the game, and I'm trying my best to always do well in those tournaments. And yeah, it's just good vibes all around.
Yeah, no, I can completely agree with that, of course. Your stream was a lot of fun. You're a lot of fun as a team. Between you and Gabriel Nets, it must be great times for Paolo, PRRJ, the last member of the team, who is, of course, the most reserved, but also pretty clutch when it comes down to it. How are you, Paolo?
I'm good. I'm really happy with the outcome
Yeah?
today. It didn't start as well for me, but I did better in the end.
Talk to me about Fiendsmith Ryziel and why you chose that in particular, because a lot of the Ryziel players that we saw this tournament, though no one as successful as you perhaps, did opt for the pure variant or other variants compared to the Fiendsmith version.
So I believe this version is really versatile. And in a tournament like this, where you don't really know what you're going to play against, let's say you're going to play Ranked, right? In Ranked, you're going to play against a million Malice and Ryzen in a row. So your but your Ranked experience is really confined in like those two decks. But when you play in a tournament like this, you're going to play against one Malice and one Ryzen. Then you're going to play against random decks. So you need to have like a really versatile deck, and I think that's the idea that we brought in the Rise, like the deck has so many avenues you can take, right? So it can cover a lot of things.
I was a bit worried then because I asked you a very technical question compared to the generic ones I gave your teammates, but you seem very in your element with that and kind of relieved for it. So
my thing.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. So a lot of the deck selection, talk to me a bit about that. I'm aware that not all of your decks perhaps were revealed to the public so far, so please be careful with that. But the Atlantean Mermail in particular I know was a strong favourite for you, even if maybe you didn't have the greatest start with it against Team 7.
Oh yeah, my games versus Team 7 were kind of unfortunate because my hands were not great. And then like next round also when I played against RJ, I think my hand was also not great. So it was like a rough start, but then yeah, the fish is gonna fish. and then I started winning. But the deck is good. I love the deck. I've been playing it for so long. And I'm happy that I was able to do very well at Worlds with it. Coming off the Synchro Cup that I also got top 10 finish at.
Oh, I think you were 4th, but Stella and Tusku were also in the top 3, I think 1st and 2nd respectively, or 2nd and 1st respectively. So yeah, I think you did very well there as well. You can say top 5, not top 10.
It's the goal I could, you know. So yeah, I'm really happy that I brought this deck. It's been slowly turning to one of my favorites of all time, and hopefully I can get a really good run with this. Like it's still here, right? We still have 2 more games to win, so yeah, let's try to win.
Yeah, still 2 more games to win. I do just want to get your thoughts, Gabriel Nets, I'll start with you, on Chiba Corp in particular as a team, because they will be your opponents. Now, especially when you consider that the other American team at the tournament in Team 7 were your first round opponents. How are you feeling now that you're matching up against Chiba Corp?
It's really exciting. I'm happy they made it as well. All of them are good friends of ours. All of them are really good players. We're gonna go over the things. Gonna prepare our best, but not a good chances.
Yeah. How are you feeling about the kind of meta that's starting to emerge within the tournament? How are you feeling about your deck selection, your meta read? Judeo was really proud that he and Ryan both brought Vanquish Soul last year, I think it was. Just really happy to have had the correct understanding there. How are you feeling in regards to your choices relative to the other players in this tournament?
Yeah, I think it's probably what I'm the most proud of. I think we put more work in. I would say we probably put more work in than anyone else. There's been so many hours, and I think a lot of our results today were also good technical play, but a lot of it is good deck building decisions. There are a lot of unorthodox decisions, and I think they've been paying off when you watch our games. I'm
sure you have a few more of those to reveal over the course of the remainder of the tournament, but of course once you do make it past Chiba Corp, assuming you do, I believe you'll be meeting one of Brotdos or Ragnarok. Now, can you tell me your thoughts on those teams, Judeo?
Yeah, Brotdos is a really interesting story because Vince and Chris that are on that team, they have been prepping with me for like so long. Chris had been prepping with me in Formesso for maybe like 2 years, and Vince was one of the main people involved in creating the Mermail deck that I had been playing, that I qualified with, that I played in the Synchro Cup with. He was very involved in that process, so Bronas bringing them just makes me really happy, and I really love those guys, and I'm really happy that we both made it out of the group. Yeah, and I'm just very excited to play against them. And Ragnarok's also very strong. Like the 3 players are insanely strong, for sure. One of the favorites coming into the tournaments. It's gonna be fun either way. I'm excited.
And I believe it's a good reunion for you after 2023 with both Mist and Christian Thomas, who's Chris obviously, competing at the World Championship even across different categories. Now, Paolo, PRRJ, What do you think of your deck selection, especially with the amount of pride that's gone into it from the rest of your team?
I really like our deck selection, right? Like, it was really fun. I definitely played something that it's not something that I'm used to play as my second deck. So, and it works. So, and I feel that, of course, it's really hard to predict everything that other players are gonna do, but the general idea was there, right? Like, and deck selection is more about countering what people would do to protect their decks instead of us trying to protect our decks from other years, from Worlds. And that's something that I mean, he played both years, but I analyzed myself as well. Like, I wanted to see like how often people change decks and why they change decks, and usually which type of mentality, especially the teams that are coming back, they had. Like, they try to protect deck, they try to counter decks. With that in mind, we came with this deck. There was a lot of discussion, and we started really early. So he qualified, and then we were in it. Next day, we started without knowing the ban list or the pool, because we didn't know Ryza was going to be legal, for example, but we started because we needed to catch up a little bit in Master Duel things like, you know, toggle and clicking fast and stuff like that. So we needed to catch up. So we start like day 0. Like, he qualified like midnight or something for us in Brazil. And then the next day I was playing, and we didn't lose any time. And I feel like this helped because a lot of teams, I think, waited for have more information about the pool of the decks and all that. We didn't. We started doing that assuming things are gonna happen and so on. So that's why I feel like we had a really good one, right?
Yeah, definitely very justified in that pride that you feel towards your preparation and the deck selection. Now, deck selection is one thing. Teammate selection is another, Judeo. Tell me a bit about why you chose Gabriel Netz and Paolo PRRJ, who was topping events back in Tactical Evolution format, for your teammates.
Not to sound cocky or anything, but they're just actually like the best Latin players. And I've been good friends with them for a while. I've known them for like a long time, basically all my life. We've all been playing this game for so long. He like almost double what us had
before we're born.
Yeah, so I thought it would be really good having Paulo's experience, and Paolo, everyone knows, is one of the greatest players in TCG history, and I think he's been showing that he's also really good at Master Duel.
Right?
Yeah, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! He's just really good. And Gabe here also is insane, like really good deck builder. Helped us so much, and insane player, obviously. He had the highest win rate of us all. He had like 75% win rates. Yeah. So I'm really happy with what decided to bring, and yeah.
No, that's fantastic. Yeah, really, really good to hear. Now, one of my last questions for you, and that is, of course, you have a thriving community behind you, supporting you. You know, good vibes only. They love your stream, they love your personality, they support all of you, especially you, Paolo PRRJ. Now, do you have any words for those people at home that might be cheering for you?
Thanks a lot for everyone for the support. Everyone back home, everyone in Brazil, all my friends in the UK, all my friends overall. Fala galera.
I'm gonna try to make you guys all proud. We've been prepping a lot. I'm really proud of our preparation. That's about it, yeah.
I mean, I just need to like thank everyone. Like, there's so many people that send us like supportive messages all this time, like. And there's so many people like doing live streams, watching the stream and rooting for us, like Brazilian content creators. And that's like, it's insane, right? They have that many people following us. That already happened in TCG for many of us, but now happening in Master Duel, especially for me and that. It's really cool.
Yeah, I can imagine. Just, yeah, everyone is really happy for you and cheering for you. Now, there is one more question for you. So I ask you for a message for the people at home, but I'd like you to give me in one line a message for your opponents that you're going to be facing off against tomorrow in that first round. Chiba Corp.
Watch out. As the great Ponto once said, I'm gonna win Lamau.
We prepare.
Well, that was Fala Galera.
And here we are, the two of us in the analysis area. And we're going to, as we promised you earlier, look at a couple of the matches that we had on the tournament yesterday. And we, of course, did not get to show all of them, as it is a big tournament and we cannot feature all of the, I don't even know, like 100 and something, probably even more of them. Like,
it's 9 matches
per
round.
No, don't start with the math here, Leo.
5, 25 times 9.
It's a lot of them. But in case you have missed some of them, you can still check all of these matches out in your client. Just go into the World Championship page, and then you can see all of the replays, as that actually is also what we are just going to do now. We're going to look at a replay together, which we found to be somewhat interesting, and it's actually from one of the teams that is also going to be in the next semi-final.
Yes, we've promised it earlier that we have found like interesting decks, but also interesting win conditions. And this is one of the win condition ones, just showing that these players are able to identify every single niche win con that there ever could be.
And Leo, I still get goosebumps just by that starting screen to get into the game here for the World Championship. And we see, very importantly here, the opponent from Bronas has decided to go second. And that is clearly what Bronas was anticipating with this deck here, as this is somewhat of his anti-Tenpai strategy, I want to call it. And we have the return of the Millennium, the Kashtira cards. But what it comes down to here in this deck, it's actually a Snake Eye deck, which still, after being so relevant last year and throughout the entire year, is a big competitor.
It's still really good. Moon of the Closed Heaven, of course, the best bridge into the Fiendsmith engine. Super generic for everything and everyone. Requiem is now going to summon out the Lacrima. But of course, we are not trying to just show you a basic Snake Eye Fiendsmith. Come on, look at this. Look at this. Bronas is a maniac in deck building. Magician's Souls in 2025 as well. Just going for these extra draws. You really can see that this is a deck built to go first. So predicting that there is going to be a Tenpai Dragon deck on the other side.
Yeah, and really Bronas, one of our European players, and of course the team captain of Team Brodoze, has shown us multiple times now in different tournaments, also in the regional qualifiers that he did win for the European region, that he is just sometimes taking a different direction. He plays the game a little bit differently, he makes different decisions, and here, this Zombie Vampire is something very, very normal you would expect in the combo. But from what I've been told from that team, he is seeing the cards that are being milled here. And immediately, to quote his teammates, he was like, ho ho ho, I milled Chandra, so I can probably just get rid of the Chandra somehow. And then the Tenpai deck is not as scary anymore.
Yep, there is a possible combination of cards on the opposing side that could break a Snake Eyes field. But without a Chandra in the deck does relatively little and now retaliates.
Wow, that's crazy
Linked
too.
away, Max C added to the hand. That is old technology.
It is indeed, but it works so well. Fiends with Agnum Day is being summoned next, and Bronas has brought one of his favorite cards to the World Championship. He has not summoned it here just yet, but he's a big Fiends with Rex Tremender enjoyer actually, and he is, I think, also summoning that this weekend here. Oh, Fiends with Sequence, are we about to see it? That would be the moment for possibly a Rex Tremender. That very much rather just looks like a Lacrima though. Yeah, it is the Fiends of Lacrima. And there we activate it.
And because your field is already full.
It's already full, right?
Also, you would think, hey, this combo, this looks like it's losing really hard to Nibiru the Primal Being.
True.
But you are at this point. Your opponent has selected going second. There is such a little chance that Nibiru the Primal Being is in the deck. Now Promethean Princess, the Bestower of Flames. What a powerful card.
It is. And I mean, that is just special about the format. You know both decks at some point from the opponent's team. So you know, hey, they came into this tournament, that player that I'm about to face, they have a Tenpai Dragon Sky Striker deck, which basically runs 0 interruption from the hand. And additionally to that, they have another deck, but probably now, as Bronas is the Ryziel player next to being the Snake Eye player on Team Brodoze, they will probably play the Tenpai deck, as that is pretty decent against Ryziel. And so Bronas made the educated decision to just play this deck instead here to counter the counter pick, essentially. Also, very smart and heads-up move here from Bronas. There is the Rex Tremender I've been telling you about, the card that he loves so much, and that is going to be equipped with monsters. And there is Called by the Grave. Chandra banished. That is the play. He was laughing about milling Chandra because he knew with Called by the Grave, he could just banish it, and then he was like, how is that deck going to win against me if there is no Chandra?
There is no win condition, there is no win condition, and now we're going to see his opponent. This is Team Mugity, I believe.
No, it's Team Soulform.
Oh, Team Soulform, true. Heavy Storm is going to be activated. Of course, you can special summon out your IP Masquerena. Heavy Storm is looking incredibly powerful here, while it actually is not too strong. It is just forcing out the Flamberge, but you're still destroying 4 cards with it, even though these don't do too much on your turn. Love the animation here, by the way. Into the Void makes these Striker cards infinite times better. Upstart Goblin, still the most funny thing to me ever, that this is good in a deck that wants the OTK.
This reminds me actually of just a regular Exodia deck, right? Those Exodia decks that used to draw Exodia on the first turn, it's basically the same. Ooh, triple tactic talents. They have such a good hand. I think if they just simply had... Wow, look at this chain there. Chain Link 5 Forbidden Droplet, sending all of those powerful spell cards. And if there would be Chandra in the deck here, I think this could actually almost be easy.
That is true. Fadra is getting added here, and of course you have the Pydra as well. IP is getting negated, but Taken Talents also takes a Flamberge. This is very much a game win on the spot if you have a Chandra here. And Bronas, as has been told by his teammates, was just laughing the entire time, just having such a good time. Even though I think it should still be
It's still so scary, yeah. And I mean, sometimes the Tenpai Dragon deck actually is playing the Promethean Princess that we just saw as well. And as we have a Link 3 coming up here, that is the Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames. And still, is that even... Oh, we go into a battle phase. If there would have been the Raging Phoenix, the Salamangreat Raging Phoenix, and the Zealantis in the extra deck, I think that might have possibly still actually been a chance for a game.
Could have been, but I also think that... Actually, then you have to get rid of the Flamberge, I think. Something
somehow, yeah, you're right.
More difficult. Yeah, there we are.
Yeah.
But I think that if it wasn't for Sangen Kaiman in the opening hand, this could have actually been a win here for Team Soulform, because you can search with Sangen Kaiman the Genroku from your deck and then activate the effect. So you have a level 4 tuner, go into your Trident Dragion or your Bident Dragion, and then, you know, summon back the Pydra and make Trident Dragion and try to go for game that way if you can find access to Sangen summoning somehow. Actually, I don't think you can if you search for Sangen Kaiman. It is very low chance of losing it.
That's true, but the thing is, when it comes back to the Snake Eye deck, against Tenpai Dragons. Tenpai Dragons are not supposed to be a grinding deck.
This is a nightmare deck at this point.
Yeah, very rarely they can, but it's just going all into Brona's direction. He survived that turn, and from here on out, we basically already know that Bronas will also take this. And I mean, that one was very important actually for him and his team. And it was a close match against Soulform, which then in the end though, also partially due to that game here by Bronas, due to the ho, I got the Chandra moment, is going into Brotos' favor and booked them a ticket into the semi-finals, which we are going to see later on.
And this is just also an example of how much fun Bronas is having while playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Because he just went for the OTK with Snake Eye Ash, Snake Eyes Poplar, and then summoning back the Link Kuribo instead of just attacking with the 4,200 attack point Lacrima. Nope, we're gonna do the funny route.
Yeah, and honestly, we had a little chat with Team Brotos yesterday, and his teammates, the teammates of the team captain Bronas, they really said he is a mentality monster.
Yes.
Sometimes we would be questioning ourselves. Sometimes we would be like, hey, can we even still do this? Is this still possible? They lost the first round. They almost were ready to give up. That's what I heard from Vincenzo, for example. But Bronas is out there. What do you mean? Let's have fun. Let's play some Yu-Gi-Oh! We could still do it. And here they are. And I mean, that's also kind of a message to everyone at home, right? Just have fun. It can always still go your way. You never should rule out any game. And most importantly, just keep on having fun. And that strategy is working out so nicely for them here throughout the tournament.
We keep on talking about mentalities and this one game by one mentality, where it's really important to not always take a look at the big picture in the tournament, but going, hey, I will play a round of Yu-Gi-Oh! Now and I will need to win that one. But you can also just enjoy it. Enjoying doesn't mean that you can't be focused. Like, you still want to concentrate, but that is fun. And I think that Bronas is just a prime example of the love of Yu-Gi-Oh! And what it can do to a player.
It absolutely is. And I mean, we hope to see that continue now, of course, as we will be later on having that Europe on Europe second semi-final, Team Brotos versus Team Ragnarok, and that is no easy opponent to overcome. Now in the semi-finals, obviously, you're getting into complete new group because you are matched up against someone from Group A, where you had to just deal with your Group B throughout the entirety of the yesterday.
Yes.
So it is going to be a whole new different situation. I know they spent hundreds of hours to prepare specifically against their team group mates.
Yeah.
But now maybe the preparation against them wasn't that big.
From what I've heard, some of the players actually said to me, we only had this one group. No preparation went into the decks of the other groups. We have in-depth looked at the players. We have watched them play. We have prepared only for our teams in the same group because this is what it was all about. This is a 100% chance you're going to face those and you will have to be prepared for those. The other team, there's just such little reward. Like, look at how close the groups were actually. From Group B, 4 teams could have gone to day 2 and the last round of the day, and from Group 1 there was 5 days. So preparing for all the teams from the other groups, that would have made no sense.
Yes, and actually, as we promised you, we do not only have one replay from yesterday, we have a second replay also available. As we see there, we're now staying in Group B for this replay, as well as the Team 7 title defenders. The reigning world champions may have not made it to day 2 to defend their title, but Ryan Yu, the team captain of them, has actually made an entrance to the tournament, bringing a deck that no one really has expected to be there.
Yeah, maybe his teammate has expected it. There is a little link to the deck that Ryan has brought and his teammate Jesse Cotton, because that one actually has a little bit of experience with this deck. Now you can already see, we have seen the strategy time and time again. This tournament you are trying to win on the first turn sometimes. So chicken game at the engraver, also very important information.
So far so good, yeah.
Feedsmith is on the second deck of Ryan.
True. Absolutely. Searches Valuri, discards Valuri. So far, nothing too unexpected. Of course, pairing up Feadsmith cards with Chicken Game, you kind of start to wonder what could that be. But both these cards are seeing meta play, I would say. And you would regular meet both these cards on the ladder, for example.
And I think that playing the Feadsmith strategy is not even a bad idea for any sort of first turn win decks, because if you have your engine plus an engraver, you get to combo off and you're really protected doing so, because you can just go sequence and then you get your 2 level 6 monsters, so you either go for Caesar or most of the time you're actually going to go for Appaloosa Bow Off, the Goddess here in Master Duel, and then you can combo off freely, or you can just go for other cards that let you extend your combo or start your combo. So sometimes there is a way to bridge into other decks with the Feadsmith engine.
Yeah, and now Team 7 here, and Ryan specifically, in this match against Team Mugity, they knew, and here comes the spicy part, they knew they would be up against a Tenpai opponent. Rain has played Tenpai in this tournament.
Light Barrier.
Are coming for the part that is so interesting about this deck. We are into the Arcana Force deck, and that is so hilarious. We haven't seen this card in a while. Arcana Force, the sun has their resolved, and we're now also activating the spell card, the Arcana Reading. And yeah, I mean,
that's the card.
Spell card. Oh.
That is the card that is Arcana Force, the world.
Yes.
I think it's 31, the world. Now we're going to the Chaos Ruler, fusion summoning them all away. Light Barrier can, of course, help you with your coin tosses.
Oh,
and now you just need to get the world back on the field.
My.
Get the right coin toss, and then, of course, your opponent's next turn.
Oh, let's see it. Okay, they have to go to the graveyard in the end phase. Turn change, and there you see it. Due to the card's effect, the turn is skipped. And I mean, this is just so genius. We saw that there were people playing Gimmick Puppet in the tournament. We just saw Brona's approach of playing Snake Eye against those decks, for example. But in the end, Ryan made a more creative decision. One-of-a-kind decision in the tournament, because there's no one else with this Arcana Force deck in the tournament. But Ryan did so, and Ryan put it on display. I know a lot of people all over the world were honestly shocked when they saw on the client that all of a sudden there was Arcana Force going on.
All over the Arcana Force, the world?
Yes, absolutely. And we see the coin tosses keep on going, but what we are aiming for now is the battle phase. And yep, still Rain on that Tenpai Dragon strategy. Not really anything to offer to go after that combo there.
Well, how if you can't use your turn? Complete turn skip here. This is not a first turn win condition. I will agree with you there, because you actually just get 2 turns. So it is a 2-turn win condition.
Fair.
It's not turn 3, right? The turn is skipped. Does
That's
it count
a
as
good
turn
question,
3, or is it?
actually.
That's philosophical, right?
It is. I mean, yeah, it didn't really feel like a turn for the opposing player for Rain there, I want to say. So probably is rather just immediately the second turn. But they're able to attack. So that was all that mattered.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, they are now able to attack on that
Oh, yeah,
turn
true.
for Ryan back again. They're not able to attack in between there somewhere.
I was with what? You can't play anything.
Exactly, yeah. But that was definitely one of the moments from yesterday's first day of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel World Championship. One where people were like, oh, I did not see that coming. And to put it into a bigger perspective a little more again now, we have seen all kind of different decks. Obviously, Malice was there. I think we looked through the deck list, and I also don't think anyone at home would really be surprised, but it should be Malice in all of the teams.
Yep, and I think that Ryziel is also very close to hitting the same ratio, because Ryziel is just, while it is not Malice power level, it is just extremely resilient. No hand traps really stop the deck, except for, of course, the almighty Maxi.
Yes, that is absolutely true. And then, in third place already, I mean, the Ryziel Ryan sort of split up with Fiendsmith Ryziel and then the regular, normal, pure Ryziel, but like, if you amount them, they're definitely in the second place. But Memento, actually basically being a staple for almost all of the teams. We saw it really, really, really being not even a question. People were like, okay, our roster has to also have Memento, which I think is beautiful because it is one of my favorite decks as well.
And I think it is a very valid reasoning to go for this deck. It's really hard to stop with regular hand traps. Of course, Maxi basically shuts down every deck, but that's an entirely different story.
True.
But I think that Memento, of course, also with the shared card pool, is incredibly hard to stop, right? Usually, if you have Impermanence, Ash Blossom, all your favorite hand traps, it's already difficult to get a Memento player to stop playing. But if you don't even have those, it's going to be way, way tougher. So that deck is really strong. Also, the combo of the Memento deck is strong enough, if it goes first, uninterrupted, to basically just still win versus Malice and versus Ryziel. If Malice gets going, it's really hard to stop the deck, but Memento has ways to play around basically the first starter of the deck. Sometimes it's enough to just steal a normal summon from the deck, even though double gold Sarcophagus and the field spell Malice and Underground it's good extenders.
Yeah, I mean, that is the raw data basically that is now presented to us, that Memento ended up being that deck in the third spot. I think when people were starting to think about how the Worlds format is going to look like, it felt very close between the Memento deck and the Mermail Atlantean deck. I feel like people were like, oh yeah, I think that is either the one or the other is going to be the one that is going to be that third spot. And we saw some teams go with the Mermail deck approach.
Go into top 4 even.
Even that, of course, with Judeo having that deck mainly, actually as his main deck.
That's crazy, right? I did not see that coming, that Mermail was like so popular there, even deciding that, especially since Gabriel Netz played the Malice strategy.
There,
so little had Memento and Malice and went with Memento so many times in the tournament. So I think they got top 4 with the least amount of Malice games in the entire tournament.
I would absolutely agree. It was really impressive of a performance. Then going for a couple of the other decks, Mermail was mentioned there. That is, of course, one. Then going a little bit out of the box. I don't think we actually got to see it, but Noble Gabigol was very much a topic yesterday as they started 3-0 and then just fell short.
So close.
I gotta tell you, Gianfranco H has brought not only the Mermail deck, but it was a combination of Mermail and Infernoble Vanquish Soul. Have you heard me right? That was his second
Infernoble
deck.
Vanquish Soul.
Yes.
That
was
insanity.
a deck that was played in the World Championship, ladies and gentlemen.
What, was it actually played or did he never go with it?
I think he did play it in one of the games, but it was rarely being played,
That is incredibly cool. I even want to know what the synergy is. I think you have a equip spell turbo basically, where you can just go for fire warrior monsters, and that is the main synergy there, right? You have the Vanquish Soul Resin card that you're going to see if you watched the TCG stream quite a lot this weekend. I would assume so. And then you can of course special summon those monsters, search for those, and of course you have Infernoble Knight Recardietto, which is just a cool name.
Yeah, and then feels like a little bit of also a surprise, but it kept on being more and more of a thing, and therefore at this point I'm not even that surprised by it anymore. But Gimmick Puppets.
Yeah.
We also had in top 4, we had Paolo PRJ piloting that deck, and he was absolutely not the only one in the tournament. That deck was represented, I think, 4 or 5 times in the whole field. and that is something that bamboozled me, that surprised me. I mean, we also had a Arcana Force in there, so...
Yeah, it's basically the same deck, right? So if it loses the dice roll, things are getting tough there, to be honest. But if you win those coin tosses, or let's say if you're playing versus Tenpai because you have predicted your opponent to let you go first there with Rydiel, then you can really catch them off guard. What I found really interesting is that people then later on, even though there's probably enough information out there because everyone can check the client which decks are being played, after there were some of these decks revealed already, still choosing to let the Rydiel player go first and then queuing in Tenpai is crazy.
Yeah, it is a decision
crazy.
for sure. But speaking about Tenpai, actually just leading us basically to the next big dot on the metagame breakdown, was a deck that I somewhat expected to be there in somewhere, the Sky Striker Tenpai variant. It, for my expectations, was even more than I thought so in the beginning though. I thought like, hey, yeah, maybe like 1, 2, 3 teams I could imagine. But it turned out to be even more than that. We had like 5 teams also picking the Tenpai Dragon strategy, and one of them also still left in the competition, of course, with Team Bulldozer.
I mean, you basically haven't seen this deck on ladder at... I mean, there were some. There were very few in the Challenger Cups as well, but that is also because the matchup versus Malice is just so
not that great.
bad. Because if you can't get rid of all of the disruptions, which is so hard versus Malice, because it's so layered, then non-targeting banishment removal is destroying Tenpai. If you have 2 Tenpai monsters and your opponent activates an MTP, you have the choice to just let your Chandra go into banishment, and we have seen what that does in the matchup that Bronas played earlier. Or you can say, hey, I value my Chandra quite a lot. I will Synchro Summon this off, summon Bite and Dragon, banished! Can't even activate the summon effect, and that is a lot of value gone. 2 bodies gone, you don't get anything summoned back, and of course your Bite and Dragon is also banished, so can't be summoned back. So this is so strong. That's why people figured, okay, we are taking this second deck and dedicate it only to beat Rydiel. You had 2 decks in the metagame that were so dominant that in the other 4 decks, people chose to play 2 specific decks just to counter them.
Yeah, it's a whole different dynamic because our meta breakdown here that we do from the World Championship meta game is not really necessarily a display of how the overall Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel meta game is looking like at the moment when you just play basically trying to get to Master 1 and beyond.
I will tell you that there's going to be a lot more gimmick puppet now.
Possibly, yeah, that people may be piloting back to that, but overall it's certainly fair to say that just because of those deck limitations, of those regulations, of those shared card rules, obviously you just gotta get creative and then you have to think out of the box and find some things that you wouldn't necessarily think about. One thing I was also very surprised by though, because I was really not sure whether anyone in the end would be rocking up with a Blue Eyes White Dragon deck, but even Tasku's teammate from Dreams Future, Freedom, was for one playing that deck. So basically, he even got it approved by the Grandmaster, Mr. Master Duel himself, by Tasku, and it found its way into that team lineup. But you gotta say though, of course, Dreams Future couldn't even make it through the group stages for the first time in Master Duel World Championship history, so maybe the Blue Eyes deck was not the right decision.
I will say that I think this was also due to the fact that the tournament was incredibly stacked. This was such a crazy group. We've said it a lot of times. We've seen it in interviews. No one in this group had an edge on the other ones. This is why also 5 teams were still able to qualify for Day 2 in the last round. And it was so hard to also root for someone, for the people at home.
They're also
because
good.
there were so many heroes that we have known for years and years from the TCG as well in this tournament. And they have been performing like crazy.
They absolutely have. And I think, there is still some question marks. I think the question mark next to Joey's name from Team Cybercorp, who already are, of course, qualified to the finals as they beat Team Fala Galera in the first semi-final, only has played his first deck Malice so far.
And same for Luca.
Same
for Luca from Team Ragnarok. They are going to face off versus Brotdose very, very soon. And this is going to be interesting because at this point, I don't even think we're going to see it anymore because Malice is the best deck in the room. I think everyone has admitted that by now. And the crazy thing is,
arguably,
people bring complete anti-Malice decks. We've seen that the Rydiel deck has been losing quite a bit to those anti-Ryziel decks, to this Tenpai Striker with these cool strategies, summoning Kagari and then going into Shizuku to be able to target the entire field through the Photon Dragon. But
Crazy
Malice,
technology, by the way. Yeah.
Malice still has an over 50% win rate against those decks that are supposed to just counter it.
Yeah, indeed. And 2 last decks to round it out.
Oh yes, give it to me.
Telemans were there. They were at the World Championship, as every good Telemans Kid Colors enjoyer likes to see it. And then also, last but not least, the deck I may have expected the least. Okay, there was Arcana Force, but Voice's voice was also not only represented once, but multiple times in the field even.
But did we mention the 2 decks that made the best featured match of the day for me directly in round 1? Labyrinth and Sprite. Sprite is so cool. I will not start talking about the jacket of Sprite Blue again. Now I just did. Sprite Red ones is also pretty cool. But these decks, you even saw them win in top 4, or at least Sprite got a phenomenal victory in top 4. That is incredibly cool.
Indeed it is, and of course you see the timer going down. We're getting closer and closer to the opening ceremony here in the venue, on the big stage. It's going to be a fantastic show, but before we get to that show, we will be bringing it over now to the caster's desk again.
Welcome back, everybody, to your caster desk. I'm Ibriz, joined by the wonderful and one and only Ryan Yu. Ryan, how's it going?
I'm good. Excited to watch my friends play for the rest of the day.
Yeah? Team 7, of course, are reigning world champions from 2024. A little bit unlucky on day 1, but, you know, you are one of the most beloved players all over the world. I'm sure that everybody at home is still cheering for you, and everybody here in the venue is still cheering for Ryan Yu. Honestly, just the amount of support that we've seen from all over the world for you guys has been incredible. Speaking of day 1, of course, obviously it is a difficult subject given everything, but I think looking at your deck selection in particular, a lot of people were very excited to see the Arcana Force. Can you tell me more about why you chose that deck in particular?
So I think it was a pretty common theme this event for the Ryziel players to have an FDK style deck as their second.
Yep.
We saw that as well with Paulo and Tasaku. Both of them brought Gimmick Puppet. And the idea is that because the Ryziel deck has such a bad Sky Striker Tenpai matchup, you need something that can go first against that deck and absolutely obliterate it. So not even just like put up a strong combo, you literally don't want to give them a turn because they can break almost any board.
Yep.
So we picked Arcana Force in particular because we weren't happy with the Gimmick Puppet deck's consistency. Like that deck is a little prone to bricking. Not all of its cards actually facilitate the OTK. So we didn't want an off chance where I go first against Tenpai and get the good matchup and then just brick.
Yeah.
And their Arcana Force deck is incredibly consistent. You can use the Fiendsmith cards to bridge into Saryuja or use like Haggard Lizardos. They also provide you with Appaloosa if you already have Engine to beat hand traps.
Sure.
You also play like Chicken Game, Upstart, Into the
That was
Void.
quite funny, to be honest. Throwback to Reversal Quiz for me.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
You also have like the Horus cards, so it's just a pile of consistency pretty much. Yeah.
Really, really cool. Obviously, that did work out for you pretty splendidly. In that matchup, I think it was against Rain from Mugati. One of my favorite duels of the day so far. But aside from that one, did you have any other memorable matchups or memorable players that you played against on day 1?
I think the Arcana Force one is definitely my favorite. That was like going into the tournament, I wanted to do that at least once, so that was super exciting. In terms of other memorable games,
all a blur, I guess. It is just a day of
it's a lot of stuff to filter through. I think my favorite one was probably one of Jesse's that I was watching actually.
Yeah.
He had some good memento games, or like going second, trying to OTK through hand traps. That was more exciting.
Yeah, cool. No, that sounds great. Of course, Jesse, we did have some questions about, because this was the king of Telemans, of course, piloting that deck to great success 2 years in a row, leaving it behind this time. But actually, we did see Telemans from a couple of competitors across the tournament stage. Granted, none of them made it to day 2, but what did you think about that deck and the other unconventional strategies that we maybe saw throughout day 1?
So I think because of Master Duel Worlds' shared card format, where like you only get one Malice and one Ryziel per team, the third deck is really a toss-up, and it's really hard to beat Malice or Ryziel in a head-to-head because the quality of their cards is so high. So for the third deck, a lot of teams, including us, kind of the strategy is just to pick something that is extremely good going first, and like maybe has some potential to win going second, but honestly, you're kind of just aiming to if you can even get to like 50% against Malice, that's like the dream because the deck is so broken.
Yeah.
So maybe the logic behind like the tier limit deck, for example, is when it goes first, it can just completely smash anything. But the deck has like really glaring flaws going second.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fair enough. And I think that not really criticism, but analysis does apply to a broad range of the strategies that we've seen so far this tournament. Vanquish Soul, Infernoble, another one that does prefer to go first, speaking from experience there. But I think that Noble Gabigol were really the surprising team within that group, but were there any teams in your group that you thought were, you know, maybe a little bit underrated coming into the tournament, but were able to make a splash?
Yeah, I would say for sure. I don't know if I'll see this, but I think everyone was really impressed by SHUEISHA and his team. They did a fantastic job. Also, just all really nice people. As well, I mean, my favorites going into the tournament, aside from our team, were definitely Chibacorp, which is Joey, Pac, and Enzo, and Ragnarok, which is Luca, Nesh, and
Seems like
Herman.
safe options now.
Yeah, I mean, they're both still in, but I think all of those teams are just really good.
Yeah, and you did mention Ragnarok in particular. Now, heading into that second semi-final, of course, going against Bronus and the rest of Brotdosa. Who are you favoring there? I guess Ragnarok, based on what you just said.
Well, I can't just say Ragnarok, because I also am good friends with Vince and Chris on Brothos. Jonas is also nice, but I just kind of recently met him.
Yeah.
So I would say I'm rooting for Ragnarok a little bit, just because we also were spending a lot of time leading up to the tournament. We talk to each other a lot, play Master Duel together, so I would like them to do well. And I would be really excited to see Ragnarok play against Chibacorp in the final. I think that'd be great.
Yeah, definitely could very well be the case. And I guess I've just got your prediction for how that second semi-final is going to go. But can you explain to me a little bit more as to why you think Ragnarok could be the ones advancing to the final? And don't just tell me it's a Nesh difference.
Okay, well, Nesh is the best Memento player I know, for sure. And Luca's also the Malice GOAT. So I think that'll be good.
When those are two decks in the format, I guess you do have a good team around you, but of course it's team captain Herman Hansen, Mist, that was able to assemble that all-star roster.
Oh yeah, I mean, if I could talk forever, I would have said good things about all three of them. Herman is also one of my good friends and one of the best players in the world.
Yeah.
So that team is great.
I mean, you're also one of the best players in the world, so it makes sense that all of you are here together at the World Championship competing. So that is the semi-final. That was somewhat of a prediction for who's going to make it through to the finals. Of course, the Master Duel category is just one of multiple taking place over the course of the weekend. Are there any players you're looking out for in the trading card game?
In the trading card game, I would really like some of the North Americans to do well, just because they're my friends. So especially Charlie, it would be great to see him win again.
Yeah.
Also Aditya and Ruben.
Fellow Dragon Duel world champion in Charlie, yeah.
I think I might be forgetting.
Isaiah Estrada, without the Gem Knight that he qualified with, is also kind of an underdog story there.
Yeah, that's unfortunate that Gem Knight and Orcust aren't playable, and two of the North American Worlds competitors use those decks. But I'm sure they'll be able to do fine.
We do have the Justice Hunters format though, and that does mean that we are seeing the likes of the Yummy, we're seeing Draco Tail potentially, and of course that K9 Vanquish Soul being the deck to beat. Yeah, now we also have the Duel Links finals taking place later today as well, so I'm sure that's very exciting as well. For you, for us, for everybody. And now, just Ryan, while we have a brief period of time, is there anything else you want to say to the people out there that are supporting you, your fans, your friends, anybody out there, including the competitors that are playing later today?
Just thanks to everyone, first and foremost my family, and then all my friends.
Yeah, I saw you actually gave an interview recently about helping students at your university become better competitors after winning the World Championship. How would you advise Yu-Gi-Oh players to become better students?
Better students. You just have to like what you do, I think.
Okay, like what you do your best. Ryan, I'm very grateful for your time. I'm glad that you love Yu-Gi-Oh. We all love Yu-Gi-Oh. Here we go.
And with that, the opening ceremony for the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship Series has come to a close there, and we are very excited to have not only the members of the public now joining us in here, but also welcoming all of you back at home. We are now speeding towards some of our digital title finals, and we've got some very exciting updates and announcements before we get to those. So first, here's a very special message.
Bonjour à tous, je voulais remercier les équipes de Konami et notre rencontre à la Japan Expo. J'ai toujours ma carte. Et je voulais vous dire simplement, comme je m'y étais engagé, je suis là dans un sommet franco-allemand, donc je ne pourrais pas être avec vous, mais je pense bien à vous tous. Et je sais que c'est un jour important pour Yu-Gi-Oh! Et l'ensemble du monde du TCG qui se retrouve en France. Et c'est pour nous une très grande fierté d'avoir les championnats du monde de votre discipline, d'avoir tous les passionnés du monde entier qui vont se réunir en France et faire vivre leur passion, leur jeu, leur univers. Et donc je voulais vraiment vous dire bienvenue en France, bon jeu, je pense à vous et je suis très fier que vous soyez dans notre pays parmi nous et j'espère vous retrouver bientôt pour continuer la discussion. Et je veux vous dire combien aussi j'ai confiance dans justement le TCG et les perspectives qu'il peut y avoir et je souhaite que la France y soit de plus en plus engagée. Et donc bon courage à tous les joueurs, bonne chance et j'espère à bientôt. Au revoir.
Hey everyone, I'm here with Brotdosa, your semi-finalists in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel category of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2025. First things first, we have team captain Bronus. Bronus, how is everything?
Everything is good.
Yeah? Feeling good after today's result?
Yeah, especially after the end when we topped.
Yeah, your first World Championship now, and of course, usually I'm used to seeing you compete as a solo player, winning tournaments left and right within Europe, but this is the first time I've seen you in a team environment, and especially at this level. How's that for you?
Yeah, it feels really great, especially because if you have like a team, like you don't have to like prepare for every matchup. Like you can say, okay, if your win rate against one deck isn't as good, you can rely like on the others, and that's like really great.
Yeah, that is great, obviously. And you have two very reliable people with you, of course. The wonderful Vince, who has a very storied career in the TCG. Vince, what's it like playing Master Duel at this level in the team environment compared to TCG back in the day?
I have to say I enjoyed it way more than I expected at first when I like switched kind of to Master Duel. Being in a team environment, to be honest, I like always wanted it. I always wanted to travel, for example, to NA to play like 3v3 YCS and stuff. So I was always very curious about playing in a team. This is the first time I actually get to do it, and it's been like real fun. It's just all the dynamics are shared together. You find like even more passion about the tournament if you have other people playing with you.
Yeah, I can imagine, and honestly, it just must be a dream for you guys to have made it this far already, and you know you have so much more left in store. Now, we've spoken time and time again about the team environment and how good it's been for you guys. You know, good vibes only. One of the good vibes things in the team environment was that Bronus approached me laughing because Chris got, well, defeated in a single turn by a gimmick puppet deck early in the tournament, maybe?
It was me.
Ah, okay, sorry.
Yeah. As a team captain, Giannis is extremely chill, I would say. Like, he just never loses his mental, and even when crazy thing like that happens, you just see the positive side of it. And even though when the actual bad things happened during the tournament, like at some point we were basically out of it. We just like came back from the death basically. Jonas was always like very calm, and he like just always wanted to play for that 1%. Well, we actually hit the 1%, and I think it's mostly thanks to like his mentality and like leadership, I have to say.
No, that's fantastic. Yeah, just always bringing the good vibes, Bronus. I'm sure you're very happy to hear that. But Chris, sorry to misattribute the gimmick puppet recipient to you, but aside from that, you had a fantastic tournament so far. What have been some of the highlights for you personally? And again, the same question I asked to Vince of, I've seen you time and time again compete in TCG. I met you at the 2023 World Championship when you were competing in TCG. How is it for you now playing Master Duel in a team?
Yeah, so I mean, I think Master Duel is obviously very different from the TCG. Like I've been telling this to all my friends, there's things that don't exist in Master Duel, right? Like some mind games, for example, or you don't play with actual cards and stuff like that.
Side deck.
Yeah, exactly, it's a side deck, so it's definitely a very different format. But I honestly also get to learn to really enjoy Master Duel over those past 2 years after I quit the TCG, after I made it to Worlds, because I was always playing like on and off, and I honestly liked the game too. And yeah, to answer your question, yeah, I did have a good win rate. I think obviously that's partially also because I was the Malis player, which in our opinion was the best deck for this tournament. So naturally you're going to have a little bit of a better win rate than your teammates. But also I was just very happy with my lineup in general. Like I think my second deck was also pretty good. And we also tested a lot, like because a lot of teams, they just played ranked for this. But in our preparation, we played a lot of scrims. So we did kind of try to simulate this World Championship really well by playing versus other teams. And it was also going well there for me. So that's why I'm not really surprised that this has been going well for us.
From that, I can infer that you, of course, experimented with the shared card rule, for example.
Yeah.
Don't tell me quite yet what it is that you chose for those, because some of them may still be up to chance based on what the community thinks. But you know, thinking about that deck building process, now that you had to factor in, you know, the shared card pool between the 6 decks. Bronus, I know you assembled this team a little bit later than some of the other teams in the tournament. How did you approach the deck building and the conversations you needed to have to learn how each other played ahead of this tournament?
First things first, I knew that Vince from TCG was really good at Memento. And Memento was like one of the top contenders for the third deck. So it was very natural to give him the deck. In the beginning, actually, he was supposed to be the Ryzel player. I was playing Snake Eye and Sprite in the beginning, but we swapped like 1-2 days before. And the most important thing, like with certain hand traps or non-ancient cards you want to share, which you have to play around. For example, if there's a triple tactic talents in your deck and you're playing a Ryzel deck, you always have to think about, okay, if he does talents to take and steals my detonator, can he beat me afterwards? And if everyone has like 1 talent, it's you always have to respect the card. And something like this is also really important because people will see what you roughly play. And if you only play the same cards, they can play around it better, especially if the important cards you want to play around are only in 1 deck.
And funny you should mention the Sprite strategy in particular, because it did take us a little bit by surprise on broadcast when we saw it brought out by, I believe, Judeu from Fala Galera early in the day. Can you tell me a bit about why you were considering that and why you eventually pivoted off of it?
Basically, the main idea is many people want to have a deck which is good against Malice. And we are thinking, okay, what are good interactions into the deck? And for example, Malice doesn't really get a lot of attack points into the deck, and they don't really play a lot of board breakers usually. And Sprite has some really good interactions into the Malice deck. For example, the 29 Mannequin Cat is like really, really strong and they can summon Chaos Hunter. You have Sprite Red, which is basically a Solemn Strike on the normal summon. And you can summon the Silhouette Rabbit, which is like an actual Solemn.
Yeah.
And all of the interactions are really, really good against Malice.
No, fantastic. That makes complete sense. And now things that are really good into Malice, as it turns out, Gimmick Puppet, Fins. So I guess being on the receiving end of that was a bit difficult. And of course, you know, it is about just getting back into the mental game and not letting that tilt you, especially when it comes down to playing so many games in that round robin. How did you approach, you know, matching off against an unconventional strategy, losing to it convincingly, sorry, but and then just bouncing back so reliably as well?
When we built our lineup, because we have like very strong ideas on what the best decks are and like how's the power level of each deck, we knew that my decks have like big issues, but they are basically the decks with less issues compared to whatever there's left. So I came into this tournament very prepared that a lot of my matches were gonna be like decided by whoever goes first. But that's just because like it's my deck. Between all in the format, it's the 3rd best deck, and it's not close to the 2nd place. So it was nothing unexpected for me. I mean, Gimmick Puppet specifically, yes, was very unexpected. But there's not much difference from Mermail, for example, which, by the way, I played literally the match after, and I got and looped again. But it is what it is. I was prepared for it, and I think I lost every coin flip but 3 or 4. So at some point I got used to it.
It happens. Yeah.
And the upside of being in a 3v3 is that when my opponent is FTKing me, I know I lost, but I can still help my teammates out.
Yeah.
Like, because I know the game is not over, even if I'm losing. I think that's why the 3v3 format is so great.
Yeah, no, that makes complete sense. And I think, Chris, did you have anything that was particularly memorable for you today in terms of the games that you played, the decks you played against? You didn't quite have the same experience with the Gimmick Puppet, but I'm sure you had some other stuff that interested you.
Yeah, definitely. I think 2 matches stand out for me. One is the one versus Team 7, because I think they were one of the favorites going into this tournament. And I think we beat them pretty convincingly, I would say. So that was a nice experience. But then also the last match when we played versus Team Soulform, which I think personally is also a very strong team because they have Bogen on their team and some other very good Japanese players too, who I think very highly of.
Yeah, honestly, the season points team in particular, both of them we had a lot of respect for, especially because they have that advantage of being recent top performing players just across the board.
And they're also playing like really a ton of Master Duel, and Bogen, for example, he went to Worlds 3 times back to back to back. Now, he didn't really do that well in those World Championships, but he's still like a very outstanding player. And that was our bubble match, you can say it, because we had to win this match in order to win, and we also had to win convincingly, I think, because the team we were competing with each other had a better tiebreaker than we. In that last match, I won all 3 of my games, so that probably was also even my most memorable moment, I would say.
Nice, that sounds really good, and yeah, I'm glad to hear that you enjoyed that, really coming in clutch when you needed to. Now, Bronus, you attended the Challenger Cup final back in March, I believe. Had a good run there, you know, got to the finals, had a good time. I actually think you managed to get a few fans from your performance there, mostly because you gave a big thumbs up to Skill Drain on the camera, which I don't think I've seen many people do. Those fans at home and those people in the Challenger Cup and the wider community that are supporting you, do you have any message for them?
Yeah, thanks for cheering for us. And also special thanks to people like RBT and Gregos for testing every day with us. Like you have to imagine, for example, RBT lives in Korea. So we have a different time zone, and he was staying up every day till like 3, 4, 5 a.m. just practicing for us with Worlds, like every day.
Yeah, really committed and really good. Ben, do you have anything?
Yeah, there is a massive list of people that, in case like we already have it ready in case we win, that like just helped us. And personally, I didn't know any of them, and they like put so much effort into helping us preparing for this tournament. I think it was one of the moments where me and Chris, like we were talking in DMs, and we realized maybe this is the start of a good story, because we created such a good environment where like these players that didn't know us and didn't know each other started like talking about the game every day, and, like improving and like helping each other out and helping us at the same time. They really felt like maybe we are creating something that will lead up to actually doing well, and who knows, right, if that was actually the case.
Well, it seems to be so far. And Chris, you have any words for anybody that might be supporting you? And also, any words for your brother, who is indeed in the Dueling Speed Duel finals tomorrow as well?
Yeah, for sure. No, I mean, I'm always very grateful because I have like so many friends who are supporting me from pretty much all over the world, like Canada, North America, Europe. And I would be always grateful for them, because like without their support I don't think I would be here today. Like it's not just the testing, it's also like the constantly cheering you up when you're like not doing so well at an event, for example, or when you had a bad start. And in regards to my brother, yes, I'm very, very proud of him, because as you guys probably know, like we both ran to Worlds in the same year, which is just an insane moment in itself. But then the fact that he went to the finals and us also going to the semifinals was just unbelievable for me, and I think he really has what it takes to win for sure. And if he wins and we also manage to win, then this will probably be the best day in my life.
Excellent. Hopefully. But on that note, I've given you a chance to shout out the people that are supporting you and just give them a sentence. But someone else that I want you to dedicate a sentence or a couple of words to are your opponents in that first semi-final, of course, Ragnarok. Any words for them, Bronus?
It will be a fun game, and I'm really happy to play Ryzel Mirrors and Baguska each other, so that we cannot play.
Okay. Vince, any words for Ragnarok?
I've known them for a long time, especially Nash, being the only other Italian in the Master Duel Worlds. I think personally we have a small edge looking at the lineups, but when you play against like this good of a player, I mean, I'm sure they say it's gonna be free, we're gonna win, but they don't think that everybody in the top 4 knows you can lose to anybody. It just comes up to like how ready we are gonna be during the matches. So I just hope we prove that we are better, but it's for sure gonna be a great match anyways.
Yeah, and Chris, any words for Ragnarok from you?
Yeah, I mean, as been said, they're definitely a tough team, a really good team. I mean, not only them, there were like a bunch of tough teams in the tournament, like Team 7, Tazuku, Chibercorp, Falagalera. There's pretty much only good teams in the tournament. All I will say is just be ready. Be ready for us tomorrow.
Be ready for you indeed. Thank you very much, Broddosa.
Welcome back. You join us here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship Series 2025 in Paris, live from the amazing main stage, which, after that opening ceremony, is officially open. We have amazing members of the public all here ready to see some of the action. But like I said just before that little break, we do have some updates and announcements. So the first one that I can tell you about is the Nike Yu-Gi-Oh! Collaboration. So we're excited to talk about the Nike Yu-Gi-Oh! Collaboration with a global and Japanese exclusive release on the 12th of September. This is including the Nike Yu-Gi-Oh! Air Max 95 Q5 YGO shoes, which are based on the very shoes worn by Joey Wheeler in the anime series, which was, of course, inspired by the original anime. The collaboration also includes custom apparel, and this collection, which also has exclusive Nike and Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game cards, which is tying together fandom, fashion, and play. Let's take a look.
He wasn't supposed to win. Wasn't the favorite. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny, rare, whatchamacallit card. He was the third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my hardest to get where I am right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost. So why should I start now? The whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for? I got that part down. Here I go. It's all or nothing. So, what's inside this thing? Come on, Joey needs a new pair of shoes. The moment of truth. Whoa! Get a load of that thing, guys! Now there's something you don't see every day. Check this out! Red Eyes Black Dragon! I'm talking Red Eyes Black Dragon, folks. It's your move. Nike Air Max 95.
Next up, we have an update about our AI project for Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. So some of you might have seen on yesterday's broadcast, there was a trial in 10 different languages being displayed as part of those feature matches. Now, the AI commentary tool is not intended to replace the kind of commentary that you see at the World Championship Series, but it is to bring accessibility to more fans and more languages than ever before. Let's take a look.
This is the perfect start. Summon. The Tracker Device of Blue descends with a roar. Von hier aus zielen wir auf die nächste Bewegung von Unterwelterschmied. Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring attacks work. Nibiru, the primal being, is raining down. Duel!
And finally, we have one more teaser to share for now. Let's take a look. So the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links and Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel will be crossing the pitch and collaborating with Konami's eFootball and eFootball champion squads, bringing together Goliaths in a way that will certainly score a goal with fans. Make sure you stay tuned for more information in the near future. That is it for now for some of our announcements and updates, but it's time to get into another semi-final for Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel to see who's going to be securing their place in the grand final later on today, as well as our Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links final for both Speed Duel and Rush Duel. I've been your host, Ed Templar. For now, I'm going to hand you over to your amazing commentators and casters who are going to take you through this next semi-final.
Hello, Paris. Are you ready to duel? The WCS 2025 here for Master Duel goes into the next round, the second semi-finals. Team Chiba Corp has already this morning qualified for the finals, and now it is this Ragnarok versus Team Brotdose.
Indeed, two European teams here at the World Championship in Europe, in Paris, trying to make it to the finals and trying to basically turn that home turf advantage into a real title.
Yep, and while that matchup does guarantee us a European team in the grand finals, it also means one of these teams ends their dreams right here. We heard from Ryan Yu that perhaps Ragnarok are slightly favored. We also heard from other members of the audience, public, that, again, Ragnarok slightly favored, because as it turns out, Nesh, Luca, Mist, with their track record, have been immensely popular and immensely successful.
They are almost unbeatable as a team. But to be honest, Vincenzo Orofino earlier said that he thinks Brotdose is slightly favored. So both of these teams are very confident in themselves, and I think this sets us up for a great bunch of duels.
Yeah, and honestly, their tournament run so far in the round robin group stage could have not been really much different, because it was really Ragnarok starting out good and really continuing to show that they will be pushing, and they were in a comfortable situation before the last round. They only had to win, which they did, to then secure top 4. For Brotdose, on the other hand, it was sort of messy, and they were kind of lucky to sneak in to still get that second place there, to be now here also one of our 4 remaining teams.
Yes, indeed, and of course the 8-1 victory against Team 7 did play a big role in Brotdose securing their spot here in the semi-finals. But now, just, taking it back to day one and contextualizing the journeys that these teams did take to get here, you do have to consider that Ragnarok were in a group that was actually looked at as being probably the scariest, most difficult group that anyone could have expected, mostly due to the presence of both Tusku and Snipe Hunters. Now, on top of that, out of nowhere, Noble Gabigol going off to a fantastic start within the group really shook things up. Anybody could have walked away there, but Ragnarok escaping as your first seed, testament to just how strong this team is.
Yep, and the first seed for Ragnarok that came from completely 8-1 defeating Noble Gabigol, costing them the entrance into day 2 as well. So everything comes with a prize at the World Championships.
Indeed it does, and also deck-wise, as we have that special 6 decks for the entire team, 2 decks per player principle, they are really going into different directions too. Some of the stuff, of course, overlapping. Sure, there's a Malice deck, there's a Ryziel deck on both of the teams. You would not be surprised by that. But when it comes to the other decks, it will be more interesting. And I'm excited to hopefully see some of the other stuff as well, as, for example, Bronas or also Vincenzo. They have been cooking so much with those second decks.
Yeah, and just dialing back to that Group A discussion, because, you know, if Ragnarok do advance here, they'd be playing against Chiba Corp, who are also in that group, along with alignments, as well as the other 3 teams we mentioned before, which just goes to show just how strong and how stacked that lineup truly was.
Yep, and if you're looking at the individual players, at the captains, you have Herman Hansen, Mist, on the one side, one of the best TCG players ever. World's TCG top 8 already, has already played Master Duel Worlds 2 years ago, has countless great finishes at Nationals, YCSs, everything. Euros, is a phenomenal player. Everyone who plays competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! In the world might know this name. And on the other side, you have Bronas, who has emerged from playing Master Duel. Nobody knew this name before, but in the shortest of times, he just rose up to greatness and has performed like crazy.
Absolutely. You can really tell some players, they just really dedicate their time to Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel lately. You saw that also with Mist. This season, you could really tell he was focusing on the Duelist Cups. He was really spending his time on those, and therefore also, obviously, almost as a logical result, won a Duelist Cup even as a European player, which is really such a tough thing to do.
Yep, and time again, we've mentioned how storied these players are in the trading card game, and yet, as of recent, they've also been making an impact in Master Duel. Ragnarok in particular, every single 3v3 tournament we've seen them compete in, they have handily won without making it even look close.
Yep, and of course these teams have watched all of those 45 games from yesterday. If it was 45, of course, in some situations you win the last one per default, but they have done so much research for these semifinals. Both teams know exactly where they are standing at.
Yep, and just contextualizing it again against this team from Brotdosa, because this was a very kind of less experienced team in terms of the amount of time that they spent competing together, but competing against each other, it is comparable. And that means that these are top-tier individual players that had to find that teamwork on short notice, but they found enough to make it all the way here to the semi-finals, and they found enough to be confident heading into this matchup as well.
Short notice is completely correct, as I've heard stories from Team Brotdosa basically the night before deck submission, the emergency call, oh, we have to switch the deck, and they were really hectic and really quick about it, but they apparently made correct decisions because they are now part of this second semi-final here at the World Championship in Paris, and I think we have been talking for a really long time now, and everyone at home and everyone in the audience obviously now wants to see the cards being played. We want to see some Master Duel action. So without any further ado, let's get into that second semi-final.
Ragnarok taking on Brotdosa.
It's going to happen quite soon,
yes,
of course.
Indeed it is.
We're just teasing you there, of course.
A little bit.
Let's actually talk a little bit more about the captains and their deck choices. It's coming up, yeah, definitely.
And it's so hype.
They are incredible deck builders, Herman Hansen, and of course also Bronas. They have cooked up so much. Of course, now in this situation, there are no secrets anymore. Everyone knows the deck list that everyone else is playing. I think probably every single card has been revealed, has been researched so far, so no surprises there anymore. But
with
of course,
the exception of Luca's second deck, actually, the Malice trend continues. It's actually something that your other finalists in Chiba Corp experienced as well, where the Malice Duelist was dedicated to that deck, which is testament A, to its strengths, and B, to saving the strategy, to keeping as many cards close to your chest as you can until the finals, until you need it. You can then break the glass in case of emergency.
Yeah, and actually I think Chris, one of the players from Team Brotdosa, was also one of the only players in the tournament that made the very interesting decision of combining the Malice deck with the Tenpai Dragon Sky Striker strategy. Usually the pair up between decks was a little different than that, but it was actually a successful ratio for them, a successful decision that led to them being part of the top 4 now.
yes, because usually the Malice deck doesn't really struggle versus the Ryziel strategy. Yeah, you want to queue it against them. Also, the Ryziel players most of the time don't have an anti-Malice pick as the second deck. So you're just basically free to go, queue up your Malice deck, maybe have it easier by winning the coin toss, but of course also you can play well into a detonator if you find a little bit of an answer, or if you maybe completely stop them with something like a Maxi, or if you just find enough extenders, you can overpower the Ryziel field with Malice.
Yes, indeed you can, and it's really testament to the strength of the Malice deck that so many of these players, so many of these teams relied upon it in the hands of their team captains to get them over the finish line. But actually, these are two teams that don't have that in the hands of their captains, instead opting to give the Ryziel to both Bronas and Mist.
True, yeah, very interesting decision, but which card is it going to be that is going to be the significant one for this semi-final? Is Ryziel Detonator the one dominating? is going to be Access Code Talker, the one finishing it for all the Malice players? Or maybe is it even going to be the Creation King, the Memento card that is going to be the significant one for this one?
And on the topic of the strategy of giving your team captain what is considered to be the dominant deck, at this stage of the game, at this stage of the tournament, tiebreakers no longer matter. All that matters is that one of these teams is going to come out ahead in that best of 9. It's a 3 versus 3 round robin between the two teams. First team to 5 wins will advance to the final.
Yep, the games are about to start. We are not just quite there yet, but just imagine you are in this situation. You are one of those 6 players there. You have just seen this ceremony, this amazing music, building up to one of the most important games of Yu-Gi-Oh! Of your life. How incredibly hyped are you in this situation?
Pretty hyped. And yeah, I think that this is again kind of an example of where we're leaning on Ragnarok in particular, being those experienced competitors that have proven themselves and have performed in front of crowds before and have made it all the way to the World Championship previously as well. But Brodosa, it's not going to be easy, but they can indeed do it.
They may be able to. It's everyone's game now, and we are now finally ready to present you with that second semi-final.
All right, we are locking into the matches. You can see the intro, the French flag of Master Duel here, blue versus red. Who's going to come out on top? Is it going to be Ragnarok or is it Team Brotdose?
Wow. It looks like Ragnarok just won all 3 coin flips, and it means that they will get to go first here on the bottom half
and
of your screen.
Luca
But there
has
we
not
go.
played anything but Malice the entire tournament, and on Duel B starts off now showing that his second deck is Mermail all of a sudden.
Mermail phenomenal when it comes to dealing with a lot of different things, especially when it gets to play without any kind of disruption, and right now seems to just be resolving card after card after card.
And of course also missed being stopped on the Ice Ryziel with an effect negation like a real pro. Just throws the Sword Ryziel from hand just after that. And now what is going on in Duel C right now? We're seeing Engraver, discard, add Fiendsmith, tracked. That's a solid start.
Ooh, Nash is there for, and that's another surprise here. Not playing his beloved Memento deck, but also has decided to switch it up to his secondary deck, which is the Fiendsmith Snake Eye deck, actually.
Yes,
so
indeed.
surprising.
It's the Fiendsmith Snake Eye Kashtira Millennium. It's everything good that isn't needed within the other decks for this team, including the Atlantean Mermail that Luca has now revealed. I guess we said this was the break glass in case of emergency. Well, this is apparently emergency enough for Luca to start playing that. Nesh, though, speaking of starting playing, currently uninterrupted as the Fiendsmith combo goes off.
I mean, you have to also admit that Nash is playing the anti-Malice deck here and he's actually facing off versus Chris.
Fair.
So fair to cue the deck that has Artifact Lancea.
But if you know that Nash is for sure bringing an anti-Malice strategy, perhaps you've opted to go second, or, well, you lost the coin toss anyway, but perhaps it's Chris with that Malice counter that he was packing too in the Sky Striker 10 Pi.
You cannot definitely tell. It was not revealed just yet. So far, Chris is not moving, but that could be because it is that Sky Striker 10 Pi deck.
There was in Duel B something crazy happening. Mulling Glacia was resolved and actually discarding Imperial Iron Wall. Vince made the prediction of playing versus Malice again. Had Imperial Iron Wall, wouldn't have helped at all because it is the Mermail Atlanteans.
Super Ancient Deep Sea King Coelacanth flooding the field with monsters, and this just continues to look great for Luca and Team Ragnarok.
Honestly, I think Luca played a real strong mind game with the entire competition. He said it in any talk he had to anyone, basically to me, to all of his friends. He always said, I don't need to go away from my Malice deck, to now only when his opponent expects him to bring it, of course, once more, go over to the Mermail deck.
He just knew this was the anti-Malice slot. Vince is going to be super comfortable playing this into there. And of course, if you're playing Atlantean Mermail, you go first. That's a huge start already. It's very hard to stop you in your tracks, but if your opponent is playing so many cards that just stop you from banishing, it doesn't really do anything.
Yes, indeed. We even have an Xyz 7 now coming through. That will be the Poseidra Abyss coming through. Actually, no, it's the Abyss Strike.
It is, and actually, Duel C, I don't think Chris is on his Tenpai deck necessarily, as we just saw a Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion there being used on the effect of Fiendsmith Sequence.
Oh. Now NXT's 4 coming through, Mermail plus Atlantean Dragoons equals Bahamut Shark.
What a card. That card is no longer illegal in the TCG, but is very much so here in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Brings out the Levirtu Dragon, and that one is going to continue putting more and more water monsters onto the field. And Vince, we just saw the Imperial Iron Wall, but that also tells us this should be his secondary deck, the Voiceless Voice deck, actually.
Yep, Voiceless Voice, a good answer into most, but is it enough at this point? Down to 2 cards in hand before the duel has even begun for him. We mentioned the Poseidon Abyss before. There it is, finally the next step in the combo. That rank 7 now with 3 materials ready and waiting to sink Vins on the next turn.
And now on the Duel of the Captains, Herman Hansen is doing what Bronas promised to do before that match, saying, I will Baguska you in the mirror match. That has now just happened to him. Untargetable, indestructible. Baguska, the terribly tired top here, is sitting in defense position. Even though misused his entire hand, it is looking rather good right here. While Luca is still doing full combo, the only one who is maybe struggling a little bit from Team Ragnarok to put up a big field is Nashi. With those 2 hand traps used against him, he can go into a Caesar if he plays it and has 2 cards left in hand.
And the Marincess Coral and Enemy resolving is very important here because that was identified as one of the big choke points for the deck on day 1 when we saw it in the hands of other players. Granted, when we saw it then, it wasn't backed by quite such an impressive field, but even so, the fact that that went off unimpeded, even though Vince has only 2 cards in hand, so it's a little bit less likely that he'll have something to do to begin with. Yeah, this is rapidly approaching territory where there's no coming back. Mermail King Nept Abyss now.
And talking about Vince, you can clearly tell he has no interruption in his hand and therefore rather focuses on his teammates. He's leaning over, watching his team captain and his match and how that goes, and he's trying to help him as good as he can. This is a 3v3 team competition, so you're always playing every match together.
I think Bronas was also watching Chris's screen, by the way, because that duel seems to be very much anyone's to take.
Let's go over to Duel C right here, because Nash is pulling off crazy things, has 4 monsters on the field. No Caesar had an Ash in hand, is going to bring back the Jet Synchron, go into a Saryuja Skuldred, chain blocking it from a potential Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. It's going to draw 4 cards, can special summon another monster. Did he find the Snake Eye Ash?
Or maybe he's just digging for an artifact Lancea, as he's probably now assuming that this gotta be the Malice deck from Chris' side, and that is just the fine Italian cooking that Nash is known for so much.
Yep, and Saryuja Skuldred, of course, a very cool tech that we've seen a lot across the tournament, especially when it comes to digging for that Droll and Lockbird for certain matchups. Right now, though, despite all of those combos, not the most impressive field that Chris has to play into.
I think even if this is Artifact Lancea in the hand of Nash, that's just a turn. Saryuja Skuldred itself doesn't really do too much. Of course, you still have the Fiendsmith engine set up, but I think you would immediately throw an Artifact Lancea. If it is the main phase, I don't think this is what he has in hand.
Ooh, it is intense. Nash has to hope that Chris finds no way around that Saryuja, but 4 cards in hand is really not that little.
A little bit intriguing for us here that the deck from Chris still has yet to be revealed, of course. Granted, the fact that something's being set face down suggests that it is indeed the Malice and not the 10-high Dragon Sky Striker. Otherwise, this could be an explosive game. But right now, we have Allure of Darkness looking for more cards.
That could be a risky Allure of Darkness, because it seems like there currently is no Dark Monster in the hand as we set cards before. Do we even find the Dark Monster in? No!
All of those cards to the graveyard! And now, Chris still basically has almost card advantage. Both have Lucas another Allure of Darkness!
One more try! One more try! Is there a Dark Monster? There is a Dark Monster as we keep a moment to resolve it!
It is Machet! and Marcher is not the one that you want to have in this situation unless Chris hopes to survive for another turn with his 3 cards there. Now, Marcher, do you have a normal summon that is going to help you here? Because the Fiendsmith engine is still relevant for Nash. Sets another card. Is this maybe something like a Dominus Impulse, something like a Called by the Grave, something that can help you withstand the onslaught of attacks that Nash is going to release upon him?
And on the topic of onslaught of attacks, we see in Duel A, it has convincingly gone over now.
And that means that, of course, the Team Ragnarok is in the lead. The team captain Mist, who brought them into the tournament, is showing what he's made of. And now Nash also gets that Fiendsmith Requiem onto the field. So his Fiendsmith engine is all well going too. But also Duel B has just ended with also Luca taking it for Team Ragnarok.
2-0 up on the board for Ragnarok here. Mist and Luca, as you mentioned, were able to cleanly close out their victories. It's only Nash that still needs to make it happen. But right now, looks to be well underway in that regard.
Lacrima is being sent back to the X-Ray. Engraver is being summoned. We are already at a lot of damage here. Saryuja is just helping us with the damage. How much is this? 4, 9, 5, 6, 5, 6?
58.
5, 8.
And we use the effect of Fiendsmith Requiem now. There's very little that Chris can do here to stop it. Yeah, you may as well use Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, but there already is so much, so I don't even know whether it would be good. Dominus Impulse can stop it, though, for the very moment.
And it can't be Ash Blossom Joy Spring. We know that the last card in hand is Malice P. Marcher.
Very right.
Was just added back. Another card is set. If that is Impulse, it can't be activated. What can it be?
This could potentially be the end of the duel for Chris as Nash looks to close it out. And it would take Ragnarok in a clean sweep to 3.
What is this? Special summoning from the hand from Saryuja now. That is, of course, the other effect of it. I am sure we bring out Diabell's Double Black Witch. And that is enough attack points to head into the battle phase if we like to.
This card is so strong. Even if you're trying to go for a game here and you can't for some reason make it, there is a... Oh, Infinite Permanence is being activated. That means that you have enough game damage.
That would be 8,000 regardless anyway, so that, yeah, looks good.
Yeah, and that's 6,500 left remaining on the side of Chris as well. So this Infinite Impermanence is basically just saying, hey, let's go into the next set, just go into the battle phase. You know, I cannot even activate my... Well, there's a card. Oh, Malice in the Mirror is, of course, there.
Hold on. We can defend ourselves a little bit with the March Cherry. It's not just over here for the very moment. But
you have Engraver.
You saw, really, both of these teams lingering around the venue here the entire day. They were really ready, they were waiting, they wanted to get onto the stage, and now Team Ragnarok really storming onto the stage with this first set being a clean sweep, taking it 3-0!
Nash, Luca, Mist, 3-0. Each of these individual stars are able to shine in this first set of games, but it is not over yet. Chris, Bronus, Vince, they could still make a comeback on behalf of Team Brotdosa.
But they need to win almost everything now. They have 6 chances of winning a duel now. They need to win 5 of those. Only 2 wins necessary for Team Ragnarok. And if you are playing versus Luca Foyan, versus Antonio Papa, and versus Herman Hansen, that it is going to be so incredibly tough.
But that being said, we did see the team that took the first set convincingly earlier actually not advance to the grand finals when Fala Galera, of course, did lose against Chibercorp. So we've seen it before, though their lead was not quite as substantial as the 3 wins now on the board for Team Ragnarok.
That is true. The team named after the TCG set, Storm of Ragnarok, really storming onto the big stage here. They have only waited yesterday, the round of robin group stages. They were playing there in the players' room, but now they're really feeling comfortable on the stage. You could see also with Nash smiling into the camera, hearing the crowd, they are ready to deliver and they really want to be the world champions.
They're absolutely locked in. These duelists have played together for over 2 years now. Ever since 2023, they have been playing together with each other. Team Ragnarok, that is. Every single week, they have been preparing for this last year. They almost made it, and now they are so close to becoming world champions. They are one step one step already in the big finals.
And I do just want to praise their consistency as a team of three, especially when you consider the competitions that they've entered and the fact that they've endured and succeeded, thrived even, across a variety of competitive metagames and environments. We've seen success from them on a broad range of decks, including that Atlantean Mermail that Luca pulled out of the bag here in the semi-finals of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2025.
Indeed, he tricked us all, saying I would never play anything but Malice, that deck is just too strong. And then, that very moment, all of a sudden, he gets it onto the table and he surprises us, the crowd, and very much also his opponent, of course.
Will he do that again, though? There is a guessing game here as to whether your opponent takes a certain deck or not. And Chris now has a big decision to make. Do you take Malice, inarguably the most dominant deck of the format, now that you've lost game one with it? Or do you try and get the surprise, the X factor of Sky Striker Tenpai Dragon breaking open a game on turn 2?
That heavily depends on your opponent. If you are playing versus Luca, I think that you're going to bring your own deck there. But if you are playing versus the Ryziel deck, then of course Sky Striker Tenpai sounds tempting. But I hear that the duelists are ready, so let's go into game or set 2.
Set 2 indeed, between Ragnarok, who are 3-0 up against Brotdosa. Brotdosa, their tournament lives are on the line here. It's the semi-finals. We have another set of games after this for the victor. Can Brotdosa make a comeback and stake a claim for that one? This is probably a pretty good start for them, actually, as Maxi comes down to rain on the Fiendsmith Parade.
That does work, and we see that Nash has no business changing it up. Game 1, the Snake Eye Fiendsmith strategy worked well, so we keep on going with it. And this is now that Italian-on-Italian encounter between him and Vince, as Vince also said in the interview. Very proud Italian duelists. Now one of them will only emerge to the finals, of course.
Brona's actually playing Pot of Desires in his Ryziel strategy there. Is going to normal summon, or did he special summon the X, and now he's going to special summon Sword as well, as we can see there. I think we're still considering to resolve the Maxi or not, taking our sweet time there in Duel A or Duel C. Let's actually go over to Duel A and see what's happening there, because I think in the 2 games where you don't win the dice roll, you're getting completely comboed off. No Maxi there, and I think this is right now really, really looking well for Brotdose.
Yep, a phenomenal position for the Malice deck to be in as Chris continues to combo, continues to sequence, and makes his way towards that end field. Miss just sitting back, just watching, just deciding whether or not to play anything to counteract this, if indeed he can. B and C looking okay for Brotdosa too, especially Duel B, whereas Duel C, maybe, just maybe, we see it go by way of Ragnarok.
We have seen a Maxi resolved by Vince, and now Nash is committing heavily into it, and that is going to be interesting. Is he going to try to full combo through a Maxi, saying, hey, my field is going to be good enough, and Vince's deck can't have enough pushes, because I think Vince is on Voiceless Voice and Memento, right?
Yes, I think that is the decision we just made. He checked with his teammates, and I think the call is, we do not care about this Maxi. Memento only has a certain amount of pushes, so we just make our field and hope that Memento cannot break it after all.
Yep, Snake Eye Ash, Snake Eye Poplar. Poplar then goes into the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye. Everything just continues to unfold in favor of Nesh here. I believe that is the Snake Eyes Dire Bellstar joining it in the Spell and Trap card zone, now moving to the Monster zone. Snake Eyes Flambear's Dragon there as well, now as the Link summoning does happen for Nesh.
So that we talk about it so much, let's get also the moving going. Let's get Duel C back into the main attention, as that is the one that currently is the most interesting there, with Nash just playing into his Maxi and the hand size of Vince almost unable to be displayed there anymore.
Yep, gonna give over at least 10 cards, you have to imagine. Hopefully no super polymerization in that Duel C that we would like to look at.
Actually, I think in the Memento deck you could very well play super polymerization, also because you're probably considering to play loads of mirror matches there, and the other deck from Memento is most of the time just a Malice counter. So I think Super Polymerization would have been an insane call, also because it's never really used in Malice or Ryziel. And now we're going to see a Moon of the Closed Heaven. This is so many cards, but of course, yes, Memento only has so many pushes, but if you give the deck infinite cards, it might surprise you with some Book of Eclipses or some other cards that will break your field.
You could also just keep summoning until they run out of cards to draw.
Oh, this might be the deck out strategy.
It is Kashtira, Millennium, Fiendsmith, Snake Eye, so it has no shortage of summons. There is another one and another card coming through for Vince.
Fiendsmith Desiree was summoned, but you really got to question what the plan ultimately is. What are we trying to go for? If we really are aiming for that deck out strategy, surely we're going to go for Zombie Vampire eventually as well, as that makes that process immensely easier because you can just rule out 4 cards immediately through that Zombie Vampire.
Malice Q, White Binder hitting the field alongside Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess does suggest that at least this duel is going much better for Team Ragnarok.
Let's go into Duel C, because this is what is happening right now. We have the 4 cards milled from both players. There's so many cards in Vince's hand, and if you are watching the matches closely, there's a very high chance that there's only...
Oh, the Chaos Hunter, of course, that is the explanation. We don't care about the cards in hand, but we do not even play versus the Malice deck here. This is against Memento, where it has applications, but it's not really that great.
Yeah, digging for that Chaos Hunter does shut off so many options for Vince here. Maybe he's playing Memento, maybe he's playing Voiceless Voice, but either way, gonna have a miserable time against what Nesh has started here. Nesh not stopping, continuing to summon Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames hitting the field and bringing back Snake Eyes, Flamberge, Dragon.
I wouldn't even be surprised if the Chaos Hunter was going to be linked away later on, because I'm very sure at this point we're just going to try and go for a deck out here. Very sure this is not going to be Voiceless Voice there, but the Memento strategy for Vince. Of course, Chaos Hunter helps a little bit there, but this is not what you want to play. You don't want to give the deck 20 cards in hand. No field in the world can withstand that. Look at this.
Salamangreat Sunlight Wolf.
We are trying to give all of these draws. Is there a way to maybe recycle the Zombie Vampire? Or, I mean, the thing is, Nesh and his colleagues, they have definitely thought about this scenario, right? There has to be a way for them to deck out here. This is not just out of the blue decision.
Ooh, and should I tell you something? Duel A, we have the return of Mist to his Ritual Beast deck, as I just see Rampengu there being normal summoned into the Malice field from Chris.
Yep, Spiritual Beast Tamer Lara, of course, Mist's favorite monster of choice. This is his favorite deck of choice, and he's been so immensely successful on the strategy. It came into prominence as an answer to the Yubel deck last year. Hasn't really seen too much of it aside from when Mist was able to bring it alongside.
Oh, wow! That is the field now. Gave the opponent almost his entire deck into the hand, but now Vince, I think with all of those options, he even has a hard time to make a decision because there's just so many things that he can choose from.
This is insane. The field is not even looking that good. There is not Appaloosa plus IP. There is just IP here, so you have to choose between Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess or the SP Little Knight that you can make later on. And this is not even the best field that you can make, really relying on the Chaos Hunter as well here. I was so sure this was going to be a deck-out strategy. I wish we could see how many cards there are actually left in the deck of Vincenzo Orofino.
It can't be much more than 10, I would say. And I mean, it's funny. Cards like Memento and Bone Party, when there are no more monsters in the deck, all of a sudden they become much less attractive because there is just no way to resolve them even. I'm sure there's at least one Memento monster left, though, in the deck of Vince. But how are we approaching this? It is, in fact, the Memento deck, and this is Memento and Anguish as the normal summon of choice.
That is going to add another card from the deck to the hand for Vince. Very comfortable on this Memento strategy and has so many options available to him thanks to those countless cards in the hand. Akihiron going to be the option of choice here, but is it enough to survive Nesh and his onslaught.
Duel ACs, Team Brodozer on the board. We have Chris winning there, and therefore the overall score now is 3-1.
And it's looking insane for Duel B as well. Bronas just with a Called by the Grave, chain to Malice in the Mirror effect, taking out the target, not letting his opponent add a card back to the hand, not letting him summon the name again, just making sure that the turn is passed and looking very good, trying to close out the game as well. But let's focus on Duel C again.
They need one more win to guarantee us a third set of games here in Paris.
And now the Momentoland fusion will be negated by that Fiendsmith Desiree. And in the process, we also get to negate the Anguish, as we can negate up to 2 cards with the Fiendsmith sequence being a link to monster equipped to the Desiree.
But that is still really good, not only because you're denying the special summon of a fusion monster, no, because you're also denying, because yeah, that was about to happen, to be honest.
Indeed.
You're also denying the cards in hand to go to the graveyard, which is really important in the Memento strategy. Even though you can just, if you have drawn the combined creation, by the way, you can just fill up your deck again with cards from the hand.
Very, very likely, yes, indeed, as we now have some consideration as to how to utilize this triple tactics talent. Talents, of course, being very, very influential within Master Duel competitively, just because it's an impactful card, but also, you know, dialing it back to the 2023 World Championship when Snipe Hunters were victorious, that was the shared card of choice that set them apart from the rest of the pack, and that was what made the difference back then.
We chain the IP Masquerena, and I think we can rule out one thing. I don't think Vince wants to draw more cards. I think he's pretty happy with the amount of cards he has in hand, so this definitely looks like the situation that we're trying to take a monster, and that forces Nash to not only activate 1, but 2 of his monster effects here, being the Flamberge and the IP Masquerena, not risking that they're just taking over there.
And you can diminish the problems here by going IP Masquerena into SP Little Knight. Nice, getting rid of the Desiree as well to activate that effect. Oh, it's going for Nightmare
Phoenix now. It will allow us to draw a card, but it doesn't do too much else here.
And should I tell you something? You see it there with another red win logo in Duel B. We really have Bronas and his team Brodozer coming back into this as the team captain makes the score 3-2 now.
And that does guarantee us a third set of games after this, but will it be reset to a best of 3? Will it be 3-3 on the scoreboard between Ragnarok and Brodozer, or will we see Nesh able to survive these countless cards in Vince's hand?
Ooh, there is 1-for-1 still, so that means there is even a level 1 Memento monster left in the deck, but that is mapped with Ash Blossom and Joy Spring here.
Nash is just activating every card that is somehow possible, and of course you have to. Bone Party is being activated. Of course you can just destroy 1 card from hand, doesn't even matter. At this point there is no more real interruptions. You still have a Promethean Princess pop from the graveyard, but how is that going to stop Memento with 17 cards in hand?
It feels like a really tough situation for Nash. He made the decision to play a combo to give all of those cards away into the Max C, but it looks like Vince may just have a couple too many at this point.
So many options available to the Memento deck. Unfortunately, the hand, while fairly loaded, is not quite the same as the graveyard for this strategy, and that does mean that perhaps we are running out of options fairly soon. Still, a few available. That Chaos Hunter on your side of the field now as well, but Called by the Grave going to come through to stop the disruption of the Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames.
I mean, of course, there has to be everything in the hand of Vince right now, and Vince is just calmly acknowledging what he has wrong, because you probably can't even see everything on the screen at the same time right now, but is going to activate the Sleepy now. And at this point, there's really, really low chances of even more interruptions on the side of Nash.
So many cards in hand, he has to use the middle mouse wheel to scroll through.
Ooh, and we go for another copy of Chaos Hunter that we have in our hand, but I don't know whether the Chaos Hunter here will be enough to withstand all of those Memento cards, because we know Memento is a deck that works in a very, very unusual way. It can just summon out multiple big monsters, and due to the effect of Akihuron, make them attack directly. And so there is a unique way to win this game, even without caring about the field of Nash even.
Yeah, but I can't see how this is going to turn out here. We can summon back the Gatic. Gatic adds something. You have set up your combined creation in the graveyard now as well, even though that also special summons from the hand. You have Akihiron because you discarded it with 1/1 earlier. So you can basically use an effect to destroy the Gatic now with your fusion monster. Then trigger Akihiron off of that, activate the effect to attack directly, summon Tekutlika, and boom, you have 8,000 damage.
It is that easy indeed, and really, we've been talking about the mental ability to not get upset after having a couple losses in the first set, and Team Protoss are really showing here that they're mentally strong enough to challenge the best in the world. After a 3-0 defeat in the first set, it looks like they are coming back here.
Yep, between the combined creation and the Creation King, thanks to the Akihiron, you can attack directly, forego all of these monsters and just close this one out. Not too many disruptions remaining for Nesh. In fact, I don't think there are any, and I don't think it will work out for him as Brotdosa set their eyes on evening up the score 3-3 with Vince's inevitable victory here.
Maxi is a powerful, powerful card, everyone. This is the... Oh, we have 8 cards in the deck of Vince now. You can see that now.
Indeed.
Not too many. Mace is being added back as follow-up, probably, huh?
Yeah, who knows whether we are going to need that follow-up. We shall see. There is now the effect of Snake Eye Ash. We're building a field, but as we have explained, that field may just simply not matter when we are trying to go for those direct attacks, which could be the way to go to victory for Vince himself here. Vince, a master of this Memento deck in the TCG and translating that mastery now also into Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
Jet Synchron dashing into the hand there, but Vince is just racing towards Nesh's life points.
At this point, I would have found it even funnier if Vince linked all the monsters away to an Access Code Talker, banished the Access Code Talker itself to destroy the last set card, summon the combined creation, and then banish the Bone Party from the graveyard to attack for 4,800 damage on the Poplar, 4,000 damage on the Snake Eye Ash, and then that's already it.
Because it does give you piercing battle damage there if you go for that. But for the moment, we keep on continuing here. Honestly, that might really be the way to go, but we shall see here from Vince's side. There is Akihiron, the monster we have been talking about. When that one is special summoned as it is right here, right now, you can activate the effect, and we do that obviously as well to just make all of our level 9 or higher Memento monsters be able to attack directly for the rest of the turn.
And Creation King there in the middle can attack directly for 3,000, but it's the 5,000 that we're waiting for from that combined creation. But here is a Link summon beforehand.
That is a Link for can either be Appaloosa above the Goddess or Access Code Talker, but it is the Appaloosa.
Right, Appaloosa sitting there with 3,200, and I think we can attack directly if we summon the combined creation here. Now, Tekutlika's strongest soldier, Vincenzo Orofino, is trying to close this game out, trying to make it 3-3 after being completely swept in the first set, trying to make it even.
And as it turns out, the anti-malice technology is not very good when you're not against malice. Vince on the Memento will close this one out here. Has 4 monster negations on the Appaloosa available.
Okay, there is Linkuriboh, but we've made that Appaloosa for a reason. We can just use it here so Linkuriboh stays in the graveyard and cannot stop our direct attacks.
Brotdosa, they were 0-3 on the scoreboard. They were having not a great time in their group, but they showed up when it mattered and they made it here, and they'll make it to a set 3 in this semi-final of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2025.
And that was the first direct attack, followed by the second one, and we do have a match now. It is 3-3, all even, and that is even before we head into that last set of games. It's anyone's game now. We cannot even tell. And honestly, at this point, after the first set, you are probably thinking, hey, that might now just absolutely be Team Ragnarok. But now, how do you overcome losing in the second set 3-0?
Bronas, just the mentality monster Bronas. They have said it so many times already.
Good vibes only.
Yeah, exactly. He is just sitting there saying, hey, let's just have a little bit of fun playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Here, okay?
Granted, I think that a lot of teams are susceptible to being reverse swept once they, are in a favorable position and then drop the next set of games. But we've seen that Ragnarok, that Mist, Luca, and Nesh are competitors that have honed and proven themselves over the course of many, many years. So if there ever were a team to turn things back around, it would be then. But it's Team Brotdosa that we're celebrating right now as they take us into a third set.
And you couldn't really ask for more, right? In the first semi-final, we went to the last set. It was super competitive, going all the way into game 9. And now even with the first 3 on the first set and then equaling it out on the second set, it actually turns out to be another third set scenario where the score is even and we might get another game 9 coming our way.
I do wonder, will the Sky Striker Tenpai Dragon finally make the appearance we were waiting for?
Oh, that might as well be the case. I think we're going to see now the Sky Striker deck being paired up against the Ryziel deck, so that is a good chance here. Are these players going to be prepared for that is the question. I think so, definitely, because even Mist said, I have the Ryziel deck, of course, and some people want to counter it with the Tenpai strategy. I can just summon Arch Nemesis Protoss with my beloved Ritual Beast strategy.
Yes.
So this is another one of those mind games. And I think also Team Ragnarok, yes, they lost 3 games in a row now, but they have definitely had the time to be acquainted with that and to calm down as well. Because let's face it, in all of these 3 duels, there was not much they could have done to avoid this loss.
That's very true, but obviously that anticipated third set we want to see now. So let's get into the action. Set number 3 starting now.
Ragnarok versus Brotdosa in the semi-finals. This will decide who advances to face off against Chiba Corp later today. You
It's
are looking at
Brotdosa for the coin toss is 3 out of 3. That's massive.
That is
there's
a fantastic start.
Fuwalos chain from the side of Herman here, and we're going to see a Kashtira Unicorn normal summon Ghost
yeah, that Ghost Bell being used as material there.
Okay, Bronas is going into his Fiendsmith combo, and they have the hard-drawn Kashtira Birth as well. Oh wait, we did actually search it, so Bronas, no longer a Ryziel player, but it looks like Bronas went back over to his Kashtira Fiendsmith.
I don't think the Millennium Fiendsmith Snake Eye. I don't know if he has the Kashtira engine or if that's just Nesh Spice. Speaking of Nesh Spice, he needs to bring out something good here. Oh yeah, we did see the Kashtira actually, you're right.
And I think he had it hard draw.
Oh, it was the call by the grave on the Molchami Fuwalos, but the artifact Lancea is of course designed to beat the Malice deck, but sometimes it also helps against the call by the grave.
And in Duel B, there's Ash Blossom on Max C. These players are giving everything right now. Blade is going to destroy itself. Summon out the Anguish gives the first draw here. And keep in mind, not only is Fuwalos active, but also Lancea does have a big impact against the Memento strategy. No field spell unless you hard draw it.
And you're seeing disruptions traded back and forth without Ragnarok even getting a turn thus far. Let's see if Brotdosa can weather this storm, or if Ragnarok will take it back here as the turn passes over in Duel C.
Bronas with not a good field. This is just IP Masquerena plus Kashtira Unicorn. Does he have something like Max C in hand?
Probably also not a good hand, given the fact that he had to use the Ghost Spell for the material.
Book of Eclipse on almost only a Link Monster is crazy, but the Link Monster is IP Masquerena, so not doing too much there. No Ash Blossom already for that. Is there something like a Max C? It wasn't activated yet. I don't know if it's going to be ever activated. Memento Link Goblin is being normal summoned. Can it activate its effect? Lakruma is being summoned from the graveyard now, or put back to the deck. Summon out the Requiem.
That enables the IP Masquerena. We didn't even care about the Book of Eclipse, so we can now just do it again because we have another monster available.
The Goblin Biker Memento is Nesh special, but there we go!
Denying the effect of the Requiem to make sure that there is no Lacrima coming back to the field, and that leaves the IP Masquerena empty-handed with no other link material to link with.
So much Memento gaming right here. Vince is also chilling on the Combined Creation King, activating it, not really knowing what to send. What can you even do? You don't want to give more draws. You cannot banish Fusion from the graveyard to pop to continue extending. You can send Akihiron, doesn't do anything. You can send Gatic and the Field Spell.
They won all of the coin tosses, but it looks like Ragnarok have been able to make some kind of a comeback against Brotdosa here. Brotdosa, yes, they got to go first. Yes, they got to set up and do their thing. But right now, it's Ragnarok's game.
I love that. Simultaneous activations almost there from Memento, Miklan field spells on Duel A and Duel C by different teams, though.
Wait. Okay, are we searching to the hand or are we
we're
special
searching.
summoning? Because if we are just searching here, we don't have too much. Okay, Tatsuno Toshigo can of course be special summoned as an extender, but keep in mind Getic has already been used here. Now, the Akihiron is being special summoned. Okay, you can summon Tatsuno Toshigo and then destroy your Akihiron as well to get the add back of something from the graveyard. But you also have the Memento Miklan.
Still in turn 1 for this Memento deck, so could still very well set up some kind of disruption here.
We have talked about Memento being such a big factor here in the tournament, and it looks like the Memento decks of both teams are going to be the ones here leading charge for their respective teams, as both of the Memento decks get to combo here for Vince and Nash, respectively.
Meanwhile, in Duel C, running critically low on hand size on both sides. Nash out of it, but he has a field, he has a graveyard, he has IP Masquerena facing him down with nothing to link to because it needed that monster face up, but the Book of Eclipse came in clutch. Starting things off with that was good for Nash, and Nash now extending.
We have two very interesting duels in Chris versus Luca, where Chris is miles ahead in his Malice combo, and of course Nash versus Bronas, where Nash is starting to combo off. We have no information about the last two cards in hand of Bronas, but how good can they really be?
We are trying to figure out how to resolve our Twin Dragon now, but we did so now in the end successfully, and we bring back the Getic from the graveyard, and the Anguish that of course was summoned will also now be able to search for another copy of Tatsuno Toshigo. We just saw that in Duel A, but here in Duel C, it is also now into the action.
The cards in Bronas in his hand are indeed the question here, as he summoned that Ghost Bell. Suboptimal more often than not, but is he prioritizing holding on to two cards that could make the difference, or are they even less optimal than that? But regardless of how Bronas plays this one out, it's Nash's time to shine. It's the Memento deck that is ramping up.
But we just saw Mist. We're basically praying, so I think let's go over to Duel number A and check how Mist is doing there, because I think turn was just passed over there to him.
Yeah, let's go over to Duel A. Mist will now have 6 cards in hand. This is not the biggest field that I've ever seen a Memento player have, but it's also not the worst one, especially after 2 hand traps, even though one of those was Fuwalos, of course stopping the combo a little bit.
And I have seen Mist on the Ritual Beast deck dismantle scarier fields than this, but here we are in Duel C.
Goblin Biker Big Gabonga is being Exceed summoned here. This is not any regular Memento deck, but it is Goblin Biker Memento. Nash is famous for this deck. He has been playing it so much, and he's also bringing it here to the World Championship.
Yep, the 2 Anguish used as Exceed material there to make this happen, and indeed, we said Nash no cards in hand, it's all about the field and the graveyard. Suddenly replenished that, suddenly extending again and finding ways back into this one.
Oh, Big Gabonga now using the effect onto the IP Masquerena. One material was taken away by the Dark Charger, but we put that IP Masquerena underneath the Big Gabonga right there.
Now we have the Goblin Biker Grand Entrance, even more extension on the other side. In Duel A, Mist has of course started with X, and X is so good as a start against the big Tekutlika, because Tekutlika can trigger after an effect was activated. But the first effects that activate are X and the Mariologic Aggregator. Once they resolve, there's nothing you can summon back with the Tekutlika.
Talk to me a bit about the Firewall Dragon Pass in Duel B as well, because Luca now, with the Bestial, I believe, on the field, does have 3 cards in hand on this Malice strategy.
That could very well be enough. We see now the relinquished Anima here, first of all, though, for Nash on the main table. And, there is a Malice Dormouse in Duel B2. So it really feels like the momentum is shifting back over here to Ragnarok. They may have lost all the coin tosses, but they are really working their way here into this third set.
Oh, and there's another Impulse here. I think the Impulse was a card that probably was also used by Luca in that last turn. Impulse is so impactful if you can hit those Malice resummon effects from the extra deck. These 900 life points paid effects here. On the other side, Vince is trying to use the Memento Migla and has, of course, cleared the field already once with the combined creation kick, while Nash is trying to look out to finish the game.
Yep, Celine, queen of the Master Magicians. We've seen time and time again. This generates an extra material and then links off into the access code toolkit, the Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess. Anything Nash needs is available to him.
And you see that famous smile by Nash. He's smiling as he's doing all of that because he knows he is now safe with Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess from those potential remaining cards in the hand by Bronas. But we are now still trying to get to those two big monsters to possibly attack directly once more with Memento cards.
Yes, the combined creation and the Creation King. The Memento creating wins left and right so far this tournament. And it doesn't stop here. Nesh on this deck coming back into it and looking so good against Bronas.
Can we also look again into Duel A, because there is more actions happening. Vince is building up a sizable defense here while Mist is trying to break this. Has 6 cards in hand. So many interactions are already out. But what is left for Mist here? We know that he must have searched some more cards, probably off of the Ryziel Sword.
It could very well come down to that final game as these teams are trading back and forth. Duel C, you have to consider, is well within Nesh's reach and well within Ragnarok's victory, but the others could go either way.
Did I just see a Drolan Lockbird by Herman there on his very own turn? That looked fairly interesting, especially when you are playing the Ryziel deck yourself, but that was indeed what happened, and there's a triple tactic Talons following it up there.
Wait, Talons, has he negated the Tekutlika earlier? Because otherwise this could be a crazy field wipe here with taking the Tekutlika and attacking over everything, but I think this should be negated with the Mariologic Aggregator. And now Ice is being normal summoned here after that. Maybe also the combined creation kick was targeted with the Mariologic Aggregator, but Nash, Antonio Papa is ramping up the attack here, is going for another Tekutlika. Who is your Papa now, he says, as he is going to summon the combined creation.
Yep, combined creation, the difference maker for the Memento decks, and it's on the wrong side of the field in Mist's game, but the right side for Nash here, and Ragnarok take you to that deciding point.
4 wins for Ragnarok. Nash is attacking with the Tekutlika and no celebrations just yet. There is no reason for him to celebrate. The job is not done. We are looking here at Luca versus Chris. The Dark, the Gloomy Charmer has been summoned. This is an amazing extender in the Malice Mirror match.
Yes, Malice in the Mirror indeed. We've seen it multiple times this tournament, but these two have been the most prominent players between them, hence why they're meeting in the semi-finals, but only one of them can proceed into the grand final. Luca doing everything he can to make sure it's him.
Chris has Maxi as well, chains it to Dark, the Gloomy Charmer, and Marcher is of course being the response to that, because you don't want to give too many draws there. If you can let one less draw go through, you will do that under any circumstance.
Is there ever a way to not try to go for it here? Do you just play it a little safe, do not commit into the Maxi too much, or do you just go for it right here, right now? And are you trying to end the game this turn? I think if I am in the shoes of Luca Foyen right now, we're trying to go for game in this very turn.
Malice in the Mirror, in the Malice Mirror there. Chris activating that, hoping to make a comeback here as the game rapidly looks to be escaping his control.
You have to be super lucky that Chris doesn't find any more interruptions here. Also, the White Rabbit is going to be very annoying to deal with if you want to go for a quick OTK without doing any more special summons or too many, because what I thought was going to be a good play is go into one Malice Link and then go into the Access Code Talker, but there are way too many bodies now.
Ooh, Malice MTPO7 set, but immediately also activated, brings the March here to the hand by banishing immediately that White Rabbit, but it looks like we're not even able to activate the White Rabbit anymore now, and we just bring out the March here instead.
No more disruption, crucially for Luca here, so if Chris has options, as you mentioned, Leo, he can just keep going.
What can you do here? Is there a way to get the win with Malice Q Heart Scripter here in this very turn? You can link all of the 3 main Monster Zone monsters away, but I don't think that is going to be the best play here. Also, has Firewall Dragon been used yet? We have the White Binder now from the graveyard summoned into the Firewall Zone, and now this is looking way more difficult all of a sudden for Luca.
Ooh, but please remember, Chris is down to 3,800 life points. That's really not that much. And even though Chris is constantly playing right now, it is still the turn of Luca, and he is the one that will have a battle phase next.
Let's go over to Duel A right now, because what is happening there is incredible. Mist is in his main phase 2, has cleared the entire field, still has the Tekutlika there, but the deck has barely any chance to get rid of this card unless you are playing Typhon, but you're so locked out of that by now.
Yep, we do not have much remaining for Mist, but he's cleared out the field. Once the turn passes back over, it's on Vince to clutch this one out. What in the rank 4 toolbox are you grabbing now? It's Baguska, the terribly tired tapir.
We had Sleepy, now we're terribly tired with the Baguska. It is still the semi-final here, but we're taking some speed out of it here by turning everything into defense position with the Baguska.
Yep, and there is Mementotlan Fusion being activated. I think this was end of main phase called right there, just so you can probably fuse from the graveyard, I would assume, at least get some more resources onto the field while the combined creation is going to be put back onto your own field. You want to have an extra deck monster here on your field just so that you can next turn maybe immediately link off into SP Little Knight.
Yep. Absolutely, but still, we always say when it gets back to the Memento deck, when we have survived the turn, the follow-up for Memento is usually absolutely amazing, and I think they might just be able to out the Baguska. Don't forget about the Ryziel crossbow, still able to negate something like an SP Little Knight.
And to Duel B, there is a Baldrake chained to the Link Decoder. That is usually not the biggest of deals, but if you are trying to OTK through a Max C that has resolved, this is huge news, because the Baldrake also forms another interruption onto the field of Chris.
Yes, indeed. Trying to weather this storm and take Brotdosa to the finals. There's a negation sent over onto Vince here. Vince, can you turn this around and clear out the Baguska standing in your way? The Ryziel Detonator and the Ryziel Cross, of course, are also issues, but first and foremost has to deal with this.
How are we going to do it? Normal summon, Mementotlan, Sleepy, and I think we are just looking into our extra deck, trying to find a suitable Link monster, and that is most likely going to be that SP Little Knight. But before that even, we do go ahead, use the graveyard effect of the Mementotlan Fusion to search for the Mementotlan Bone Party.
I think Vince is looking really on fleek right now. I see in Duel B, there's a Firewall Dragon being activated, but the timeout there is a timeout! I cannot believe this! Chris just timed out in the semifinals of the World Championships! What is happening right now? Nobody saw this coming!
Ragnarok have done it in the most unexpected fashion.
And look, they can't even believe it themselves. They're like, did we really win? But yes, it was Chris timing out there. He played and played and played on the opponent's turn. And look, they can't even realize it, but they are moving on to the finals.
Luca clutching his chest in relief. Ragnarok are your other finalists here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2025.
That came out of nowhere!
Absolutely.
We did not see a timer at all. And all of a sudden, this game that didn't look good for Ragnarok was decided by the timer. This was absolutely breathtaking. Basti, you must have felt that.
Yes, I'm usually the one timing out with that deck or with any other deck in Master Duel, but it was in that case Chris. Unfortunate ending, of course, to that intense of a match. I think no one on his team, no one of his teammates would be mad about it, though. Chris has played so well up to this very moment, so you can't blame him at all. And in that situation where the pressure is so high and where you have to do so many things at once, it is not a shame to sometimes
not only that, but you have to consider that there are two games happening simultaneously as well, and that means that you have to think about your teammates in this situation. It puts even more pressure, even more things you have to pay attention to. And yes, Leo, you said, Basti, you must feel it for the victors there, winning off of a time out but also for Brotdosa, the heartbreak of losing in such a fashion after such a good showing all tournament long.
It was really also looking like it was swinging towards their favor there in that game. The Firewall Dragon responds to the access code talker, and then all of a sudden, pew, 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 everything, the entire field exploded. That was almost like
everybody
Raigeki.
looked surprised.
Yes, definitely. The entire venue also was shook when we saw that notification there coming up on the screen, timed out. And honestly, imagine you sit there as the team captain. I know Bronas is probably one of the most relaxed and chill persons I've ever seen, but he then seeing on Chris' screen that number ticking down, but he can't do anything about it but say, hey, bro, please do something about it. He couldn't do anything about it, though. It was dramatic in the end.
Yeah. Congratulations to Team Ragnarok on the other hand. They're definitely deserved. They are they are playing the last game. We're actually getting back into that last game right now. That's very interesting.
Yeah, putting yourself into their shoes as well, though, thinking about the fact that you have to worry about the timer ticking down, focusing on your own game as well, and then under the pressure of having your teammates going like, play faster, play faster. That is what happens. You get overwhelmed and it breaks hearts, but they are still all smiles. They are still playing this out, and we will still see how Vins outs this Baguska.
And honestly, this shows you how much these guys love Yu-Gi-Oh! You see Miss still saying, hey, I want to win this game. I want to keep on playing. We have still the finals of the World Championship to play, but I want to end this year as well. I want to show them that I could have done it myself, maybe, but it really looks like it would be Vince winning here instead.
That one's hilarious, by the way, that you have to attack over this Typhon to out the field, and then you can't still, after all that, out the Baguska on the side of Mist, because there is just the aggregator that you destroyed basically with the Typhon.
Regardless, it goes to show that this was well within the grasp of Brotdosa if that timer victory had not happened in favor of Ragnarok. Ragnarok pushed to the limit by their European rivals, and yet they come out ahead. They're getting a little bit extra practice ahead of the finals. Can they take the trophy home after such a close victory over Brotdosa?
It came down to the very last moment. Chris really played down his entirety of the timer. For the people at home wondering, there is no round timer or anything. But in the game, when you play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, there is a timer for your actions, for your turn. And that timer, in that case, was down to 0 and therefore gave the opponent the win.
Think too much, talk too much, interact with your opponent during their turn too much. Just absolutely
interact with your teammates during your turn too much. Is also if you're trying to help your teammates when you're saying, hey, I'm comboing right now, I can basically have a little chat during it, which I do not recommend, especially if you're not playing the deck in your dreams basically. But now there's Infinite Impermanence immediately. Mist really wants to win this game as well, but I think you can just easily out the Baguska, the terribly tired Tapir, now by just attacking over it. And I mean, your setup is good here.
I mean, you can attack over it with the access code talker, but still, that leaves you with sort of wasting your battle phase, and that guarantees Mist another turn here, actually.
Do you pop the cross? Do you have another? You're negated. I forgot about that. But yes, of course, you can just activate the Mammoth, Turtle, and Goblin, and now I think Vince can just perform the entire combo all over again.
I think he's free to do whatever he likes. Of course, Mammoth, Turtle, and Goblin sending 2 memento cards from the deck to the graveyard, and you can tell Chris and Bronas, they're kind of already recapping the game. They're already kind of breaking down how this all went down. Maybe where they could have saved some time on Chris's game, but it is nothing to be taken back anymore. But we still will see how Vince is playing out this remaining game.
Very good also, because it means that now you have Mist getting a little bit extra practice against Memento ahead of facing off against Puck in the Grand Finals.
There we can see another combined creation. Creation King, not the combined creation, but this is such a powerful fusion monster. I think it came out in Infinite Forbidden in the TCG.
Yep, it was indeed there. And we are now using the effect of the Tekutlika, sending 3 cards from the deck to the graveyard, passing it over. Mist, do you have anything here to respond to this impressive field? You don't really need it anymore to move into the finals. Still, I think for your own ego and for your own satisfaction, you still want to win this game, of course.
Top deck for Mist. The Ryziel Cross is still on the field.
Doesn't look too good for him based on the player camera, let me tell you that. But yeah, let's see. The Ryzeal Cross going to start things off again. Is there a disruption? Is there anything Vince can do?
The problem you have with the Ryzeal Cross if you're fishing for your engine is that you're putting the cards from your graveyard under your deck, on the bottom of your deck. But you can, of course, find a card like this, the 7th Tachyon.
Yep, essentially allowing you to get any level 4 that you want here, and that will be the X'd Ryzeal.
Interesting decision to not use the effect of our fusion monster on the effect of the Ryzeal Cross, by the way, because Herman had one card in hand, so you could have just said, hey, that one card better be something, and I'm going to cut you off from drawing another one. But no, we keep the effect of our Tekutlika here for the moment. And now we have to deal with that X Ryzeal all of a sudden again.
Yeah, but that X Ryzeal is not going to be able to send a Mariologic Aggregator from your extra deck to your graveyard, which is much less threatening. And now, of course, your Tekutlika is going to be able to add your Mace if you want. Or you can just summon the Anguish. Anguish does a similar thing. If you have Mace in your deck, you can just add it back or not activate it at all.
Maybe the timer for Vince also is low.
That could be the case, yeah.
But we see Sword Ryzeal being summoned out now next to the X Ryzeal, grabbing the Ice Ryzeal while still not having performed a normal summon here. And here is the moment. Okay, I get that. He said, I don't want to only destroy one card, but I want to have way more value from my Tekutlika. Therefore now, we're going to target 2 cards on our own side and 2 monsters on the opponent's side to make sure that we're not getting to a rank 4 here.
Yep, and the Memento Mictlan able to extend further, just get extra value out of that destruction, and then bridge the gap between the 2 decks again.
Can also set up another interruption, which would be the Horned Dragon, actually, if you have that still, because we know that there is a Bone Party set.
Yes.
If you pop the Horned Dragon, then you can, of course, add or special summon a Memento monster, but you can also then destroy 2 cards on the field, which would include at least 1 Memento monster. I would suggest you take Akihiron.
That's maybe now immediately the moment we can, with that interaction of a Mentolan Bone Party destroying the Horned Dragon, just go after the last 2 remaining monsters from Mist. He kept on pushing, he kept on trying, but it does not seem like it would be enough. Vince wants to end this in style. Vince wants to end this and wants to make the overall score a very, very close 5-4 here for our second semi-final.
And then both semi-finalists have lost 4-5.
Yeah. Going down in style, going down closely.
The groups were so competitive. The semi-finals were so competitive. Hopefully, we also get a grand finals that goes all the way and shows you exactly just how competitive this year's Master Duel category of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2025 truly was.
Now this is exactly 1000 over game. You see no cards in the hand or on the field except for the Ryzeal Cross on the side of Miss. And Vincenzo Orofino is having the honor to go into the battle phase and deal the last bits of damage in this semi-finals.
Okay, there he is. I thought he wants to enjoy his moment on stage a little longer now that they have to be there for the last time as they are going out here. They're going out in style though. Vince attacking for game here, making the overall score a 5-4, still seeing Team Ragnarok advancing.
Very low on time there for Vince as well. Really testament to how close in power these teams were. They've played against each other on an individual basis for countless years now. They've competed against each other as teams within Europe for a long time now too. And yet it is Ragnarok that win. It is Ragnarok that head to the finals. And it is Ragnarok that will hope to take the trophy home for Europe. In Europe for the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2025 as they match off against Chiba Corp.
It will be North America versus Europe. Whose game is it? Once again, as you said, we always had the rivalry between Team 7 and Team Chiba Corp, but maybe now a new rivalry starting to begin here. It is time for new names, it is time for new teams, it is time for a new world champion, which we will be crowning eventually. And we do actually, right on stage.
So now heading into that grand final here for Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. And the audience have a huge applause already. I'm joined by Yutaka-san, who's going to be translating for our Japanese audience at home as well. Now, Ragnarok, congratulations. First and foremost, you are through into the grand final for Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel for the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships 2025. How are you feeling?
It feels unreal.
We're going to have it translated first, then you can answer.
チームラグナロクの皆さん、おめでとうございます。決勝戦へ進むという、ことで、今の気分を、一言お願いします。
It feels unreal to be here on this stage, this far into the tournament with the two of my best friends.
自分の、2人の、最高の友達と一緒に、決勝へ進めて、とても素晴らしい気分です。
Now let's talk about some of the things that we saw going on in that game. So, for instance, set 1, a 3-point sweep. How does that make you feel in that moment going into set 2?
じゃあ、ちょっとゲーム中の出来事に関して少し振り返ってみましょうということで、セット1の圧勝したところについて、その時の気分など伺えますでしょうか。
So, because we were obviously very excited to start 3-0 in matches. So we discussed as a team that I was only going to send the Ritual Beast into Chris if we were up 3-0. And then we were up 3-0, so I wanted to play Lara on the world stage. And it also has a very good matchup against the deck he didn't bring.
Do you want to try and repeat it one more time for our audience to translate?
Okay. Yes.
Because his second pick.
We're just having it explained just so we can get translated for our audience at home.
My second deck is Ritual Beast, and it's not very popular in the tournament. But I told myself that if we win the first set 3-0, I want to bring it to the second set.
Win 3-0, he said he will play Ritual Beast next time.
3-0 で勝ったらその、トーナメントではあまり、使われていないリトルウィストデッキを使いたいと思って第2セットへ進んだってことです。
It was very exciting watching all that happen. Nesh, we even saw you take the Max C challenge in the semi-final here. That must have been a good moment. We'll have that translated.
Sorry.
He played into Max C.
増速する G が、に対してそのままプレーを続けた場所がありましたが、その点について伺いたいと思います。
It's usually what we call the Nash game state. I basically play a lot into Maxi when I am playing against a deck that I consider being able to manage, even if they have a lot of cards in hand. In that situation, I knew that I could not manage Memento, but I had only engine. So I was forced to basically put him in the most complicated position and try to cheese the win like that. Basically, I was trying to force him into a very complicated game state.
そうですね、メメントに対してあまりそれは良くないと思ったのですが、他にどうすることもできなかったので、なるべく相手を、複雑で分かりづらい状況に持ち込むことで、なんとか勝とうとしたとのことです。
I'm going to ask one more question to let you guys decompress before the grand final, but you're now inches away from possibly being the world champion for Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. What would it mean to you to be the world champion?
優勝までもうあと一歩というところまで来てますが、そのそうですね、優勝する、勝ち取った場合、それはなんかどのような意味を持つでしょうって。
So for us, it's a little bit extra special because in the finals we play against some of our other best friends, and we more or less prepared for these worlds together with them, and we played a lot. So whoever person wins, I think will be satisfied.
そうですね、我々にとっては今回特別な意味を持っているというのも、決勝での対戦相手は一緒に練習もした友達でもあり、そこで勝つことができたらまた特別な意味があると思います。
Congratulations again, Ragnarot. It will be you versus Cybercorp in the final, so we look forward to that. But that's going to be it from this segment. We're now about to go very, very soon into our Rush Duel final, but we also are going to head over to some analysts to hear more about the game we just saw.
Je ne vais pas m'arrêter en si bon chemin. Alors, qu'as-tu à répondre à ça? Me voilà enfin, Yugi.
He wasn't supposed to win. Wasn't the favorite. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny, rare, whatchamacallit card. He was the third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck.
Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my hardest to get where I am right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost. So why should I start now? The whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for? I got that part down. Here I go. It's all or nothing. So, what's inside this thing? Come on, Joey needs a new pair of shoes. The moment of truth. Whoa! Get a load of that thing, guys! Now there's something you don't see every day. Check this out! Red Eyes Black Dragon! I'm talking Red Eyes Black Dragon, folks. It's your move. Nike Air Max 95.
なんだなんだなんかドキドキするな。うわ、来た来た来た。これはすっげえ。見てみろよこれ。どうよ、俺もびっくりしたぜ。おいみんな、ここにすっげえのが見えるぜ。レッドアイズブラックドラゴン。さあお前のターンだぜ。ナイキエアマックス95。
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Mist, one of the finalists of the Master Duel. Please tell me how you feel, what does it mean for you to be in the Master Duel World Final?
It feels unreal to be here with some of my best friends that we've been practicing so long for. Happy to say that the hard work pays off.
I see. First of all, I want to ask you, of course, how do you feel coming to this tournament, going all the way, and obviously, what does it mean for you playing against Cybercorp in the final?
So we actually play a lot with Cybercorp online. We haven't really prepared for it directly for this tournament, but like we played a lot for like the past few months. So I'm very happy to be facing them in the finals of the world stage.
So I guess that you are feeling very comfortable right now.
Yes, I'm feeling very comfortable, and I'm also confident we can have a good show.
Okay, thank you. So regarding your deck choices, as you said before, you love Ritual Beast, right?
Yes, I love Ritual Beast.
And the reason that you brought this deck into the tournament is that because you felt like it's a very good option, and why? What was the reason behind it?
So Ritual Beast only really does one thing good in this tournament. It has a more or less auto-win end board against Skystriker Tenpai. So, because my normal deck, which is Rysil, which I send almost every single game, if I play against Tenpai, I at least want them to consider if they really want to send Tenpai, and I force it into 50-50 instead of an auto-lose.
So you wanted to counter the counter in a way?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So other teams are often bringing Gimmick Puppet FTK, but I choose to play Ritual Beast because I love Ritual Beast more.
I see. And I mean, it obviously made it all the way to the finals, right?
Yes, but mostly because of Rice.
So I have some clips that I would like to share, and because I want your thoughts behind them. And if we can play the first clip, it was about obviously going into the semi-final and winning all the tosses. Please tell me, how does it feel when you are in a semi-final of the World Championship and being able to go first in every match?
We were so excited. It's hard to describe. So the first thing, of course, we want to see that we all open good. And to be honest, this is maybe my best hand all tournament. I opened super well. So I kind of knew I was winning. Me and Brothers was talked before the match. We know the matchup is a bit coin flippy, but yeah, we got lucky here.
I see. I mean, you need luck in order to win the whole tournament, right?
Yes.
So I hope that you will have it on the next match also.
Yes, thank you.
The second clip is regarding the teammate of yours, Ness, that took the Maxi Challenge, right?
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you about how do you feel, because I believe that it was a team decision to go all in, right? Can you give us some insights without spoiling any secrets why you chose to go all the way into the Maxi Challenge and give so many cards to Vince?
So the issue here is that Nesh only had a bunch of what we call engine with archetype of cards in his hand. So he was unable to produce any interrupt without giving a lot of maxi draws. And his opponent's deck is what we call engine heavy. It mostly plays a lot of in-engine, in-archetype cards. So we know that if we pass, we're for sure gonna lose. So my teammate has his specialty that he does a lot. And he also does it here, that he just gives them a lot of cards and he hopes that they have to make so many decisions because they have so many cards in hand. It takes longer for them to find the cards in hand. So instead of playing against his opponent here, he plays against the timer. And he hopes that it simply takes too long for them to figure out how to play through this field and the actions it takes, and hope that the timer runs to zero before they can figure out how.
Yeah, I can see that. The third clip is also about this ending field, that Vince was able not to break it all the way, but take a lot of advantage with a single talent. Obviously, IB Mascarena was chained here in order to clear some bodies from the field and threats that, for example, Desiree was getting stolen, it would be a serious problem. But I want your thought process behind this, what you felt when you went against the talent.
So here we basically knew that we would probably lose this game. So Talents is a very powerful card. It allows him to go through many of the interruptions at the same time, instead of to have to maneuver around all of them a lot more comfortably. So yeah, it was well played to the opponent, but yeah, they win this one because of the talents.
Yeah, I see. The fourth clip is a very nice sequence that happened in 2 matches actually.
Okay.
It was when Ash was chained, Call by the Grave was chained, and then you had Lancia.
Yes.
And in the second duel, it was Maxi against Ash. So in the one duel, you had the counter to the counter, while in the other duel, it was quite the opposite. What were your thoughts right then as a team?
I mean, not really much thought behind the team. They were both focused on their own games. I told them that my Fu were resolved, but I also had another decision I had to make, because I had a Jordan Lockbird in my hand. I had to consider if I wanted to pause the Fuva loss and instead try to activate Droll to stop his draws altogether, or if I just let him play, and I'm not sure if it was the correct choice. He was still able to make everything.
Okay. And the last clip, I think that it speaks by itself, to be honest. I hope that I don't want to spoil anything, but it is... This is the fifth clip, right?
Yes.
It is the moment. I know that you said before something about the timer, right?
Yes.
How important is the timer in the Master Duel?
So the timer is very important. Actually, my only win condition in this game was also trying to run him out of time, because he had so many more cards than I had. So that was basically what I was going for. Because Memento is simply a deck that requires a lot of actions. So very well played to Vince. He's definitely one of the better Memento players I've seen. Many players would instead time out instead of winning these games.
I see. And I mean, of course, it's a time that you knew that you are going through to a World Championship final. I'm really glad for you. I hope you're the best. I hope that you make it all the way and you will become the world champion. I hope to see you again in the next match and that we can have a discussion as a winner. I just want, before to end, tell me again your feelings about the next match.
Well, I'm happy that we're here. I'm happy to meet one of my favorite teams, SHUEISHA, in the final. I hope we can give everyone at home a good show. I hope for a well-played match for both sides.
Okay. Thank you very much. It was nice meeting you. And I hope that everyone enjoyed this amazing semi-final and that we can provide another amazing final for you guys. So please don't go away, stay tuned, and more content will come just for you.
Everybody, I'm here with Michael, who managed to go up into the finals of the World Championship of Yu-Gi-Oh! On Rush Duel. So of course it is a very, very intense day for him, and we are going to have a small discussion about his preparation and specifically about the finals. Michael, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm a bit tired, but I'm doing good.
Yeah, I get it. It was a very, very tough day for you, but you are into the finals right now that you are going to play tomorrow, so that is going to be a very special day. But speaking about today, how was it? Did you have any difficult moments?
So the first 2 rounds went well. I won the first 2. And then from the 3rd round onwards, like, it was a bit hard because everyone was getting better and I was getting a bit tired during the tournament and fatigued. So at the semi-finals match, I misplayed a lot, but it worked out in the end.
Yeah, and that is the most important, right? Because now you are in the finals. And you know what? It happens, of course, when you are in such a tournament. And speaking about this tournament, this is the biggest tournament you could ever be in. This is the World Championship. This is the biggest stage. Did you feel any pressure today?
Yeah, actually, I kind of did. Like, I didn't think so many people would support me, so that was some pressure, yeah.
And how did you do to deal with this pressure? Did you have any, I don't know, anything that you used to do or to prepare for?
I always practice with my friend, his name is Cliff, and we practice, like, we talked like about strategies like for every day for the past month, and before the tournament, like, we played for like 30 minutes, and then it was a good way to get into the game before the tournament.
So, okay, so a little bit of warm-up before the tournament, and it worked pretty well for you. Yeah. Speaking about the tournament itself, what deck do you think is the best deck?
So I think the Light Galaxy deck is the best. It has all the tools you need in the game. The skill is the strongest skill, and all the monsters have strong effects which you can use.
So it's gonna be one of your best decks, of course, for tomorrow. Speaking about tomorrow, do you feel confident for the finals?
Yes and no. I spoke with some of the other competitors and we discussed some strategies to use against him. And I played against him in the 3rd round of Swiss tournament. I lost 2-3, but it was pretty close, so I think I can take it in the finals.
So now you are trying to get your revenge on the big stage. Well, Michael, thanks a lot for all your time. I will let you rest a little bit, and I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Guys, we will see tomorrow if Michael can take it home.
So, hello, I'm here with Yumehara. Nice to meeting you. He's one of our finalists for the Rush Duel, as we have experienced today. And I would like to ask you some questions, but first of all, congratulations for advancing to the final.
嬉しいです。
Are you expecting to play against a very good player, obviously? Are you expecting to be a very back and forth duel as we have experienced the whole day?
そうですね、僕のデッキの構成が基本的に5戦まで想定しているようなデッキなので予想されます、そのように。はい。
Speaking of deck, I would like to know what is your favorite deck for the current meta?
光ギャラクシーですか
ね。I can understand why. I want to ask you about how do you feel about going against Shiny Shady, and if you would think about a deck like baseball, it would be a good matchup against it.
これがもう本当にシークレットオーダーっていうカードがシャイニーシェディを本当にかわすことができるカードなので、それをうまく使うために、ドラゴニックプレッシャーっていうカードで一掃した後にキルを取る、もうすごくシャイニーシェディに強く出れるデッキです。
And my last question, I want to know what your favorite card is right now in the game and what you feel that was the most powerful card today.
シークレットオーダーです。Very good card.
Thank you very much for this. I hope you the best tomorrow, and I hope that you go all the way and you will become the world champion. Thank you very much.
今日はありがとうございました。明日もぜ
Thank you.
ひ頑張ってチャンピオンになってください。
勝ちます。
Welcome back. We are here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship Series 2025 with our first of 2 Duel Links finals. The first is going to be the Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel final, and it's time to introduce your duelists. First up, your red duelist, Yumehara Sensei from Japan. And your blue duelist, Kiryu Ryo from Oceania! Our duelists are making their way up. Please do come up the stairs, come and join me up here on the stage. Come and stand just here with me. We're just waiting for our red duelist. Thank you very much, joining us. Come and stand here. These are your finalists for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel final here at the World Championship in 2025. Duelists, best of luck to you both. You may now go and enter your booths, and we wish you all the best. I'm going to throw you guys over to your casters so that we can see exactly what's going to be happening here in this Rush Duel final. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Ed. We are here back at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links World Championship 2025 to crown a new Rush Duel champion. I'm Alberto Marazzi, this is Mike Patucas and Jean-Alexis Rousseau. I am incredibly excited to be here with you. How do you guys feel?
I mean, I feel very excited. Yesterday we had such duels. That was absolutely amazing. Back and forth games, both in speed and Rush Duel. And I cannot wait any longer for this Rush Duel final. I mean, it was so excited. I don't know what you feel about that, Mike, but...
I had an interview yesterday with Yume, and I can tell you, I have so much inside. I cannot wait for this final. It means so much to me to see Yume give me all his knowledge about the game, and now I'm going to experience one of the most important finals of the season, if not the most. It is the World Championship, it is the final of the Rush Duel. I cannot be more excited.
And honestly, we also see both of our duelists yesterday in action, and Yume so far is the only duelist undefeated. And I mean, going to the final as an undefeated duelist, of course, it's such an achievement. But nonetheless, Kaio Ryo, on the other hand, I mean, what a performance we have seen. And honestly, I also would like to touch upon a bit about the decks that we have seen throughout the Swiss rounds and the semi-final, because we can safely say that Light Galaxy, Spellcasters and Heroes were so far the decks that have been brought the most by our duelists. But I also feel like we are focused a lot more on the 4th and 5th choice, which... I mean, I really feel like we have quite a few interesting choices.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw, for example, the baseball deck, which was brought by a lot of people. And this deck was very exciting to see, but we also saw some other deck, like the Red Boot version. And the Red Boot was absolutely explosive with all those damages that can just happen very, very fast. In the end, yeah, we have 3 dominant decks, but we also have some contenders, and I think it will revolve around those choices, because in the end you will have a lot of games to play, and yes, you have those 3 decks that you can rely on, and then it will all come around this 4th and 5th choice. I know that you really like the baseball deck, yeah, Alberto, and I don't know if you would have chosen this deck, but there are also some other strategies, right, Mike?
I mean, as we discussed yesterday with Yume, everything right now, to be honest, is all around Sunny Shady, right? We saw it yesterday that everything was happening around it. It has changed not only the format, not only the meta, but the whole game. And it has been slowed down, so decks like Redwood or Dark Galaxy have quite went off the meta, to be honest, because of this powerful trap card. However, as we saw yesterday, decks like Dark Galaxy can still be a very good option against one of the most best deck right now, which is Light Galaxy. And it is very important to see how the players will adjust their plan and how they are going to choose the deck for the final, because each game means a lot, and what you bring into the table, it's quite the key for the victory.
I mean, I really feel like, as you mentioned, Shiny Shady was for sure the card of the tournament, and I think one of those cards you really enjoyed being played and in action. And I really feel like it's stabilized a lot the current format, which I think it's a lot of different decks. As you mentioned, definitely baseball is one of those decks which comes to my mind that I would have definitely brought here.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I just enjoy too much playing the baseball deck. I don't know, it's very not only fun, but I think it's super consistent as well. Yeah. We saw some of the duels taking place yesterday during the Swiss rounds. I really feel like you can beat the best decks, honestly. And but also one of the decks that surprised me the most is Heroes. The thing is that one of the key points, I think, of Rush Duel was also having easy access to the extra deck. And I think Fusion Summon plays were one of the key plays of our duelists this weekend. And yeah, also comes to my mind the how spellcasters honestly interact incredibly well. But what surprised me the most is how our players kept their composure, right? It's of course the 8th best duelist in the world competing for the title of World Champion. And I mean, I really feel like coming to this stage, of course, every single game counts, but as we mentioned, it is about the small details sometimes that it makes all the difference. And of course, coming here to this final, you really want to prove yourself to be the new champion, because also yesterday we saw our 2024 World Champion didn't make it with Quantum Cubes, although we saw it on stream with an incredible back and forth match. And that's why we're here to witness who will be the next World Champion. But for sure, I mean, I think we can also briefly talk about the preparation of our duelists to compete here at the World Championship throughout the year. I mean, you also had the chance to talk to some of our duelists and interview them. They have been playing all year long, essentially, to be here at this level, right?
I mean, imagine having to grind all year, riding the ladder, trying to keep up with the meta, trying to figure out how to counter the meta. And as we saw yesterday, those that thrived were not those that they had just adjusted to the meta right now and just playing the best decks and the best cards, but those that have actually found a way and a solution to counter strong and powerful cards like Sunny Shady, and go, for example, for decks, for example, as you mentioned, spellcasters and elemental heroes, which are not as powerful and as explosive as Light Galaxies, but they have very strong effects to destroy spell and trap cards, which are very, very important at this current meta game. And I mean, we were talking about Redwoods yesterday, right? And your thought was that it has quite went out of the meta a little bit, right? How do you feel that it can compete into the final right now?
I mean, to be honest, Red Boot really surprised me, because I think the deck is pretty consistent and it has the ability to inflict a lot of damages really, really fast. We saw that yesterday in a few of our matches, and I think that it can really catch people off guard. We know that this game relies also around the trap cards. You talked about the Shiny Shady, which is one of the best trap cards, if not the best trap card of the game, but there are also some other trap cards like the Compulsory Evacuation Device or, for example, the Trap Hole, which is very, very good. Some of the players have been playing those cards, and I think that the ability to just summon some players, some monsters who are able to just attack for game and not fall into the trap cards is very, very important. But we are going to witness that in a few moments because, ladies and gentlemen, our players are soon ready. And I mean, I have to put an emphasis on something else. The fact that the players, yeah, of course, they have to prepare themselves with the metagame, with the deck building, everything that really matters. They have to be focused during the game. But there is also the mental preparation. You know, the fact that you prepared for the entire year, but you have to build that momentum for now. You have to be focused during those 2 days. Yesterday, the 8 duelists were ready to win it all, but it all revolves around now. Around those 2 duelists, they are ready to start the game, and the game 1 of the final of the Rush Duel starts right now. 2 players, 1 title. Kiryu Ryu on the blue side, and we have Yumehara on the red side. We are going to start the game right now with starting the Destroyer. We saw a very weird opening because we just set 3 cards on the side of Kiryu Ryu, which is not really what you want to do because you want to summon some monsters first. You want to just have the least card as possible in your hand so that you are able to draw 5 cards. But we are not going to be able to do that during the next turn. And we see already 3 monsters on the side of Yumehara. We need to have this card, the Shiny Shady. Of course, we know how impactful this card is during this meta, and it might be a very good timing to just activate this card on the Void Veil Crusader, or maybe you just keep it for the next move. What's your thought about that?
I mean, I think one of the main aspects to consider when you play against Dark Galaxy is they can very easy access to seal the game out very easily. And for sure, one of the main aspects that we have been discussing also throughout these Swiss rounds is, of course, the use of trap cards. And here it is, the first copy of Shiny Shady.
We can see the Shiny Shady. What an impactful trap card. We are going to be able to put the Void Veil Crusader face down on the field. That's pretty good, of course.
And I mean, speaking yesterday with Yume, I just told you that he was speaking about the Dark Galaxy. I didn't want to spoil anything because obviously he's in the final, but he truly believes the deck. He truly believes that he's a very good counter option to the current meta. He finds it very good against the Light Galaxy, for example, and obviously a card like Shiny Shady that has been just activated. It is quite good, but it is one of the decks that Dark Galaxy can go through it if he has obviously the correct answers, right?
Absolutely, and we talked about this card because, I mean, this is a very, very important card in the current format, and having a deck that can just go through these interruptions is very, very good. And as you just mentioned, yeah, Dark Galaxy is a very good deck for that. But for now, we are going to enter battle phase and inflict the first damages of the final, 1,500 LPs less, and we are going to draw 4 more cards on the side of Kiryu to try to just start the game.
And I mean, Kiryu at the moment is probably on Spellcasters, and I believe that it is one of those decks that are not quite confident against Dark Galaxy, meaning that Spellcasters want to see spell and trap cards, right? They want to see their opponents setting spell and trap cards in order to destroy them through their powerful spells, such as the Ghost Cyclone, and it is very important for Spellcasters to play through. However, we saw that Yume didn't set any spell and trap card. In the one hand, this is obviously good for their opponents since they can understand that there is no Shiny Shady in game. However, for example, you cannot discard Ghost Cyclone like this. It is one of the things that you really want to avoid.
And also I really feel like that we also discussed how important it is to be conservative sometimes, just to understand what is the right moment to push. Especially because I really feel like that sometimes we have seen very sought after games, whereas sometimes it was just a matter of couple of turns to basically seal out the games. What I really like about Spellcasters is, of course, their skill, which essentially gives you very easy access also to Fusion, thanks to the Master Accel Road. I really feel like in general yesterday one of the main fusion cards that was summoned from the extra deck was of course the 7-road Charming Witch, and I mean I think the deck is very consistent. I think plays very well around the format. But what also we have been discussed yesterday was how basically our players were adapting their play style not only according to their opponent but also adjusting it throughout the entire day. Because I think you can also sometimes prepare for a tournament with a certain strategy and adapt it throughout the tournament, knowing that your opponent may know what your choices may be. And I also really feel like that entering, as mentioned before, into the final, being undefeated, puts a lot of pressure to your opponent.
Absolutely, yeah, we can see that, but for now, Kiryu is just going to finally enter the game very, very convincingly. He now entered battle phase, he literally just wiped the opponent's field, and yeah, I think that he's pretty much well into the game with 2 set cards, which might be some threats for his opponents, and he has now 3 monsters, so little by little, he's just trying to build the control onto the game.
And to be honest, I like those mini games that Shiny City has input into the game right now. For example, we can see that Kiryu has set 2 spell or traps cards on the field and has 1 card in the hand. This may be bluff or this may be a Shiny City. However, Yume, he's playing a World Championship final. He is not sure he has to respect every opportunity that his opponent may have, that a Shiny City may interact with him, may stop him from advancing his game state, and obviously, in the end, they may be, for example, Fusion and Ego Cyclone, and maybe just a bluff, to be honest. But, for example, right now we see a set monster, probably for the tribute summon, maybe.
Doesn't really seem too happy with this, and you can tell he's smiling because also we know that it's very difficult sometimes to play around Shiny Shady, but I think it's what even more difficult is thinking if your opponent has you or not. Because I think what we mentioned this a lot of times during our stream is mind games, and of course setting spell cards, it's something very important in Rush Duel because you really want to draw new fresh cards out of your deck, and sometimes Shiny Shady is not there, it's simply not there. So you may be holding 1 card in your hand and maybe your opponent thinks, yeah, okay, maybe I think it's just waiting for the right moment, but it's not there.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen that yesterday, by the way. 3 set cards, but it was
and
Lisa.
That was the first of game 1.
It is game. It is game right now. You talk about that, the fact that maybe the set cards, sometimes they are not what you think they are. We've seen the Shiny Shady once, but the 2 other set cards, they were not here to just protect himself. And in that case, it is 1-0. So now this is a very important moment because, of course, you are leading the way and you can just be in the driver's seat. And being in the driver's seat is very, very good for the mindset. You know that you can allow yourself to just make some mistakes and lose the next game. And it is very, very good for the confidence. But on the other hand, for Kiryu, I mean, that must be a little bit scary. You are up against a very, very good player, and this guy just made a very convincing game, controlling the pace, and you couldn't do a lot, to be honest. So he has to just reset and be confident for the next game, because of course nothing's done. We've seen some reverse sweep yesterday, and we can definitely see that today.
Absolutely, and I think what is important mentioning is that I think Yumehara knew that was his only play. Like, you could really tell it was really hoping that the attack went through and the strategy worked out. Because, I mean, as we mentioned, I think sometimes it is the small details that our players are going to win games. And, yeah, sometimes Shiny Shady is not going to be there, and that was the case. So it was just like, if he has it, I may not have this one. If he doesn't, I maybe won. Oh, so it's...
And I mean, we have to appreciate the little mini-games that went through this first game. For example, Yume, as we said before, he has like a secret pick, if we can call it, Dark Galaxy, meaning that it's not one of those decks that you want to bring in the World Championships. It's not considered from the player base to be one of the 4th or 5th best deck right now. However, he wanted in order to counter the Light Galaxy strategy, right? So I believe that Yume was thinking that Kiryu will start with Light Galaxy probably, just to establish his power, just to play one of the best decks right now, and wanted to counter that with Dark Galaxy. However, Kiryu probably went with the logic that he didn't want to use right now his best deck. He went for Spellcaster, who is very familiar with, to be honest, and in order to counter cards like Shiny Shady and obviously all the other legendary traps, right? However, as we saw a beautiful matchup, in between those Dark Galaxy and Spellcasters, there's no clue where the game will end. However, we are going to see Game 2 right now starting.
And the game 2 is starting right now. We already see the first turn of Kiryu Ryo with 3 set cards and 2 monster sets. So this is pretty optimal, to be honest, because you are going to draw 5 cards on your next turn and be able to try to take the control of the game, try to keep the pace, you know. But on the other hand, it shows that you don't have the Shiny Shady because we don't see any card in his hand. And of course, you have to discard one to just activate the effect. So pretty good start, and we are going to see how his opponent is gonna react to that.
And to be honest, I want to ask you, Alberto, how do you feel about Light Galaxy against Baseball?
I mean, we saw it in the Swiss rounds as well in action, and I mean, we have to tell you that Baseball wins games against Light Galaxy. I mean, I really feel like that Light Galaxy is one of those decks that I think it's the most scariest deck of the entire format. But I also feel like, as you mentioned, Mike, Dark Galaxy was brought here for a reason and to counteract Light Galaxy. Baseball, I think, plays very well sometimes around Shiny Shady, and because he has a lot of normal monsters as well, which are not affected by Shiny Shady. But I mean, I really feel like that the skill of Light Galaxy is incredible. Basically, getting rid of 2 cards and drawing 2 fresh cards, as we mentioned, it's something that really sometimes it's just too much, you know. So it's sometimes very unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really like, to be honest, the Baseball strategy. Being able to use the effect of player 99 is always very, very strong because you end up having 2 monsters on the field and a lot of attack points, which usually just puts so much pressure on your opponent that the guy in front of you, I mean, he has to do something. He has to do something. Otherwise, the next turn, it is going to be very difficult for him, unless he has, of course, a trap card. We've seen, of course, the Shiny Shady, but also the Negate attack, which was very, very strong, clutch in a game yesterday. So, yeah, I think that Baseball has a lot for him. And the fact that there are a lot of normal monsters, of course, as you just mentioned, is very good into the current metagame.
And to be honest, Yume, we have spoke together yesterday, and he was telling me that his favorite card is Secret Order. It is the card that he wants to see, and to be honest, if not Light Galaxy to the deck to have it, then who? I'm guessing that it will be activated in his turn, and to be honest, I want to see Galactic Oblivion to be summoned. I want to see the animation in the final of the World Championship.
Yeah, this card is obviously very, very beautiful. We said that yesterday, and I think we both love this card. But for now, I mean, we are just going to have the 3 set cards, and we don't have much, to be honest.
Not at all, especially because... Wow, this direct attack, is that it?
Really? Is it going to be it? I mean, if you have something, this is the time, but no, there is nothing.
Is that it?
And all of a sudden, we are 2-0 in the grand finals of the World Championship. I mean, what a game once again. And Kiryu Ryo is back against the wall. It's going to be very hard. We talked about that a little bit earlier. I mean, being 1-0, it's fine because you still have some safety. You can still lose 1 game. But now being 2-0 down, I mean, this is very, very scary for him. How is he going to do to just get back into the game? He has to win 3 games in a row, and we know that his opponent is very, very good. So, I mean, he's going to have to just find the resources to just get back on track, and I mean, that must be very hard to feel.
And to be honest, I wasn't expecting that 3 spell and traps face down, was not one single shiny shady there. I was very surprised, to be honest, because when Light Galaxy passes the turn without even summoning monsters, I'm obviously expecting some defenses, but there were none. And as we saw, Yume would take the win. With what deck again, Alberto?
Baseball, I mean, I've been thinking about the deck, I think maybe also while I'm asleep, honestly, because, I mean, we mentioned this before, baseball can beat like Galaxy, and I think the very good thing about baseball is it plays incredibly well around Shiny Shady, because the monsters that Yumehara had on the field were normal monsters which are not affected by Shiny Shady, because Shiny Shady only affect monster. And I mean, this way, I really think like if you draw 5 fresh new cards with like Galaxy, you also use the skill and you pass. That must have been incredibly hard, honestly, for Rio. And back against the wall, as you mentioned, Jean-Alexis. And honestly, here we're now entering into Game 3, and there's not going to be any mistakes from Rio, because otherwise it's going to be over. But we will soon find out also the card choices and the decks they're going to be playing into this Game 3.
Absolutely back against the wall, and he is going to have to just win 3 games in a row. He can do it, he wants to do it, and he's going to have to do it if he really wants to lift the trophy and win the title. Rio is now going to have to face the Ghost Cyclone, which is going to literally destroy the Shiny Shady. And what a good start for Yumehara. There he is going to get rid of the only interruptions on the side of Rio and just leave him with only 2 monsters in defense position. What is he gonna do next? That is very important. Of course, we know that in this game, we want to just get the control on the game. It's all about just keep up with the pace of your opponent and be able to just give the final blow at the end of the turn.
And to be fair, right now we have Spellcaster against Redwood. Those are the decks that are currently into the meta for the case of the Spellcasters, right? As we talked before, destroying spell and trap are very important right now, as we could obviously see yesterday, right? However, for Redwood, they have a very strong weakness. Yumehara knows that it is the Shiny Shady, and I want to see how he's going to approach this matchup, meaning that obviously if you want to set some spell trap cards, it is one of those decks that spellcasters like to do. It is part of their strategy, and obviously with Shiny Shady in their arsenal, they may be very scary against Redwood, right?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, especially because the Ghost Cyclone now has just destroyed the Shiny Shady, honestly, which was there this time around. And you can really tell that, I mean, Spellcasters is really one of those decks that, I mean, it's been a must of our duelists this weekend. And it's just the skill alone does so much. And you can really tell that Yumehara is just mastering the deck, just thinking very carefully about what his next move can be. And it's been very conservative in the games we have seen so far, but also very smart in the position of understanding, do I have this one? Can I just push enough damage to close my opponent and win it out?
And I mean, at this moment, set 3 monsters and 1 spell trap into our field looks very scary for Redwood, meaning that when Yumehara has also 2 cards in his hand, he can only mean one thing, to be honest. I truly believe that there is a Shiny Shady there which can very, very good interact with the Redwood strategy.
Yeah, absolutely, but 6 cards in hand for now for Rio, who is thinking carefully about his next move. And I think he's pretty right, because of course he doesn't have the right to do any mistake right now. I remind you of the score, 2-0 for Yumehara Sensei. And Rio will have to win the 3 next games. For now, he's going to have to face probably, I think you're right, Mike. I think this is a Shiny Shady right there, even if we have seen yesterday some cases where it was not the card, even if you kept some cards in hand, but it might be. So you have to play around it anyway, even if it is not. But yeah, for now, we are going to get the fusion from the deck, and that is a pretty good start, to be honest.
Absolutely, especially because we mentioned how important the extra deck is for Rush Duel, and especially for such decks. And with the Redwood, for example, you have sometimes access to the Redwood Boost Dragon with just as being normal summoned, and thanks to Dragon Boost Fusion, you most of the times go for the best fusion monsters of the deck in the forms of Red Boot, Enhanced Boost Dragon. Sometimes that is the plan, especially because we also seen how important it is to play with the graveyard.
Bulls and Wyvern shut down the field, and we are one fusion away from summoning our best monster, Red Boot Enhanced Boost Dragon. Can we go for that? We'll be summoned into our grand final. And yes, Red Boot Enhanced Boost Dragon has reached finally the final of the World Championship.
I mean, we honestly seen this card so many multiple times throughout the 2 days, and I mean, this card itself does so much, and it is incredibly scary. I really feel like that the only card counteracting it at the very moment it hits the field is Shiny Shady, but this is resolving.
Yeah,
and,
absolutely, absolutely. And this is very scary because, of course, this card is very good. We've seen yesterday, Alberto, the fact that you can literally end the game very, very fast with this card. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be the case here. I don't think so. But you still have the ability to put so much pressure on your opponent. But for now, we are going to summon this Tri-Peak Wyvern. And yeah, this is pretty convincing for now. So we get back the fusion from the graveyard, and we have another card in hand. We are going to be able to just activate the effect of the Red Boot Boost Dragon. And yeah, now we can see Kiryu just fighting, and I mean, I'm happy about that, to be honest.
Yeah.
And to be honest, we can understand that there's no Shiny Shady in the field of Yumehara, since if there was, it will be immediately activated into Red Boot Enhanced Boost Dragon before activating the effect to deal some damage.
I mean, I really feel like this was a very good turn, especially because you leave your opponent with 2900 life points, and you're putting a lot of pressure, especially because you have two set cards. As mentioned, there's no cards in end, which means there's not going to be any Shiny Shady. But still, I mean, we saw quite a few very good trap cards, such as Trap Pull, Wet Spread Ruin, Negate Attack, for example. There are a lot of different trap cards that have been played throughout the format. But here, once again, I really feel like it's all on Yumehara, because I think the field is quite established for Kiryu. And we really need to see if he finds a way to come back into this one, because new cards have been drawn, and I really feel like it's on him at the moment.
7 Road Witch has been summoned into the field alongside with one of my favorite cards, to be honest, 7 Road Magician, and I want to see right now when he's going to be summoned into the field, having a very, very good effect actually. I really like it that he can boost his own attack, right?
I mean, I think we've mentioned it a lot of times how important it is to play with the graveyard this weekend. Like Galaxy, Spellcasters, Heroes, Red Boot, Baseball that brings back player 39. I mean, I think playing with the graveyard is extremely important, and I think the management of resources even better. And that's why also we have seen some of our duelists playing Pot of Avarice, for example, which it's one of those cards that you really love to see in action every single time it's being activated. And it's really one of those cards that it really puts you in a very better situation for grind games. You can really tell here Yumehara is just trying maybe to testing the waters, just you know, trying his best, but there's no activation from his opponent, and here we see.
You talked about that. You talked about getting back the resources from the graveyard into the deck, and with this talismanic seal array, you are able to do so. Plus, he is going to be able to lower the attack of the fusion on the side of Kiryu, and he's going to get rid of it in the battle phase. So we see the game plan of Spellcasters slowly just getting in track, because we know that this deck just wants to control the game, and all of a sudden you use the 7 Road Witch, you just fuse, and from that point, all of a sudden you win the game. And that is what he is going to build right now.
However, Supersonic Fusion Enhancement has been activated, giving Kiryu one Booster Wyvern from his deck into his own hand. Then he sent the fusion, if I believe, yes, if I can see correctly, and now I want to see how he's going to play through this field, because we have to consider that Yumehara has less than half of his life points right now, which is very important in Rush Duel.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about that, the fact that the life points are a resource, of course, but the lower it goes, I mean, the harder it is to just survive. You know that your opponent will just be able to get back into the game after the next turn because, of course, you will draw a lot of cards. You will just get back to 5 cards. And if you don't have those precious trap cards, it's going to be very hard for you to just keep surviving and just stay into the game, basically. So yeah, as you just mentioned, I mean, 2,400
and
life points.
The materials for the Red Boot Enhancement Boost Dragon are on the field, and this can only be one thing. Can we see again Red Boot Enhanced Boost Dragon be summoned into the field?
I mean, I think it's also important to mention how life points matter because Kiryu is slowly reusing Yume Yara's life points, and here, as you mentioned, Mike, Dragon Boost Fusion gets activated, and we get to see once again Red Bull Enhanced Boost Dragon.
And this is very scary.
If there is no Sunny Shade in this game, to be honest.
Yeah, that is right. But he's going to be able to once again put a lot of pressure on his opponent. And we see 3 set cards, but for now none has been activated. So I am very curious to see if this is only some.
And obviously the Sunny Shady as a response to Red Boot Enhanced Boost Dragon. We were talking all day long yesterday. We were talking for this right now. It is one of the reasons why Red Boot is not competing very well right now into the meta. Sunny Shady is countering this deck a lot. However, we see the curse and the response from Kiryu.
And this is a very good card. We've seen that yesterday, of course. This card has been activated a countless amount of times. And yeah, this is very good because you can play with the position of the opponent's monster, plus you can just draw 2 cards. And yes, sometimes you will just make your opponent draw some cards and just be able to let him activate the Shiny Shady because, of course, you need this card in hand. But also, I mean, it gives you some fuel to just end the game and apply a lot of pressure, which is what he's going to do right now with the Double Twin Dragon.
I mean, I really feel like that Yume Yara was forced to activate the Shiny Shady right there. But it's also true that the Course of the Rising Light, I think it was the perfect spot to activate it. But next turn, yeah. I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense because once the Shiny Shady hits the field, we saw how disruptive it is. It completely shuts down your strategy, and although the Curse of the Rising Light was there, now I think there's a window in which Yume Yara maybe take advantage of this situation. We will find out.
And I mean, it was very important that Sunny City was targeting Red Boost Enhanced Boost Dragon for its effect, since it was also able to gain 1,500 life points, which is very important.
Absolutely, and now we see the fusion, and we will see finally the 7th Road Charmy Witch, which is so important in the spellcaster strategy. I mean, this card, when it hits the field, then you are all of a sudden able to just launch all of your plays and put a lot more pressure on your opponent. So seeing it, I mean, we've seen it a lot of times this weekend, but seeing it once again is very, very good for Yume Yara. And we are going to see a second fusion. We are going to fuse away those 2 monsters and let the 7th Paladin hit the field. So now we are going to accelerate the things. We have seen the control part of the spellcasters, but now we just want to end the game.
And to be honest, I think this might be a game actually, since 7th Paladin has gained so much attack. He's 4,900 life attack points, while 7th Road Charming Witch is not only that she has a wonderful effect, but also can inflict piercing damage, which is very relevant right now. And do not forget that Kiryu is in 4,100 life points.
Absolutely, we are going to enter battle phase. Is it? Is that it? Is this?
I think we have a World Champion!
It is the World Championship! A convincing victory! 3-0 for Yume Yara Sensei, who is your new World Champion in the Rush Duel category. What a game! What a final! I mean, this guy, what he just did was absolutely amazing. Undefeated, what a champion!
I mean, what a performance. We've mentioned this before. Undefeated throughout the Swiss rounds, wins the semi-final, comes into the final and wins 3-0. What a performance, honestly.
He just performed. He told me yesterday he's all his knowledge. He gave it to me. I knew what was going to happen. I was totally trusting him. He's one of the best and currently the best player in the world. He's the world champion in Rush Duel, and I mean, he just showed us why. He went 3-0 undefeated into the World Championship final, and he established dominance. He established why he needs to consider as the best of the best and why he's the world champion.
I mean, honestly, I'm speechless. Like, after seeing game one in which he essentially just tried his best and yeah, let me try it. If it works, maybe it's gonna work out, and you know, work out, because he wins game one, goes into game two, and also once again I think the plan was incredible, because he decided to bring baseball, which we mentioned. I think it's a very, very good deck, and now the world champion played baseball, so I think, you know, I was justified to like the deck. And I mean, I really feel like the baseball deck has a very good matchup, especially in this current format against Shiny Shady. A lot of normal monsters, no effect. You just enter battle phase, attack, and that was it.
Absolutely, you can apply pressure so easily with this deck, and the fact that you have the player 99 and the player 39, which are some really great cards. I mean, the baseball deck, to be honest, it is a very strong one. We didn't put it in our top 3 when we just talked about that earlier and yesterday, but this is a very, very good deck. But on the other hand, I just want to think also about his opponent, because that was still a very great game. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to just express himself during this final, and that must be heartbreaking, yes, but he's the second best player in the world right now. So still congratulations to him, and yeah, I hope that he will not be too disappointed, you know.
I mean, absolutely not, especially because, I mean, it was an incredible year of action. To qualify for the World Championship is absolutely no joke. I mean, we mentioned this before, it's only 8 players, 8 best players in the room competing for the World Championship title. And honestly, I mean, came in second place, it's still an incredible performance. But congratulations to our new Rush Duel World Champion, who is now with our wonderful host, Ed Templar. Ed, take it away.
Attention duelists, we have a 2025 Rush Duel World Champion, Yumehara Sensei! Please come and lift your trophy! Congratulations, Yumehara Sensei. How does it feel to be the world champion?
おめでとうございます。今の気分は
最高です。
Great.
Is there anyone you would like to say thank you to? Anybody you'd like to shout out in this moment?
今感謝の気持ちを伝えたい方などいますでしょうか。
ちょうど壇上のそちらにいらっしゃいますトモさんです。
He'd like to thank Tomo-san, who's over there.
Thank you very much, Thomas, and congratulations one more time. I'm going to let you lift that trophy one more time for our amazing audience at home, but give it up for your new Rush Duel champion! Our first champion has been crowned today, but we still have 2 more finals ready to come your way. The first of which will be the Speed Duel as part of Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, and then we'll be having the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Final. So it's going to be an action-packed day for our digital titles. Don't go anywhere, because in perfect style, the Speed Duel will be along speedily. But we're going to throw you guys over to an analyst to talk about that amazing final we've just seen for our new world champion.
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
Yumehara Sensei came out on top there in the Rush Duel category, being a new and basically being the first world champion being crowned here this weekend.
What a sweep as well, convincing 3-0 there. Didn't look close in the first 2 games even. In the third one, it was a little bit more of a back and forth versus Michael there, but just pulled through there after all.
In the end, he really seemed calm the entire time as well. When you looked at his face cam, he was there, he was chilling, he was cruising.
Put the arms back, chilling like that.
He was putting up a show there, and in the end, impressively showed it with a 3-0, like the cleanest you can do it. A clean sweep that made it happen, that brought him the victory, that brought him the title, and we of course have some moments from that final prepared for you to look at together. So let's go into the first replay. Let's talk about the first moment of that final that we witnessed there just now. And the first moment basically is from game number 1, where it was sort of revealed what even is the one deck on the side of Kiryu Ryo, who was playing the 7th Road Magician, the Spellcaster deck essentially, which is one of the classics in Rush Duel, basically there since the beginning.
And the deck really needs a little bit to get going, right? It does sound odd for Rush Duel, right? But it is a very grindy deck, wants to get bigger into the engine, and if you don't find the time, that's gonna be tough.
It was actually interesting because if you know Rush Duel for a while, usually it was always monster, monster, monster. It wasn't that much about the trap cards. We saw there though the opening turn from Kiryu Ryo with 2 set monsters and 3 set spell and trap cards. One of them, of course, being the impactful Shiny Shady that is now so dominant in the format. And it wasn't enough though in the end, because highlight number 2, we have captured the victory there. The attacking for game move then from Yumehara Sensei, who brought out the Void Valkyrie Sarior, and that one is so strong as it's used its effect, sent the top 3 cards from the deck to the graveyard, and he got a little bit lucky with it, right?
If it hits a Dark Galactic monster, it is going to be able to attack again. If you have them more than 3, you are just destroying all of these level 8 or lower monsters. It is an incredibly powerful card.
Yeah, on its own, it basically there sealed the deal, because it did destroy all of the opponent's monsters and then could attack twice with enough attack points to end the game completely on its own, bringing it into a 1-0 lead for our now new world champion. But let's go into the second match. Next highlight coming your way. And of course, if you remember, of course, that one was kind of odd, I want to say almost, because we saw there we are drawing 5 cards on the side for Kiryu Ryo, which is pretty common, of course, for Rush Duel. The next thing we saw, though, wasn't as common. Okay, Galactica Fusion draw, yep. Drawing even more cards, but we are passing.
Yeah, that is crazy to not be able to play any monsters, any meaningful cards. They're having set all of those 3 spell and trap cards. Of course, you want to draw in the draw phase again, but if you have nothing to play then on the next turn, that might actually cost you the game. And if you're looking at this, this is not the strongest field I've ever seen.
Doesn't feel like that.
That's 3 vanillas.
Yes, but it was absolutely enough, because there just was not coming anything after from Kiryu Ryo, and therefore that was the moment where game number 2 then was sealed.
Whereas Tinatrix didn't even have to hit.
That is indeed the case, but that brought it to an already pretty desperate situation here for the player from Oceania, because he was already in that situation where he was barely even in competition anymore. He could still back sweep with a 3-0. Of
course, always possible. Never
always
count
possible.
out people who are 0-2 down. We've seen that in a Master Duel semi-final as well. There's
and he
always
was doing his best.
Yeah.
He was doing his best, because in the next highlight, we really could see also in the camera from Yumehara Sensei that he seemed upset about this moment as we went with the Red Boot Enhanced Boost Dragon, and really you could tell he was going and going. This Dragon deck, of course, being so strong, and we see the effect now from the Red Boost Dragon, essentially putting back so many cards from the graveyard to then apply burn damage, effect damage to the opponent's life points, and it seemed like it was going into the direction of Kiryu Ryo again, but was it really?
You got to burn so much. The deck refills the graveyard every single time and then shuffles those cards back to burn more, and then the Red Boot Enhanced Boost Dragon there is, of course, the big game winner for the deck. But if there is so much defense on the side of your opponent, you just can't push through. Got really close to winning that game, but just not quite enough. I think 1,800 life points, which is not a lot in Rush Duel, but it's still some.
It's still 6,000 life points that they start with, and then still he was continuing to try. Highlight number 5. So a very interesting interaction. still in that third game, of course, as we only got to see third games overall. And we had there the response with the shiny Shady to that big fusion monster, but it came Curse of the Rising Light. And you see there, we had Yumehara Sensei there, putting his hands on top of his head, not really being too happy about that spell card being activated, because the magicians, the spellcasters on the side of Yumehara have not really gotten rolling there. We saw no fusion summons until that very moment from him, and therefore that card there, being able to draw 2 cards for both players, could have been the moment to really run away for Kiryu Ryo.
The Rising Light also a really interesting card in the metagame, just because the shiny Shady, sometimes if you play all of your cards from your hand, it is not live, you have to discard something, and then all of a sudden, you get 2 cards again.
Yeah, and you got 2 cards, but even though we got 2 new cards with the Curse of the Rising Light, we couldn't really follow it up with much more. That brought it back over to the turn of Yumehara Sensei. And our last highlight that we have remaining, let's get into that last highlight, is where finally the fusion started to happen. We had the Master Exo Road skill to Axis Fusion, number 2 I think it was. We even kept on going. We had access to that also powerful 7th Paladin next to the Witch, and we just didn't stop there.
And this is what the spellcasters want to do, that they want to get rolling, they want to set up those powerful fusions and then attack, gain so much attack, and then just go for game later on after controlling the game. A little bit of setup, and then oh so powerful.
And that is our last highlight. We still see it there. We're shuffling back, and of course, we're only waiting. And you could already tell in the face cam of Kiryu Ryo, he took the headset off. He knows those decks. He knows how it goes. He knows that these monsters are big enough to attack. We see 4,900 attack points on the 7th Paladin, being the deciding factor here, as there are monsters in attack position, 3,700 points of damage, and that is also followed by that direct attack down there to make Yumehara Sensei our new Rush Duel World Champion.
Attacking with the 7th Road Charmy Witch, how much more iconic could it be?
Indeed, and that is absolutely how that story is written now. We have a new glorious champion, the champion of the world, and of course, with that glorious champion, we want to talk now. We're going to give it back over to the stage where our world champion is waiting.
To the coverage of the World Championship 2025 in Paris, and I here have the pleasure to have the first finalist of the Spiel Duel category, Philip Thomas. So first of all, congratulations for this result. Of course, the final is yet to be played, but I would like to hear from you. How do you feel?
Oh, it's an amazing feeling. Honestly, I did not expect this, but I'm so happy to be here.
And I mean, I can imagine, especially because it was a very long day of actions. We saw you on stream on the very last round of Swiss, and for a moment we all thought that you were 2-0 below, and but I mean, I was pretty sure that you really wanted to try your best, and I also saw your reaction in game 3, and you were like cheering, and I was sure you really wanted to bring it into game 5. So I just wanted to ask you, yeah, I mean, how did the tournament go? Of course, we know that you're going to the finals, but how were your sensations going into the tournament? And round after round, you know, you were just, you know, going through it, and once you realized, okay, I'm into the top 4, I made it to the semi-final. I just want to understand, you know, your feelings and yeah, how'd it go?
So the tournament was very nerve-wracking because, you know, they're the best players in the world, and the first round, you know, I tried to, it took a little bit of time to like get into the flow of playing, but once I won that, I think that's like the most important one, because then, you know, you really hit that flow state, and from there on, you know, round 2 I won, round 3 I won. I can't believe it, because at that point you're like 3-0 and you have a really, really high chance. Yeah, like you said, round 4, you know, I almost brought it back, but, you know, 3-1, I'm super happy with the result.
And especially because I really felt like we had a lot of different decks on stream today, and I also believe that it's not taken to be granted that one player, once you know, it's guaranteed top cut, plays the way you played the last round, especially because I really feel like you really want to prove you are the best player in the room, right? Especially going undefeated into Swiss round, it's still an achievement, going into the top cut. And I mean, I really feel like that, as you mentioned, although losing the last round, I mean, I think that the semi-final, it was just amazing, honestly. It was just, I also feel like it's, you played Utopia, and I also get the chance to talk to you prior to the event. So essentially, it made me laugh when I was watching you playing the deck, because we were talking about deck choices, no? And I also like that not only you won with the deck, but you won against it. So I just want to understand what was the rationale behind bringing such a deck. And how did you approach in terms of understanding, okay, maybe Branded and Shadow will be the most represented deck. So what were your rationale behind picking, let's say, the 4th or the 5th deck?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, because to me and my testing partners, we had decided on the 4 decks relatively early, because we said, oh, yeah, these are pretty much far above the rest. And the 5th deck, it was a tough decision, because every one of the options that we had, they weren't really great. So I decided to pick Utopia, because I think it has a lot of advantages, because it can sack wins really easily. So even versus strong players, you can actually just get wins. And it's a very simple to play deck. And especially in such a tournament where you know you're nervous, I think it was very helpful to have a deck like that.
And as you mentioned, I think it's also one of those decks that can really give you quick access to easy OTK, most likely. And what do you think of Resonators? Because I think it's one of those decks that throughout the day we saw it a lot in action. And I also had the impression that the most represented deck, Branded and Shadow, most of the times were basically defeated by such decks. So were you expecting it? Did you think about it? Maybe, you know, that 5th deck could really give you the advantage in those kind of matches.
That's very interesting, because before the event, I actually said, oh, if you lose with Shadow and Despia, you have no chance to win the round. It's not at all what happened. I think I very much underestimated the power of the decks like Resonator and Utopia and Camera, because those actually did the heavy lifting for me as well.
And I mean, I think we were also surprised on stream as well, because, for example, in the very first 2 matches, essentially Resonators beat the best decks, Shadows, and we were like, okay, so maybe what is going to happen next? Maybe did the players expect this? And as you mentioned, maybe neither the players were expecting these results. And I also really liked Speed Droids, and I'm actually laughing because we talked about this the other day. Why did you decide not to bring Speed Droids to the event?
Oh, this is a funny story, because we decided not to bring Speedrun. We didn't think it was very good, but then once we realized that Karma 3, the other finalist, is bringing a Speedroid list with 3 non-fusion area, we were like, oh, this is way better than our decks. But at that time, the deck submission was already over, so we couldn't change it.
And in terms of preparation to the event, how did you prepare? How much effort did you put into it? And for those watching at home, if they really want to make it into next year World Championship, what would you advise?
That's a very good question. So this is my 2nd World Championship level event. And the first time I was like, oh, I'm just happy to be here. The second time, the second I qualified, I was like, okay, I really want to win this thing. So I asked the 2, who I think are the 2 best players in the tournament. And I was like, guys, let's test together, let's prepare together. And I think we got this. And we all, you know, had this preparation process, talking about decks, figuring out the best plays. And I think that helped me a lot, you know, because I think the best process to prepare is picking people who you think are better than you, and then, you know, just learning from them.
Yeah. And also one argument that I would like to touch very quickly with you is, of course, the argument of the day. You're in the final and your brother is on the semi-final of Master Duel, which is I mean, for those watching at home, it feels like a movie that you see maybe in theaters, but it's all true. And so I just want to understand what were the feelings before the event, coming as brothers, because like I think this is a first timer, and how were the emotions, and what did you tell to each other once you reached the final and once you reached the semi-finals?
Yeah, it was crazy because I didn't believe in this, but Chris, my brother, before the event was like, oh, imagine if we both get top 4, can you imagine? I was like, nah, it's not gonna happen, and now we're here. And because the Duel Links rounds were finished before the Master Duel round, so he congratulated me, and then when his rounds were finished, I cannot believe it. He's also top cut, and it was amazing.
I mean, it's an unbelievable story, and we will be witnessing what happens tomorrow. So everything, cards still needs to be played, and I just want to congratulate you for the final at the moment.
Thank you very much.
So best of luck, and hopefully we will get the chance to talk to you again in another situation. We will soon find out. Thanks so much for watching, and don't go anywhere, because we will be back with more action for the World Championship 2025 in Paris.
Hello, I'm here with Cam3, one of our finalists for the Speed Duel. I'm very excited meeting you. Nice to meet you, first of all. And I want to ask you some questions about today. First of all, how do you feel playing tomorrow in the Speed Duel final?
大概就像梦想成真一样。
Yeah, I could imagine. I wanted to ask one question, since now all of your decks have been revealed, and why you didn't choose to play Despia?
我自己玩起来的时候觉得就那套牌不是特别的我自己觉得不是很厉害，它非常容易被针对。
So your final round in Swiss was against Philip, and now we will experience the exact same match again in the final. How do you feel about this rematch?
Can you repeat again? Sorry.
Yeah. So his final round in the Swiss round was against the same player that he will face on the final.
Okay.
And how does it feel about this? About the rematch?
就是你瑞士人打最后一场也是你的对手也是就是你决赛的对手嘛，然后你就对此有什么感受？就再跟他打一场。
就他是今天唯一跟我打到卡满的嘛，所以我就觉得很希望能再次赢下他，就对了。
As you said, it was an amazing seeing you play with Philip for 5 rounds, and it was very exciting to see you in Game 5 against him. And how was the whole experience of the tournament regarding all the other players and going 4-0 and advancing to the final later?
我是有感觉其他玩家感觉打到我的时候都特别紧张。
If you have to pick one card from the entire day that you want to say case that it was very good, what would be?
真的是第五样这张卡，因为我只带一张，然后今天就靠它赢了一把。
Thank you very much for this interview. I hope you the best for tomorrow, and I hope that you will able to provide us with an amazing final, which I'm sure of. Thank you very much, and nice meeting you. Good luck.
Welcome back. We are here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship Series 2025, ready to get into our second Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links final. We've had our Rush Duel champion crowned, but now it's time to crown our Speed Duel champion. But first, they have to make it through this final. So let's introduce your duelists. Your blue duelist from Europe, Sniffers! And your red duelist from Asia, Kama 3! These are your 2 finalists for Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Speed Duel. And we're going to see which one of them is going to be crowned our next world champion. Best of luck to both of you. I will now let you go over to your booths and get yourselves ready. This is going to be exciting to see exactly what's going to happen here. Another world champion is going to be crowned. So let's throw you over to your amazing casters who are going to take you through exactly what's going to happen beat by beat in this final. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Ed, and we are here back to crown a new Speed Duel World Champion, and I am incredibly excited, especially for this type of match, because on one hand we have Sniffus, and on the other side we have Kama 3, a match that I have already witnessed in round 4, and what a match that was, because if you remember, and I remember correctly, Sniffus was down 2-0, and I also remember his reaction in Game 3. Like, he didn't really want to prove that he could do it and advance undefeated into the tournament. And I mean, it went into Game 5, and what a match there was. There was won eventually by Kama 3, but he eventually won the semi-final, and here we are again.
And I have some insights right now because yesterday I had the pleasure to have an interview with Kama 3, and he told me that Philip was the only player that went to game 5 against him, and he's very excited about this final because he totally respects him, and he told me that I really want to play this rematch because he was the only player in the entire tournament, in the World Championship, that made it to game 5 against me, and I'm pretty sure that it will be an amazing rematch from the 4th round of our Swiss rounds. And also, I have to discuss something very important. He doesn't play Despia branded. I mean, I was very excited about this. I could not believe a player coming to the World Championship without this powerful deck.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to be honest, Kamasri has been a very creative player. We've seen that yesterday, and when we saw his deck, it was really, really impressive because, yeah, of course, we saw 3 decks that were supposed to be the best decks. Of course, Shadow, of course, Branded, but also the other decks that we saw yesterday. And he decided to only bring Shadow. He decided that Branded was not good enough, or it was too targeted for him. Instead, he decided to bring some surprising choices, and we talked about that yesterday, but I want to put an emphasis on that. The fact that you not only have to be the best player, but also to surprise your opponent, because of course, there are gonna be the 3-4 same decks for a lot of people, but the 4th and 5th choice, they are very, very important. Yesterday, we saw some very cool tech. For example, the Salmon Great, because the Salmon Great is a Link deck that can just go through the Droplet and the Book of Eclipse that we have seen a lot throughout this tournament. And yeah, we also seen the Sky Striker strategy, and I really like this one, of course. And the fact that the Sky Striker have the ability to just go second and be able to break the field is very, very good. I mean, if you have to sum it up, if we have to sum up that, I mean, this guy is very creative. He's brought a lot of decks, and he's been clinical when it takes to win the games. It is his most important opponent, because Sniffus has been able to bring him to game 5. It's been such an exciting game, and I can't wait more for this game, because it's gonna be an incredible rematch, to be honest.
It's gonna have it all, especially because something worth mentioning is that Sniffus, Philip's brother, Christian Thomas, what a beautiful story we got the chance to hear, was that 2 brothers competing in 2 different categories, and this brother unfortunately lost in the Master Duel semi-finals, and now we have Phyllis Thomas, Sniffus, here having a chance to become the new world champion. But enough with the talk, let's go into game 1.
Absolutely, and we see a very interesting deck in the game 1, the Resonators. We've talked about this deck yesterday, and we've seen it manage to do very well into the Shadow matchup especially. And yeah, this is very important because we've seen the fusion decks do pretty well, but not as well as we expected them to do. And on the other end, we've seen the Synchro decks do very well. Of course, we see here the Resonators, but we also have some other decks which are Synchro decks. For example, the Speedbird strategy that Kamas3 has brought to the tournament.
However, to be honest, right now we have Resonator against Sky Striker again as our 4th round yesterday, right? And I'm really excited to see if we are going to experience exactly the same thing that happened yesterday, meaning that in Sky Striker, Anchor is one of the best cards of the deck, right? Stealing the opponent monster in order to attack for game, since Resonators can obviously summon powerful synchro monsters like Dragon Archfiends from all over the place. However, they have very big attack, and if your opponent steals with an Anchor, he can not activate the effect. However, he can attack for game, which is very important. And obviously, Sarkanon being also there, gaining the resources back from Sniffus.
Absolutely, and if you remember correctly, yesterday it was exactly the same situation. I mean, look at the field of Resonator. It is really impressive. It is very scary for a lot of decks, but on the side of the Sky Striker strategy, you have so many tools to just get rid of it. Of course, you are going to do a lot of plus with the engage, of course, that you just mentioned, and you have the ability to just get rid of all the threats from the opponent. You have the Widow Anchor that you mentioned, but you also have some ways to deal with the back row, with the spell and trap cards, and you know that there are going to be some when the resonators just go through uninterrupted.
And what I really like about this type of matchup especially is Kama 3 is playing Sky Striker at 20 cards, which really makes you understand how he's confident with the deck. And as we mentioned, Widow Anchor is super important, especially because you really want to have 3 spells in the graveyard as fast as possible. Not only to basically get a +1 from your Sky Striker Mobilize Engage, but also from your Sky Striker Mobilize Widow Anchor. And here, what an impressive turn we have saved from Philips, honestly. Gaining 3,000 life points and having true Synchro Monsters onto the field. This is pretty much somewhat what we witnessed yesterday in our 4th round of Swiss.
However, with a slightly difference, which I think will play a huge role. So, Snifus summoned Red Resonator and activated the effect to gain life points, which was very important in this matchup, since now Kama 3 cannot take only one Synchro Monster and attack for game, since now Snifus is having 7,000 life points, which
Absolutely.
is very important.
And we see the Sky Striker Ace Ray being summoned on the field, and I must admit that this is one of my favorite monsters, and we are going to see if this card can just take the field apart. We are going to see the Hemp as yesterday, so we are going to have only one monster we have to deal with. So yeah, that's a pretty good start, to be honest, because there is only like the Fiendish Chain, which is set, and I mean, you can get rid of that because you have some tools. I talked about, of course, the spell and trap removals. You have the jamming wave, but also the afterburner. If you have 3 spells in the graveyard, you are able to just remove a spell trap without targeting, which is very, very important because, I mean, usually when it targets, you have the ability to just chain the card and just get something out of it before it gets destroyed. But in this case, you are not able to do that. And now we see the Rose being summoned on the field. That is a great start. So will Kama 3 perform another time very well against this deck or not? I mean, this is scary to see.
What a starting hand, to be fair, because basically starting things off with Ray plus the Hemp, and then the multi-roll on the Area 0, triggering the Area 0, bringing it on the Rose. And you can tell that Philip was not happy about this, because of course, having the multi-roll on the field means that your opponent cannot basically negate your Sky Striker spell
Not even
cards.
response.
Exactly.
Which is very important in this matchup, since right now Kama 3 summoned the Hump in order to tribute this Archfiend Dragon, which was very important since it was not destroyed, but rather tribute, as we mentioned, and now can activate any spell card that he controls, and Snifus will not have any response to it.
Absolutely, and we see the same sequence as yesterday. We see the Kaina, and now there is the jamming wave, so he's going to be able to get rid of a spell and trap, and it is going to be the Fiendish Chain. So he decided not to go for the other spell or trap, and I think that this is pretty good in my opinion because he wants to have his other Sky Striker monsters get their effect resolved.
And we are one spell away from the magical number of Sky Strikers. We have 2 spells into the graveyard, and now it's the Widow Anchor. However, without the ability to steal, however, it is one last card on the field, and we have 3 spells into the graveyard.
Is it going to be engaged?
The best card in Kama 3 deck can be the Sky Striker and Ace Engage, and
It is
the
Afterburners.
An amazing card which gives me the opportunity to destroy a monster, and since he has 3 spells into the graveyard to destroy also and spell or trap onto the field.
A very good card anyways, because now if he really feels like he can go for the Ayare, send the Engage if he feels like, or otherwise he can go Kagari, take back the Afterburners, activate and also destroy the other spell and trap cards onto the field. He has so many different options, to be fair. Let's see what he decides to go for.
Kagari.
The Kagari.
It is going to be the Kagari. He's going to get back a spell from the graveyard, and let's see if it's going to be the Afterburner or the Jamming Waves in that case. So he's going to get back the Jamming Waves and be able to just activate it to get rid of the last spell or trap on the side of Snifus.
And we currently see Kagari taking back resources, and now meaning that we have to respect also the multi-roll, since yes, now Kama 3 doesn't have any cards into hand except the one that was added through Kagari. However, multi-role will be activated into the end phase to set again resources and obviously one of the best interruptions into the game, Widow Anchor. And Jamming Wave will be activated again to destroy the Phoenix statue, and now Hump will be also destroyed, and we saw that Sniffus has established a very strong field, and now he doesn't have any cards into the field, which is very, very important for his Resonator deck.
Absolutely, and that is what I like about the Sky Striker strategy, showing that it is very strong once again, going second. Literally, the whole field of Sniffus is not there. He's just left with only one card in hand, and all the Sky Striker cards are going to make some plus. He's going to set back the Shark Cannon, and he's going to have other interruptions. Here, the Widow Anchor, and to be honest, I don't see how Sniffus can just get back into the game, because it's going to be so hard to do something with all these interruptions.
Incredibly executed for him, honestly. I mean, we mentioned it, he had the afterburners or the jamming waves if he really felt like, and the multi-roll, honestly, you get so much pluses, and here you also have two other disruptions, the forms of Widow Anchor and Shark Cannon. How powerful this deck is, honestly.
This is a great way to start, to be honest. Crimson Gaia is a very good card. It's a very, very, very good card. So he's going to be able to activate the effect, and yeah, he's going to add one of the best cards of the deck. I mean, what a game. This is only the game one, and this is already... I mean, I'm speechless.
And I really love the fact that Kamatri used one of the oldest tricks in the book from Sky Striker, adding with engage this Shark Cannon, activating, and then Mulder can trigger into the end phase, since you can choose to activate either Shizuko or Multi-Roll in any sequence you want in order to gain the card that you have added with Shizuko and activate it like Shark Cannon in order to reset into the field, and obviously later to be in the punishment zone.
I mean, I really feel like having such a hand from a Sky Striker point of view, I think it's ideal because you essentially have the Ray in the graveyard, and also you have the multi-roll plus the RA0. I mean, it's completely like super important, and also the hand completely shut it down Philip's strategy. Now he knows that, of course, the Winnie Anchor is onto the field, and he really needs to understand at what point he can afford to have it being forced from his opponent, and of course we see it on action right now.
Absolutely, but yeah, he's trying to do what he can to just stay alive into this game. Sniffus, I mean, we've seen this matchup yesterday, and it's not going very well for him right now. That must be very scary for him to be in the same situation. You know, the mine must be very, very hard for him. So he's going to get rid of the Link Monster, and of course we will be able to trigger the Sky Striker S-Ray, who is coming back from the graveyard, and will be able to just special summon another monster from the extra deck.
But to be fair, most of the players used to run only one Kaina into their extra deck, so I don't know if that Ray that has been summoned will be able to summon Kaina in order to target the monsters that will not able to attack for the rest of this turn. And I'm really curious to see how this is going to be, since Ray has already activated the effect. Sniffus just keep summoning very big monsters with very high attack, and at this moment, with her Kamatri, only defense is one Shark Cannon that obviously can special summon another monsters, but it will be only as a last solution.
Absolutely, absolutely. But for now, we are going to enter into battle phase, and we are going to special summon back the Red Nova Dragon onto the field. He's not going to be able to activate any other spell, Sky Striker, but this is not a problem because he has none left. So we are going to keep battling and get rid of the monster. But this is a very back and forth battle that we see. It's still going to be hard, in my opinion, for Sniffus, because the grind game of Sky Striker cards will be absolutely insane, and we are going to see that during the next turn. We are going to get the Engage, and the Engage, we know that this card is absolutely amazing, especially considering the fact that we have the spell cards in the graveyard. So yeah, it's going to be very difficult for him to just survive.
It's going to be difficult, especially because now here essentially he was forced to use the Ray and chaining the Shark Cannon so that he could special summon once back the Red Nova Dragon onto the field and use its effect to essentially stop his opponent's attack. now really needs to find a way to deal with both of his opponent's monster. But of course, the extra card being drawn from Engage is very important.
And I mean, Hercules base will be able to recycle very impactful cards into the main deck or extra deck, like Kagari, obviously, the one that you want to have into your extra in order to retake your Engage from the graveyard, and obviously Window Anchor, the target that potential will be for Engage when we activate it. And now we will probably see again the special summon of Sky Striker Ace Kagari in a World Champion Final, and probably we are going to add again Engage, and again we are going to activate Sky Striker Ace, mobilize Engage in order to take from our deck Window Anchor, and we can now be able to clear our opponent's deck, and we have double Window Anchor, and this is going to be game actually.
It is going to be game actually, yes, the same thing as yesterday. We are going to hit Sniffus with his own monster, so 2 times in a row he is going to get beaten by the Sky Striker strategy. Kamasri, we've talked about that, he's very creative with those decks, and once again he's going to be 1-0 up against his opponent thanks to this Link deck.
And can I say that I truly respect the thing that he summoned Shizuku before entering bad phase, just being sure.
You just want to make sure that everything goes as planned, you know?
Because
you just want to make sure
anything wrong happens, and we still have one more solution in our
just in case you summon the Shizuku, your opponent's monsters are reduced, and I'm safe to go. Exactly.
Just be sure.
Yes,
you know.
exactly. You don't want any surprises.
Yeah, Kamasri is very focused, as we've seen him yesterday throughout the whole day. And I mean, this guy is very, very impressive. We have both finalists who are very strong and very impressive. But Kamasri, I mean, creative. He's always focused. He doesn't do any mistake. I mean, I've got the feeling that this guy looks unbeatable. And this is a trap where Sniffus will probably not fall. He will just think that he can still beat him because, of course, he has a chance, and he's gonna have to do his best during the second game. So my question for you guys is simple: which deck would you play as Sniffus during the next game if you were him?
To be honest, right now, if we could all of us experience that Sky Striker were in the World Champion Final, right? It's not a meta deck. It's not a deck that everyone was talking about before entering the tournament. We were able, all of us, to talk to the players, and none of them talked about us for Sky Strikers, right? It is one of those decks that have going a little bit out of the meta. However, it was in the first game of a World Champion Final, and not only that, but it also took the win, right? So now, if I was Philip, I would probably start thinking about my fusion decks. However, having rewards our feature match in round 4 yesterday, right? I would know that Kamasri has been prepared for it, has come to this event in order to destroy the fusion decks with cards in his main deck like Magical Deflector, as we saw, right?
Yes.
So I will be very scared thinking that our best decks, like fusion decks, would not able to compete right now.
And I really want to see now the game 2 in action because our players are ready, so let's jump into game 2 right away. I mean, as mentioned, I really feel like it all comes down to choices, and I mean, I was kind of expecting Philips to bring up this deck, not in game 2 to be fair, because we're going to be seeing Utopia. And what a deck, what a card choices, either for going first or going second. We saw how interactive the deck is and how difficult it is to play against the deck. And also what I really like about Utopia, I had the chance to interview Philips, and he basically told me, I know the deck in and out, and yesterday we saw him playing with the deck and against the deck. So he really knows it very well. And I mean, both of our duelists know each other's decks, because essentially yesterday in the round of Swiss, they had the chance to see them all. But I'm really curious to see here now how this is going to play out, because every single time Philips played Utopia, he won.
Absolutely, and I think that the Utopia strategy is very, very good in this meta game. You talked about that because the deck is very good going first with the trap card, which is a counter trap, which is basically an omni-negate, and also going second because you have the power of double or nothing to just end the game very, very quickly. But also, it has a card in the extra deck which is very good, and it is of course the Abyss Dweller. It is very easy for the deck to just go to this card, and Abyss Dweller is very good into both Shadow and Branded, and a lot of decks are playing with their graveyard right now. So I really appreciate the choice of the Utopia strategy, but on the other hand, there is some weaknesses, of course, and especially the fact that you can just lose your field, your entire field, under something like Droplet or the Book of Eclipse. So, I mean, this is a very interesting choice, and I'm happy to see that Sniffus decided to be creative with this deck.
So, to be honest, we talk about Abyss Dweller, but against Ancient Gear, I think it's not actually the choice that you want to make. Maybe a Tornado Dragon may be better in order to destroy Ancient Gear Town, one of the best cards, right? And to be fair, I can understand Sniffus because I try to, try to think what he was thinking right now, and we can see that he's trying to dodge his fusion decks, right? He doesn't want to bring them into the final because he knows that Gamma 3 is prepared for fusion decks, so he tries to play only with the decks that are not fusion, and we have to understand how Sniffus is thinking right now and his feelings, right? Because we saw him play Resonator, which is a single deck, and now Utopia, which is a Exist deck. And now Abyss Dweller, as you mentioned.
We still see the Abyss Dweller, yeah.
Yes.
And I mean, on the other hand, as we mentioned, there's Ancient Gear being brought by Gamma 3, and are you surprised? Like, second choice, we just, let's rock it.
I mean, both decks have something unique for me, to be honest. I consider them to be one of those decks that do not really care about the tournaments, right? Because obviously both decks want to go first, but also have a very strong going second strategy. For example, obviously Utopia can add Double or Nothing, one of the best quick play spells into the game, and boosting the attack of the Utopia Axis monster. And on the other hand, you have Ancient Gear. It is one of the OG strategies going second, with the ability to end the Mystical Space Typhoon.
What a card! Look at Sniffus' face!
Because he knows that he has number protection and it has been destroyed by Mystical Space Typhoon. And if now Gamma 3 has the cards to go through, I mean, we might see
and now the Ancient Gear Fortress. This is a
mentioned.
very good card, of course. And you mentioned the Tornado Dragon earlier. Maybe this would have been a great card into this matchup because we know that there are some continuous spell or some field spell that are very strong for the Ancient Gear, and this is, to be honest, very scary to be in this situation because the Ancient Gear, as you just said, is very good going second. It can apply a lot of pressure, and all of a sudden you just lost the game. And remember, he cannot afford to just lose this game, otherwise he's gonna be back against the wall. And we've seen during the last final how hard it is to just play in those conditions because, of course, there is the game, but there is also the mindset, the feeling that you are in, and you have to build up that momentum to just win it all in the end.
I mean, and you can also tell that from Phil's face you don't really expect Mystical Space Typhoon, but that was really the card that is actually allowing Gamma 3 to go into his strategy, because, I mean, the protection was literally there, and with only Mystical Space Typhoon, and, I mean, would you ever expect at the World Championship Final to see Mystical Space Typhoon, right?
And to be honest, I'm feeling like Philip right now. Try to understand how are his thoughts, right? Meaning that in the first game he had Hump. He has to play against one of the counters of his strategy, and now Mystical Space Typhoon hitting the numbers protection, which was set, and it has to be very clear that it was the only set card in Sniffus spell and trap zone, which was very important since Mystical Space Typhoon, it was not blind, it had an actual target, and that was one of the best counter traps into the game. And now we can just experience how Ancient Gear can actually pop off and play through any field. And to be honest, we have to remember that yes, Sniffus has a lot of monsters in attack position with very high attack, 6,000 and 4,500 attack points. However, there is the clause on Ancient Gear monsters that give them the effect to inflict piercing damage to defense position monsters.
And yeah, it doesn't feel good when you have an Abyss Dweller in defense position. The good thing is that, well, he has those monsters in attack position, but he's gotta be very scary right now, very scared of what's gonna be happening in front of him. And we have the access to the Ancient Gear Wyvern and the Tanker, which are two very important cards for the strategy. I mean, it's gonna be hard to survive anyway.
No, I mean also the Ancient Gear Tanker, I really feel like it's one of the best card of the deck. Incredible, because if your opponent controls a monster, you can special summon an Ancient Gear monsters from your deck. And I mean, right now, as we are witnessing, having 2 monsters onto the field also allows you to go for a Link play summon in the first of Ancient Gear Ballista.
And it is one of those Link monsters that you want to summon as soon as possible. And Gear Down has finally hit the field, and I think that things are starting to look very, very good for Kama 3, to be honest. We can see from the body language, Kama 3 is zoned in, focused, trying to figure out how he can make an OTK, while Snifus, very problematic, very, frustrated, trying to think where is the right moment to activate Abyss Dueler and how he can interact with Kama 3 strategy.
I mean, to be honest, that must be very frustrating, because it's been 2 times that...
and we see actually the Forbidden Droplet.
The card of the tournament, literally, and once again it is activated in the finals. Like, guys, this guy has everything. Kama 3 is in the zone, literally.
What a hand, honestly. And I mean, having the Mystical Space Typhoon to negate Philip's protection alongside with the Forbidden Droplet to negate the Abyss Dweller, now it gets very, very complicated for Philip, because essentially he doesn't have anything else to stop his opponent.
And I mean, right now it feels like Kama 3 is just going off and just throwing the exact cards that he wants, but it is something that you expect in a World Final, right? In a World Championship Final, meaning that, yes, obviously it may be some luck he grows, but you have to be lucky also to be able to win an event. And we can see that Kama 3 has the exact solutions into Snifus' defenses. And right now we can see Ancient Gear Dark Golem finally hitting the field, and I can see that Snifus has started to just losing his mind and just feeling very uncomfortable in the situation that he's right now.
Well, it's gonna be very difficult, especially because his starting hand was very powerful, right? I mean, he established such a field, you must be very confident, especially because, as we mentioned, every single time we saw him playing Utopia, not only played it confidently, but he also won with the deck. And I mean, I really have to say that the starting hand was very, very powerful. On the other hand, I really feel like the Kama 3 hands was really built up for basically countering Philip's hand, especially because at the moment, Philip is just a witness of his own destiny for this specific game, especially because we are seeing how powerful the Ancient Gear deck is, right? And I mean, we talked about the deck, we talked about the 4th or 5th deck decisions, if we're really gonna call it this way. But I really feel like into the Spiel Duel category especially, the decks that we're not expecting most of the times have won our duelists a lot of games. And for example, Utopia or Ancient Gear, Sky Striker as well. I mean, they were so unexpected maybe that those decks are really making the difference.
And to be honest, Zana Alexis yesterday was talking about this, right? He was talking about that he wants the flame, he wants the skeptical flair of its duelist in order to have some responses into the current meta state. And he was talking about he wants to see some other decks, some Link decks, for example. Right, Alexis? Yeah, I think that it is exactly how you called to be.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's all about surprising the opponent and trying to find the right response against the meta game, because of course there are a lot of people who are probably going to play the same games, and it's all about the 4th or 5th deck. But here, I've got a feeling that Kama 3 just brought only some 4th or 5th deck. And here we are going to see the Goddess of the Closed World water card. We've seen it yesterday, and it has done so much work, and we see it again today.
What a turn, honestly, here is gonna be for Kama 3, especially because now he was able to put up on the field the Ancient Gear Duel, which may be very important later on onto this duel.
However, right now Snifus has taken back to the lead, to be honest, and he has double or nothing in the hand, I believe, right?
Yeah.
It has not been discarded, if I recall correctly.
I mean, yeah, and he had such a good hand. Kama 3, he had the Mystical Space Typhoon, he had the Droplet, he had everything in his hand, but all of a sudden we see that Snifus just survived the turn, so he might actually have a chance, and all of a sudden we see that he's more focused, he's back in the game. Maybe he has a chance to just go toe-to-toe and just go 1-2-1, which would be crucial for him to just stay in the final.
And here's a skill which is incredibly powerful. By shuffling one card especially into your deck, you're able to add up 1 net per pixel second morphing, or it's essentially, depending on what you have in your hand, you can add from the deck, and it essentially gives you such a boost to your hand and field. And here, we may be witnessing what the deck does at its best, and
win games.
Exactly, totally, yes.
Absolutely, because we don't have a lot of answers on the side of chemistry, and maybe Sniffus is just gonna equalize to 1-1, and he's going to enter battle phase. He's going to just get the game, and yes, he did it! He did it! I mean, I didn't expect that, to be honest, but what a game from Sniffus, and that must be a huge boost of confidence for him, because I think even him, he didn't think that he was gonna win the game. I mean, look at all the things that his opponents threw at him, the Mystical Space Typhoon, the droplet that we talked about, but he still managed to win the game. That must be release for him, and now, I mean, they are 1-1, so this is not the same scenario as yesterday, because yesterday he had to just get back into the game and to win those 3 games in a row, but this time he just equalized, so he knows that he can just play like chemistry. Maybe he will just bring the trophy to home.
I mean, what a game, to be fair, especially because, I mean, we can never count out our duelists. I think we have seen a lot of duels this weekend, and every single time we thought that one of our duelists was about to win, then it was a comeback. And once again, Philip on stream proved himself to be the Utopia player that just wins with the deck. And I mean, once again, he proves that he can do that.
I mean, his deck, right? He's undefeated still with the Utopia. So as why he's here, why he's in the World Championship final, and obviously we have to highlight that all the body language, how it was changing. I was very thrilled about it, meaning that at the start of the game he was very confident. Then he was feeling very upset about the Mystical Space Typhoon, about the Forbidden Droplet into the Dueler, and everything changed when then Kama 3 special summon the goddess into the field and just passed there because she was negated and from Utopia Ray, right? And when that happened, we could see all his energy, all his aura, all his body language changing and going back into the zone. And I cannot be more thrilled about the next game, the game 3, now that the equalizer has been made, but there is one extra asterisk into the final right now. Fusion decks will come brought into the scene, and Kama 3 has been prepared for it. He's here with a strategy to counter them, and he's here to prove us why he believes that some decks like Despia, for example, are not able to perform, in his opinion, right well. But no further ado, let's see Game 3 in action, and let's see how our 2 finalists will go through.
Yeah, absolutely. The 2 duelists are now tied up 1-1 between Chemistry and Sniffus. And as you just said, we didn't see the fusion deck, and now we are going to see another strategy that I really like. It is the Speed Droid strategy. So synchro monsters and still not fusion monsters. And to be frank, yesterday the Speed Droid strategy worked really well. Going first, because when you establish the field, it is very strong and it is very difficult for your opponent to just go through all the interruptions, but going second as well, because you can just interrupt the opponent. And yesterday we saw some cards like, for example, the Nibiru Primal Being, which was a very, very interesting card in the deck, and all of a sudden, well, you are going second, but you are literally ending the game with this Nibiru. So now, for the moment, he's going to go first, so we are probably going to be able to see how well the Speedroid deck is able to do some strong field, and it's going to be up to Sniffus to just break that.
And I mean, I really like that we're seeing once again this kind of matchup, because we saw how powerful Chimera is. I think the Graveyard's effect are incredible, and you really need to pay attention to that, otherwise you can be really making mistakes and forgetting about them. And on the other side, we saw Kama 3 piloting Speed Draws incredibly well, especially because, as you mentioned, Mike, yesterday we saw the Magic Deflector in action, which is insanely good. It's a very good deck. I think it's super consistent. We talked about it throughout our day one, and I really feel like it's a very solid deck to be brought here at the World Championship, especially because not only, I think, we witnessed the synchro-based deck winning a lot of games, but also because he can afford to play cards such as Non-Fusion Area, for example, which is super powerful against decks that basically rely on the extra deck and fusion summons.
And I mean, it is what Snifus right now. I think that he is scared of. The 3 decks that he has left is Chimera, Sadol, and obviously Despia. The 3 fusion decks that Kama3 is ready to and prepared to beat. And I'm pretty sure right now that Philip knows that he's going to go against those magical reflector, those fusion area.
3 set cards right now.
For some
Philip
defense
is
against
laughing.
fusion motions, I can really tell that one of those 3 set spell and trap cards might be an answer to fusion mechanic. And obviously magic deflector has been activated. Kama3 is here to win against any fusion deck that will be on his way.
I mean, I think Philip knew right away when Kama3 set 3 cards and he was like, there must be one magic deflector being there, right? Especially because I really feel like against Chimera, this card, how powerful this card is.
I mean, it is very powerful, of course. I mean, you cannot activate the Chimera Fusion because the Chimera Fusion is only in main phase, so you can literally activate Magic Deflector in draw phase, and then your opponent is just... I mean, he cannot do anything. So it's going to be very hard for Snifus to just go through this card. And I mean, props to Kama3 to just... Oh, we are talking about that. But Kama3 just came in very prepared. So not only he took some decks that are very surprising, you know, but also he decided to put in some cards very strong against the meta. And the meta call was very, very good from his side. We are going to see if the Magic Deflector is just gonna win it all for him right now.
And to be honest, Pedroid is one of those decks that had come out of the meta through the impact of Nibiru, but now Nibiru that is not very strong against decks like Sadol, for example, or Despia, and has come out of the meta, let the room for Speedroid to retake their place into the meta scene and be again into a world champion final. And we can experience right now how impactful, you know, understanding the meta, countering the meta is for the Speed Duel and generally speaking for Yu-Gi-Oh! Because right now we can see that the deck of Kama3 is pure countering meta right now, right? He has brought a deck that doesn't play very well against previous meta cards like Nibiru. He says that, yes, I know that he has come out of the meta right now, and I'm going to play answers to every fusion deck that everyone is going to run, like Magic Deflector, for example.
I mean, yeah, and being the situation of Snifus, I mean, it is so hard because in the Chimera deck you don't have a lot of answers to this type of situations. I mean, you can still try to go into some Link plays, but you don't play a lot of Link monsters. You have some XYZ plays as well, but how do you go into your XYZ plays if you don't have the ability to fuse? So this is, I mean, this is very, very hard. So here we are going to special summon the Chimera, the Flying Mystical Beast, which is, yeah, the OG one, but still allow you to try to do something. So now we're going to normal summon the Sword Knight, and the Sword Knight will be able to bring another monster from the deck as well as bringing an interruption in the graveyard. And we talked about that. We talked about the ability of Chimera, for example, or Shadow to put some different interruptions, especially in the graveyard, and to have some layered ones. So yeah, he's trying to do something. It is going to be hard, but he's fighting hard.
I mean, I think he's really trying his best, especially because we also send the Nightmare Magician to the graveyard, and we really saw how powerful the card is in the graveyard in action. And also, let's not forget about, as you mentioned, the Sword Knight effect into the graveyard, another form of disruption. And I mean, although the Magic Deflector was activated, it's still here able to go through and just push with the Nightmare Phoenix. So let's see what it really wants to hit by discarding one card and targeting one spell trap card on the field.
And to be honest, later can summon also Nightmare Unicorn in order to shuffle the Synchro deck into the most. But compulsory vacation device has been activated, targeting probably the Phoenix. However, Code has been activating with the effect in the graveyard, because we have to remember that all the Chimera monsters that have interaction are not only on the field but also on the graveyard. So Code has been activated from the graveyard in order to negate, to banish this card from the field in order to negate the effect of compulsory evacuation device.
And I mean, yeah, the compulsory was very good in that situation because, of course, you had the ability to remove the fusion monster, and since the fusion monster is not there anymore, you cannot activate the effects of the Swordman and the Coddles. So yeah, that was a pretty good trade in my opinion. I mean, if you're a Sniffus, you are more than happy to have this Coddle and to use it on that effect. But yeah, the 3 set cards have been now activated. So I mean, this is at least something. But this is still not a very, very good situation.
I mean, absolutely, especially because we saw another pseudo-compulsory evacuation device being activated and the Crimson Gaia being negated and destroyed. And I mean, I really feel like that Philips tried its best and did a lot, honestly, to deal with essentially Kama 3's disruptions. And now plays back into Kama 3.
Yeah, Kama 3 is one card in hand and and a big monster on the field. Still, he's going to activate his skill, which is pretty good. And I mean, there is something for Sniffus, is that if you battle the Sword Knight, you are not able to destroy him.
Yeah.
That's at least something.
There. I mean, it stays there. It's just another layer of protection. And I mean, I really feel like we've mentioned this before.
And to be fair, Crimson Gaia was negated in the previous turn because, yes, Magical Deflector has been activated and it will not have any effect on the field. However, it's a very powerful card to have as a follow-up. Then Crystal Clear Wing Synchro Dragon can negate it since Kama 3 was respecting the follow-up, respecting the next turns. And we can see now that High Speed Roid Cork Shooter has been summoned on the field in defense position. And I'm pretty sure that we are going for more advancing into Synchro Climbing and going for our biggest Synchro monster, Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon, eventually.
I mean, there's only one set card here from Sniffus side of the field, and I mean, I really feel like the Kama 3 can push a lot. It's just maybe forcing out that one card, and I mean, we said this plenty of time. I really feel like the Synchro-based deck strategy is really working very well into this World Championship, especially because you have so many different options in your X deck and to negate cards of your opponent. And here also the Crystal Wheel Synchro Dragon hits the field, and the Speed Droid card Turbo can also being special summons from the hand. I'm really curious to see here how you also gonna interact with your opponent's disruption from the graveyard, because this is something that sometimes it's really important to remember. But yeah, the more Kama 3 is playing, the more monsters are being brought onto the field, and we mentioned this before, how big their attack monster
and
is.
I think this might be game, actually, if I can recall correctly, because I see a lot of attack position monsters, and if Sniffus doesn't have an aces in his sleeve, I think that maybe this may be the end of game 3, to be fair.
I mean, we'll see if he's going to enter battle phase right now. Maybe he has something else. But we are going to see the Chimera Fusion, which will then get chained by the Crystal Clear Wing Dragon. And then we are going to negate the Chimera Fusion, of course. He wanted to try to activate it. I mean,
it was there. I mean, it was there for a reason. It's just trying to activate it. But I think it makes a lot of sense to negate it, just because you really want to prevent your opponent for making Chimera fusion monsters to being fusion summon onto the field. And the more you summon, the more resources you have, the more disruption there will be also in the graveyard.
I mean, you have to respect pride, right? It is the final of the World Championship. Anyone can make a misplay, so why not just use it? And if it's meant to happen, it will happen. But we can tell against Sniffus, I like the fact that he's communicating with us, right? He's just showing all his expression, all his feeling, and I really love the fact.
Absolutely, and I told you, remember, the Sword Knight, you cannot just destroy it by battle, because it has this secret effect, if we can say so, which just says that both monsters are not destroyed by battle when you battle the Sword Knight. So I told you earlier.
Yeah, I mean, it was there for a reason. Just
it is the last wall.
I also think that
but he passed.
Philip was not expecting, honestly, to gain another turn, and I think it was a very unfortunate draw. You could tell from his facial expression that was not really what he was looking for. But still, you gain another turn. Will this be the turn in which Kama 3 can seal this one out?
Yeah, I mean, and this is very interesting. If you have told me that in the World's Final there will be a Sword Knight trying to protect...
Oh, and he passed again!
He doesn't have a solution! He doesn't have a solution right now! He's trying to solve the puzzle, but this Sword Knight still stays on field. But then we see the non-fusion area! We said that Kama 3 was prepared for this format, and look at Sniffus! He's smiling, he's laughing, but I mean, he's not very happy with that, because of course it completely completely shuts down his strategy, especially because the Nightmare Phoenix is already used and is in the graveyard.
And I mean, Mirror Sword Knight right now has popping off, and so was one of the biggest flexes that he can, meaning that he just sits down in face-up defense position and doesn't let so strong synchro monster just going for game. However, non-fusion area is one of those cards that you need to get rid of, otherwise you cannot advance your own game state, and we are in a very awkward game state right now, meaning that Kama 3 has 3 very big monsters that cannot out Sword Knight, one of the main monsters of the Chimera strategy. However, Chimera cannot advance the game state and some of their fusion monsters from the extra deck.
I mean, of course, the non-fusion area hurts a lot. There's nothing that Philip could have done, but still, there's the Sword Knight reigning, I would say, onto the field, and unless Kama 3 finds a solution, this is gonna be a pass once again.
I mean, this is absolutely insane. We are watching right now a Sword Knight alone on the field trying to protect the Sniffus, and Sniffus cannot do a lot, to be honest, because of the non-fusion area. I wonder if he has something in his deck to be able to deal with that, but to be honest, I seriously doubt it.
No, to be fair, I think that Sniffus right now is just thinking that how to deal with non-fusion, as you said, but Kama 3 has a solution in his deck. He saw what's before. It is in the graveyard. It is the compulsory evacuation device, and we are just waiting for Kama 3 to find it, to have it drawn, and to be set into the field to pass there, and then activate it into Sword Knight in order to return it to the hand and attack with those big monsters that have been summoned into his side of the field.
I mean, you can really tell that Philip here is trying. He's really trying, although it's gonna be very difficult because 3 synchro monsters onto the field, non-fusion area, which completely shuts down your strategy. The issue is compulsory evacuation device is a card, and depending on how many copies Kama 3 is running, if there's another copy into his deck, of course, Philip knows that he's gonna be in trouble. It's gonna be very difficult for him, especially because, I mean, we've talked about how powerful the Chimera deck is, but without having access to the extra deck and fusion summons, that is gonna be very difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. And if he couldn't deal with the Swordman, then there is another one, another illusion monster, which is Nightmare Apprentice. So we are building a wall on the side of Philip, and this is absolutely incredible to watch. We are going to set a card on the side of Chemistry, so maybe this is a compulsory, but the problem is that compulsory can only remove one monster. So yeah, we're trying to battle on this, and Sniffus is literally smiling on this one. But yeah, he's going to have to try to find a solution.
And to be honest, Kama 3 has a solution into his extra deck in order to out this scenario. It is the high speed droid Guide Drake. However, he cannot find a way to synchro summon into it in order to summon it into the field and negate all the effects of the defense. And another Nightmare Apprentice. What is happening? This is the final of the whole championship for a reason.
What is going on? I mean, I think we have never witnessed such a game, honestly, in the Speed Duel history, I would say. Because if we were wondering if there was another compulsory evacuation device, I can tell you that for sure there are not 3 copies. Because one is already gone.
I mean, what a game, of course, and they are giving their best in this final. We are in a game state which is very hard for both players, but I mean, remember, if none of them is able to do that...
the compulsory evacuation device, one of the outs for the Sword Knight.
But a bit too late, yeah, just a little bit too late. And yeah, I mean, if none of them is able to find a solution, then it's gonna rely on the cards in deck, so... I mean... What a game! I'm speechless, to be honest.
And to be fair, right now, there are 3 monsters that cannot be destroyed by battle in Sniffus' side of the field. However, we need to find a way to access our synchro monsters. We need to find a way to access High Speed Droid Guide Drake in order for us to negate all the effects of all face-up cards in our opponent's card controls and their side of the field.
Yeah, I mean, the very other good effects is it essentially destroys a lot of the cards onto the field, and I mean, it can close the game out just by summoning it. The issue, of course, is bringing it up on the field.
Oh, and we will have the Fiendish Golem. What a great card. He's going to be able to banish the monster until the end phase of the next turn, and that's pretty cool. And another card is going to be set.
You can tell that Kama 3 was not expecting that, because the high-speed draw clear winger rider hit the field and was successfully activating his effect. Well, we would have seen, honestly, a very good interruptions, honestly, but that isn't going to be the case yet.
And what a game, to be honest. I mean, those two duelists in the World's Final, the biggest stage of the year, and they are tied 1-1. They really want to get their second point of these finals. And I mean, whoever is going to win the game right now, it's going to be absolutely insane for him, because he's going to build the momentum for sure, and he's going to have a lot of confidence.
And I mean, high-speed droid clear wing rider is currently coming to the field again in a moment, and we are ready to roll some dice in order to destroy some cards on the field. And I'm pretty excited to see how we can start rolling the dice and destroying those apprentices, those Sword Knight.
I mean, you can really tell that Philip's trying, but I really feel like there's nothing else that he can do. I mean, he has a strategy, but of course with the non-fusion aura being active on the field, as you mentioned, Mike, the Krill Wing Rider will soon hit the field, and most likely, of course, depending on the result of the die, we will be seeing some distractions onto his opponent's side of the field, and he could slowly get rid of these very annoying monsters.
Yeah, and that's not very good, of course, for on the side of Sniffus, because I mean, his protection is probably gonna go away, and he doesn't have a lot more to just protect itself. But yeah, I mean, this game is absolutely amazing. It's been like, what, 10 minutes, something like that, and both of the players trying to figure out how to just get through these things suggested by the opponent. So,
and now high-speed droid, the clear wing rider, has been on the field again, and we roll a dice, and it is a 5!
It is a 5.
And now we were able to return to the deck wind monsters from the graveyard in order to destroy 5 cards in the field, and we probably will destroy the Sword Knight and the Sword Knight, and now we turning our monsters into attack, and we attack for game
Finally.
with the hybrid clear wing rider.
What a game! Look at Chemistry, look at Chemistry's face. For the first time, I think, in the tournament, he's totally relieved of after this game. Look at that! It was such a battle. He didn't know how to go through all the cards, all the illusion monsters, and I couldn't think about that. The Sword Knight in defense position, and Sniff is just trying, Philip trying to just find a solution, and you have all those cards on the side of Chemistry, like the non-fusion area, all these magic deflector. I mean, wow.
I mean, I think he still cannot believe it. I mean, we saw his reaction, and I mean, what a duel there was. I think we never witnessed such a thing on stream, and he slowly kept his composure. He understood that he really needed to get access to the extra deck because the compulsory evacuation device was not a thing. And in the end, it's 2-1 for him.
And I mean, it kind of showcases how the playset of each player is, right? So Sniffus is a more defensive player trying to control the game state, while Chemistry wants to destroy, wants to go there and just make his appearance on the field, and look why he's one of the greatest, if not. But tell me, Albi, would you consider that 3 monsters in defensive position that were not able to be destroyed by battle would make such an impact on the game state?
Well, I mean, it's a very good question, Mike, but let's just bring up on the screen for you guys something else, and we will be back on this because we have something for you to redeem into the game. Please use the WCS 2025 DL code to redeem 2 special packs and Chronicle card stamp. I mean, I really feel like that during these events, this is also what you really want to receive, some special packs and some WCS exclusives. And I mean, talking back about our game, honestly, it was so much sought after. It was such a battle. Both of our duelists really didn't want to defeat. Honestly, it's just insane because also we are reviving what we saw yesterday in their match.
Absolutely,
like, they really don't want to give their opponent advantage, and with emotions, honestly, here we're just over the roof, to be fair.
I mean, yeah, to be honest, we are just witnessing the same thing as yesterday. Two duelists that just want to win it all. Yesterday, they were already qualified, so they didn't have to win, and still they wanted to win the game to just make a statement and to be able to show that they were the best duelist of the tournament. And once again, they are showing such a fight between those two duelists, and I think that even if Sniffus is just 1-2 right now, he showed us that he's able to just beat his opponent and become the world champion, because it all revolves around that. They just want to become the world champion. It might be in this game with Chemistry being up 2-1 and this being a best of 5, but we are going to see that very shortly, because the game number 4 is starting right now. And yeah, so we are actually going into the game 4, and we are seeing some Utopia once again, but this time on the side of Chemistry. So we know that Philip does know the deck very, very well. He's kind of the king of Utopia. Will he be able to just beat this deck once again? But this time he is on a fusion deck, and we know that this might be very scary for him, because we know that Chemistry is very prepared for this fusion deck. But on the other hand, Despia, one of the best decks of the format.
Yeah, I mean, what a deck. We discussed it yesterday, and how powerful Masquerade the Blazing Dragon is. I mean, paying 600 life points, it's a very, very scary. And here it is the field, it is the first card that is being summoned, and honestly, it's no surprise. I mean, yesterday we saw that with just a few hundred life points remaining, a lot of our duelists won their game. And it's just a matter of understanding how many cards you can afford to play before you basically get rid of the Masquerade. Branded is a very solid choice, and I'm really curious to see how Philip is going to approach this matchup against Utopia, against his deck.
Yeah, I mean right now we have again a fusion deck from the field of Sniffus, because we said that he only has into his arsenal fusion decks, right? He only has left with Despia and later as a last solution Sadol, if he's able to win right now. However, we saw that Chemistry has come prepared, and we see set 3 cards from Sniffus and passing the turn with a Masquerade Dragon. That gives the opponent the opportunity to only activate 6 cards, since in the 7th and again Mystical Space Typhoon has been activated.
And I mean, activating right now the Mystical Space Typhoon, so he knows that he's going to take 600 life points. It must mean that he has something planned for the Masquerade to just get rid of this card really easily. Otherwise, he wouldn't have activated the Mystical Space Typhoon right now. And we saw that yesterday some players had some solutions. For example, the Goddess that was used also today to just get rid of it. And I mean, as long as you just have some life points, you can still win the game. So it's all about getting rid of it and planning every single action that you do to just get rid of it before you end the game.
And I mean, right now,
look at this kill.
Chemistry just going off and off and off. And I really love the fact that Sniffus didn't activate Branding Red, because if he has done, he gave away so many resources from his graveyard to the field that are not required at that moment. He just want to pass with Masquerade and an amazing Dark Lord Link that leave the opponent with the ability to only activate, as we said, 6 cards from his hand, since another card, the 7th card, will burn him for life.
But there is something really scary right now. It's, of course, the Dark Lord card is very, very good, but the problem is that it's in attack position, and against Utopia, it is not very, very good. And as you just said, we have the Book of Eclipse, one of the best cards in the tournament. We talked about the Book of Eclipse, also about the Droplet, and yeah, the weakness of Utopia is that you don't have some Link monsters, you have some XYZ monsters, so they can get face down, and in that situation you have to just start all over again and try to find a solution. On the other hand, I mean, the Masquerade is now face down.
Yeah, I mean, the Book of Eclipse is of course very powerful. I really feel like that Phillips was forced to activate it, because otherwise there would have been no spot for him.
Yeah,
I really wonder what the last set card may be, because like this is kind of exposing himself, because we know how dangerous the Utopia deck is when you have a monster on attack position. If he doesn't have any other interruption, and if Kama 3 can play, that would be very scary, but it doesn't seem the case.
And I mean, setting a monster into
the end phase, yes.
Yeah. And setting a monster is obviously bad for Utopia, and activating Branding in Red can mean so much for the DSP strategy. Dramaturg has been go into the punish zone, and now will probably fusion summon into Quartetis, I believe.
It is going to be the first Dark Lord, a very, very strong card. Yeah, absolutely. 4,000 attack points. So this is very, very strong. And to be honest, it looks pretty good for Philip right now. So, I mean, this is very good for him. This is looking promising. He's just gonna flip again the Masquerade, and I think he's going to give the final blow. He's gonna activate another card. This is the Allure of Darkness, such a card. So he's going to add 2 cards and to be able to banish the Tragedy and activate the effect of Tragedy. He's laughing because he's going to be able to add the Allure from the deck to the hand. Now he's normal summoning the Allure, but there is no doubt that he's going to get this game and get the victory. Now he will just set a card and get the victory in this in this 4th game. So guys, we are going to game 5 in the finals of the World Championship. We said that those 2 guys, they were, I mean, such a battle between those two guys. They are the final bosses, you know.
Look at him.
Now we are at the game 5.
And look at him smiling because he knows that he just managed again to be the only player that has a game 5 against Kama 3. And now it is his chance to prove that he is the reason that he's here. There is a reason that, yes, we are going to, for a second time, to a game 5. It is the second time in the same tournament, in a World Championship tournament, that we're going for a game 5. And yes, that time I may be able to take finally the win and finally be the world champion.
And once again, a win against Utopia.
Yeah.
He told me when I interviewed him, he was super confident about the deck. He knows it in and out, and that Book of Eclipse, really proved that he knew there was the right moment to activate it, because otherwise he could have not come back into the game. And once again, he has a chance to redeem himself. And his only defeat into the tournament was to Kama 3, and now once again, game 5 to declare what will be the new Speed Duel World Champions. And honestly, if we saw all of their decks, there's only one deck missing, because as you really like, there is gonna be a mirror match.
And I mean, what a best way to end this tournament. I really love game 5, I really love mirror match, to be honest. And what's the best option to end the whole championship tournament with a Duel mirror match for our final game of the World Championship. We are going to experience an amazing mirror, and we hope that we can see all the skill expression, all those tech cards, all those skills, all those mechanics going into the game. We're going to see a lot of back effort, I'm pretty sure, because Duel Mirrors is one of those decks that you really want to grind, because the skill of each player will be shown, and we can understand who is going to be our new world champion of Speed Duel.
Absolutely, and it's gonna be absolutely amazing, because Shadow Mirror, you know, you have some skill expression and you have so much pressure on your shoulders, because this is the last game. There's gonna be a new world champion after this one. And guys, the players are ready. We are going to jump into the game 5 for this Shadow Mirror. Who will be crowned? Who will be the world champion? Kama3 or Sniffus? It all revolves around that game.
And I mean, what's the best way to start from Sniffus than winning the Tonicos, actually, and going with Elsa Doll Fusion, starting very, very strong, but we need to see those fusion materials. Is there going to be a light in order to summon the Elsa Doll Construct? We have the Squamata, and we are going to summon the Elsa Doll Construct. It has been summoned onto the field, and now we can also go to extend a lot, and I want to see if Sniffus is going for a very old strategy from the Sadolls to actually being able to take Sadol Seism into his hand, but leave his field without a fusion monster by tributing the Sadol Construct and just summoning the Sadol Beast.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is that's been from the beginning. I remember also in the TCG, was really the strategy that you really wanted to go for. You summon the construct, you get your engine going, and then as soon as possible, you get rid of the construct so that your opponent cannot use the Shadow Fusion, summoning essentially from the extra deck using cards from your deck. What do you think, honestly, of the mirror match? Because we saw Shadow in action, but the mirror match is completely different.
And I mean, I'm very thrilled. I cannot explain how thrilled I am because this is showcasing our formats right now. This is showcasing what are the best decks right now. This is showcasing the best players in the world right now. And this is the mirror that I wanted to see with the most skill expression into the game. I mean, I cannot imagine another mirror being so strong, and I cannot imagine how after 2 days we can end this tournament with a beautiful Shadow mirror, which requires a lot of skill and requires both players to play extremely well and showcasing their skill and their mechanics.
Yeah, and to be honest, this is very interesting because throughout all the tournament, Chemistry has just been beating some people, some players with some off-meta decks, and now, I mean, if he wants to just be the world champion, he's going to have to play the best deck in front of Sniffers. So yeah, this is something which is really interesting. But for now, we've seen something really good for Sniffers, the ability to just banish some cards from the opponent's graveyard thanks to Ariel, which is a very strong card. We've talked about that yesterday, the ability to just disrupt the opponent's graveyard and all the strategy of the Shadow players, but also the Granite players. We've seen some Didicro, for example, which have been very useful in those situations. And yeah, Ariel is just in archetype built-in interruptions for that. And as you just said just before, I mean, we are just ending the turn without any monster. Of course, we don't want the Shadow Fusion to resolve fully and to be able to just send anything from the deck to the graveyard, and I think that this is very well played. Philip is well prepared and he knows what to do to just be able to win those mirrors.
Very correct play from him. He's just summoned the Unicorn to shuffle it back and essentially get the Shadow Core thanks to the Shadow Contrast effect, and with 3 set cards, honestly, I think it's ready to go.
And I mean, we can tell that one of them is Shadow Core, as we see that was added to the hand, and probably Shadow Seism I can call, because we can also see though an El Shadow contract from Gamma 3 side of the field to be summoned, and right now things are starting to get heat, because when the contract hits the field, the Shadow deck starts to generate so much advantage. So now summoning Shadow Beast that will able to reset himself probably in order for us to draw 2 cards and discard 1 later. Now we have the Hedgehog in order to add 1 Shadow Spell Entrapper, and I'm pretty sure which will be the Squamata.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I like about this matchup is that basically this deck is very good at grind games. So you have some very control-ish style game, and you have some grindy games. So I mean, every single mistake could literally lead to victory.
Last card in hand.
So there is an interruption, so he's not going to be able to just declare the effect of the Shadow Beast, which is pretty cool. We take those, right?
And I mean, Sniffus was waiting for the right moment, since he let contracts to resolve and in order to activate Veiled into the Shadow Beast. And right now I think that things for Gamma 3, I'm starting to looking very skeptical, because he's going probably to summon the one and only Shadow contract, the Linked Monster, one of the best additions to the Shadow strategy. And right now things are starting to go all the time back and forth, and this is the exact reason why I wanted to see this mirror. And now Shadow Seism will be activated, and of course we have a light into the graveyard from the effect Veiled and from an Nibiru that was discarded previously to the graveyard.
Yeah, we know every single card that Sniffus has essentially has the Shadow Core and the Shadow Fusion onto the field, and it's a matter of understanding where and when to activate your disruptions, especially because your opponent has 3 cards in hand. And we know how difficult the mirror matches are, but I mean, I really feel like at the end of the day, the player who has more resources then is gonna make it.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw that Schism was a very, very good card throughout the whole tournament, as well as the Forbidden Droplet. What a card! I mean, every single time it's been activated, it's been absolutely decisive. And once again, we see it being very good. Going first, going second, I mean, this card does everything. And I think that you should run 3 copies of that if you can.
And I mean, right now, we can see that Sadolko will summon itself to the field as an effect monster. And I want to see what our plan is right now. And El Sadol Fusion will be activated in order to summon another Sadol Fusion from the extra deck. And probably, are we going for the Apkalon? Are we going for the Winter? It will be the Apkalon summoned into the field. So we will be able to target one face-up card on the field and get its effect permanently, which is very, very important. And obviously, we have some trigger effects in the graveyard.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was very well played by Philip here. Essentially gets back the Shadow Fusion and Shadow Core, and also with the Apkalon is able to negate Shadow Console onto the field. Very well played here by Philip.
Absolutely, absolutely, and you can see Philip. He's just very, very focused on the game. We are going to see the El Shadow Fusion activated by Kama 3, but don't get wrong. I mean, Philip is in the driver's seat right now. He's going to be able to try to deal with the opponent's field and to try to take a decisive advantage.
So, just to let the things clear, Kama 3 has activated El Sadol Fusion in the draw phase, meaning that El Sadol Schism cannot be activated since it is only in the main phase, and since Sadol Dragon has been used as a fusion material and sent to the graveyard, can activate the effect to destroy one spell trap card. And now everything is on Snifus' side of the field. Everything is on his hand. The World Championship trophy is so close. He needs to just have the correct answers, and Sadol Contract will be summoned from the graveyard, triggering the Sadol Core.
Also remind that there's a Nightmare Unicorn in the extra deck that was brought back once again, and I think it can be very relevant just to shuffle back one of his opponent's monster.
Unicorn.
Exactly, and I mean here, let's just see what Phillips decides to go for.
I mean, it's probably going to be the Unicorn,
yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it is the Nightmare Unicorn. It's a very good card into the Shadow deck because not only it doesn't put it back to the graveyard, but it puts back into the deck. So this is very, very good as it doesn't trigger its effect.
I mean, beautiful move from him. I mean, we said at the beginning that you really had to shuffle back one of your monster, not to bring up onto the field a monster. And here also gets the Shadow Fusion from the deck. And here it is.
And now the Shadow Fusion will resolve with full effects, which means that he is going to be able to send the monsters from the deck to the graveyard. This is one of the best cards, if not the best card of the game. And yeah, I mean, you are in a very good situation being Philip right now.
And we were talking about that you don't want to leave the monster from the extra deck into the field, since there are cards like Sadol Fusion that can send materials from the deck. Nile Sadol Ariel will be activated, Nile Sadol Genius will be activated, and right now Kama 3 is not looking very good. Snifus is one move away. Now he will enter battle phase. Sakinaga will attack. Genius has been activated to negate the Sadol construct, meaning that she has not effect in order to activate the effect to destroy during the damage step. And now everything is on a top deck. Sakinaga doesn't have a monster effect in the hand in order to negate, but right now Snifus takes back the turn, and he's just minutes away from crowning the whole champion.
I think this is it, guys. I think that Philip just may have made it. Only one monster on the side of Kama 3. Remember, it is face down, and we are in a shadow mirror, so we have to be careful, but no doubt that Philip will just do everything that he can to just get rid of the monster without activating the effect. And yeah, we are probably one turn away from crowning the world champion. We are going to fuse again into the Anoiatilis, and I mean, that's going to be very difficult for Kama 3 to just get the victory there. I mean, Philip, remember, he was down 1-2, and he might be able to just get the title.
I mean, we said this countless time, our duelists never give up. I mean, they're always here until it's not over until it's over, right? And I mean, this mirror match had it all. We could have not asked for more, honestly, for our last game of the Speed Duel World Championship. And here it just needs to understand what his next move may be. There's only one face down monster from him and the title.
And he's going to special summon back the Shadow Construct and activate the effect of Shadow Construct. I mean, this is going very well for him right now. I don't see any monsters that could really do something there for Chemistry. Look at Sniffus, look at Philip. He knows that he's just an inch away from him. He wants to get the victory and he's going to fuse once again.
And to be fair, right now, there are more cards coming on, and don't forget that El Sadol fusion can be activated during the battle phase. Right now, Sniffus can enter battle phase and be crowned the world champion. He needs to make sure that this set card is not a Sadol Dragon that may be able to interact with him, but summoning Sadol monster again and again. We said that that's the dragon, but I think that this doesn't make any sense. It will be game, and we have our new world champion!
Philip is the new world champion for Speed Duel. He entered the final and he wanted to really get the victory. Look at him right now. He's so happy and we can understand why. What a battle between those two players. Chemistry and Sniffus were by far the best players in this tournament. Sniffus going into game 5 once again, but this time he took the victory, he took his revenge, and he's going to get back home with a beautiful title of World Champion.
I mean, look what it means. I mean, we were talking about redemption. I mean, it was the only defeat of his entire tournament, and here once again in game 5, he defeated Chemistry in an unbelievable thriller, I would say. Congratulations, we have a new Speed Duel World Champion, Philip Thomas, Sniffus. Congratulations, what a tournament that it's been.
And I mean, right now, the crowd goes wild. We have our new world champion right now. He's going to take the trophy. And trust me, when you go into the final against one of the favorites for the world championship, right? One of those that are considered to be the best player in the world. We talked together yesterday and he told me that I felt.
And here, I think we're ready for the ceremony. Let's give it up for your new Speed Duel World Champion. Ed, take your way.
Attention duelists, we have another world champion! Your new Speed Duel Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links champion is Sniffus! Come and take your trophy. Congratulations, Sniffus. This clearly meant a lot to you. We saw the emotion on your face the second you managed to win. Tell us how you're feeling.
ございます。今の気持ちを伝えてください。
It is undescribable. It is really undescribable. I never in my life would have expected to get here. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I'm so happy.
説明しがたいぐらい嬉しいです。この場に来れる、ここまで到達できるとは思っていませんでした。
Now we know that your brother didn't make it through to the Master Duel final, but that means there is a world champion in the family. Do you hope that your brother is proud of you right now?
Oh, I know he is. And after he lost to a very unfortunate mistake, I think it was destiny, because in the last game, it is the most time-intensive matchup in the entire game. So the second I queued into the game, I was like, Chris, this is for you. I'm gonna play as fast as I can. I'm not gonna make that mistake.
His brother didn't get the final, but he's now the world. そうですね。彼の兄弟がチャンピオンシップに参加できなかったのですが、その代わりに勝てて嬉しいとのことです。
Now finally, is there anybody you would like to shout out, anybody you would like to thank now that you are the world champion?
なんか感謝の気持ちを伝えたい方はいますでしょうか。
The entire Yu-Gi-Oh community, everyone I've met over these years, this would not have been possible without all of you. So, shoutouts to my brother. Thank you to the court group chat. Thank you to everyone who supported me on this journey. Thank you to the people who I tested with for this World Championship. It's because of all of you.
Well, congratulations, Snippers. One more time, come and lift your trophy. Your new Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Speed Duel Champion! Now, for those of you at home who are also playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, we have a very exciting announcement right now for a major... The world of Duel Monsters will expand, introducing new yet familiar faces from the anime, a revamped map, special processing effects for your favorite cards, and a set of formidable monsters rewards for players. That is coming on September 30th. So that is it right now for our Duel Links segment here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship Series, but we still have the final of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel to come. But first, let's throw over to our analysts so they can talk about that amazing final we've just witnessed.
Leonard and myself, Sebastian, in the analysis corner, and we watched this final. What an intense one it was!
Incroyable! I did not think Sniffers could pull it off against basically the master of Speed Duel Links, right? This was absolutely incredible. What a win and what a mirror match in the end as well.
And honestly, we're breaking it down quickly here for you. So immediately, let's get the first highlight rolling as we're just browsing through them. It went all the way into the 5th game, so we have plenty of highlights prepared. First game immediately was the game where we saw the Sky Striker deck being paired up against the Resonator deck. And in that scenario, we have here right now that the Sky Striker deck just played through a full combo Resonator field.
I will just say, after seeing Karma 3 go off like that with the Sky Striker cards, just taking apart this field and setting up the best field you can do with Sky Strikers afterwards.
I was impressed.
This was just over. I thought you can't recover from this as Shinofi. So, well, that was crazy. Not
Indeed.
A good start for Sniffers.
And we did see here the finishing move, double Widow Anchor to take both of these strong monsters from the opponent, from Sniffers away, and using them against him to go ahead and therefore end game number 1 in the favor of Karma 3. And there we have it. They summoned Shizuku, didn't really matter to be fair, but still we went for the battle damage, as we can clearly see here.
So important in Speed Duel Links to just make your entire turn, because if something happens, you don't have a main phase to. Therefore, summoning Shizuku there, absolutely valid. Don't see that often.
Indeed, and as I promised you, we are just going through the highlights here quickly. So next highlight, immediately firing, obviously, from game number 2. And in game number 2, we saw now different decks being used. Clearly, obviously, as that is the World Championship format. And we have Ancient Gear versus the Utopia deck actually on Sniffer's side, and it really didn't look that bad for the Ancient Gear deck. We saw the skill being activated, and the skill actually made sure to activate the trap. Exactly.
Got you the Duel, and Duel is like a good setup for a win in 1 turn, getting you a fusion monster possibly, and then attacking multiple times, but that did not work out the way Karma planned it, and actually the Utopia deck getting Sniffers the first W on the board.
Indeed, and that is the next highlight. We did not have success with the Ancient Gear deck, so next highlight shows how then it goes back to Sniffers, and Sniffers gets himself on the board there in this final match. With we see here Astraltopia, and shortly after, and both players basically at that point already knowing it, we are heading into the battle phase where Sniffers, on his way to become the world champion of Speed Duel, attacks for the game here with Utopia. Lightning saving game number 2. But as I promised, we keep on rolling. Sniffers win. That animation gave him some safety, gave him some
the
good
next one
moods.
Was crazy as well. That was like one of the sickest games I've ever seen, and I thought that, come on, maybe in deck building has messed something up, because let's look at the next highlight actually. This was completely wild. We thought that there was going to be a Speedroid deck that is a complete answer to the Chimera deck.
Oh, yeah.
Super anti-deck, non-fusion area, as well as Magic Deflector. And then all of a sudden, we got into a complete stalemate.
It was a really, really, really funny one. As we can see here, there is all of a sudden all of those Speedroid monsters being strong on the field. As you mentioned, it's also actually just a real strong test. And you see Sniffers is leaning back and forth. And here is the important moment where all of a sudden the Mirror Swords Knight came back to the field. And then for so many turns in a row, Mirror Swords Knight, as an illusion monster, and sometimes people forget that, was able to just stall some time for Sniffers, and he kept on summoning illusion monsters, and it felt like there was no answer with the Speedroid deck.
Yep, definitely. But there was one. Let's look at the next clip, actually. There was one good attempt to pick away the field, but then later on you could actually see, this is, I think, not the clip that we thought it was going to be.
There it is.
Oh, yeah.
There it is. Of course, it is. Oh wait,
Yeah,
that is the
that
moment
is
where
the
the Mirror
situation,
Swords Knight actually is going to be the stalemate situation. Mirror Swords Knight chilling on the field, as we have just explained in the last highlight. And actually, there we have it. For multiple turns, passing back and forth.
Yeah.
We summoned the Nightmare Apprentice, also, of course, being an illusion monster. And we just had that weird situation where it just didn't go back and forth. And we were already counting deck cards for both players, seeing maybe a possible outcome through deck outcoming. But the high Speedroid Clear Wing Rider then in the end was the tool to make it happen for Karma Free, rolling the die.
Here's my question. Is the Clearwing Rider the dragon in the back, or is it actually the motorcycle monster?
I only know he's riding. That's what I can tell you.
I think since it's a Speedroid, it's gonna be the
5, and that 5 made sure that with enough wind monsters in the graveyard, we could make sure to just destroy all of those illusion monsters on the field, which was what we needed. There we see it. The 5 was rolled, and there is where Sniffers also in his chair goes, yep, this was overdue. I was really never ahead in this game, and this is where then we made sure to close it out. Next highlight, because this of course sealed game number 3. Sniffers down 2-1. It didn't look good for him, but game number 4 was impressive from Sniffers' side. We saw he brought all of a sudden the Despia deck, and he summoned out the first Dark Lord with his Branded in Red, and that card is crazy.
This monster is just destroying everything on the opponent's side of the field. In this case, it was just the entire field of Karma 3, and having 4,000 attack points actually really do help. Also, funnily enough, doing this, of course, before Book of Eclipse grants Karma 2 new draws did not happen. Then, of course, also to add insult to injury, Allure of Darkness, drawing Despian Tragedy found from nowhere, even though the game was basically already over, and that set us up for an amazing...
Hold on, Leo, though. We are in the final game, and we had the situation where both of the players basically left their best deck, left their Shadow deck for the last game, and this was so smart by Sniffers, because he actually used the Nightmare Unicorn on his first turn to put itself back into the action deck.
It is the absolute meme play of Yu-Gi-Oh! To activate Nightmare Unicorn and shuffle itself back into the deck, and that was the correct play. Why, you're asking? Because Shadow Fusion, to be completely insane and send 2 monsters from the deck, needs to have an extra deck monster on the opposing side of the field that was summoned from there as well. So if you're shuffling back your Unicorn, there is nothing. You are set up with the Schism as well. Fantastic plays by Sniffers.
Yes, and therefore he then in that game got more and more ahead, and there we also see how he really then in the end had all of those strong monsters on the field. Life points already really reduced on the side of Karma Free. We go for El Shaddai winner basically as the finishing thing, and you can see it. He's already praying. Look into Sniffers' face cam there. He knows it's over. This is just a Shaddai Dragon. Doesn't really matter. We're attacking for game, and that is our new and deserved world champion of the Speed Duel Speed Duel Links category. There we have them, basically showing the emotion to the world.
Incredible. One of the 2 brothers that entered the tournament in different games actually managed to pull it off and took the win to Germany. Sniffers, fantastic performance over the entire tournament and beat the tournament favorite in a thrilling Game 5 here in the Grand Finals.
Of course, and that was the Speed Duel category. Of course, we have one very important match remaining for the day. Still, the Master Duel Finals are left, so don't go anywhere, as the Master Duel Finals will be the next thing on the menu, and we will see you back live shortly after.
Attention, mon chemin. Alors, qu'as-tu à répondre à ça? Te voilà enfin, Yugi.
He wasn't supposed to win. Wasn't the favorite. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny, rare, whatchamacallit card. He was a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck.
Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my hardest to get where I am right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost. So why should I start now? The whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for? I got that part down. Here I go. It's all or nothing. So, what's inside this thing? Come on, Joey needs a new pair of shoes. The moment of truth. Whoa! Get a load of that thing, guys! Now there's something you don't see every day. Check this out! Red Eyes Black Dragon! I'm talking Red Eyes Black Dragon, folks. It's your move. Nike Air Max 95.
なんだなんだなんかドキドキするな。うわ、来た来た来た。これはすっげえ。見てみろよこれ。へへん、どうよ。俺もびっくりしたぜ。おいみんな、ここにすっげえのが見えるぜ。レッドアイズブラックドラゴン。さあお前のターンだぜ。ナイキエアマックス95。
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
And so we have crowned our Duel Links champions in both categories, but obviously we are still left with the Master Duel category. We still need to find a new team to become world champions in that division.
Yes, indeed we do, and we have two fantastic teams here for you today. Of course, you've seen both of them compete earlier on in the day, and it is down to Ragnarok and Chiba Corp here in the grand finals of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2025 Master Duel category.
Both of these teams have proven to be few of the best in the world. We have seen those captains really duke it out there, leading their teams, leading their strategies, being motivational, rocks, solid rocks for their teams when it looked bad, because all of those teams were on the brink of elimination as well in the last match. They were telling their teammates, hey, we can still do this, play your best Yu-Gi-Oh! And they did.
And this is what those 3v3 tournaments are about. Sometimes a player has a bad stretch, but then it's for another teammate to cover up and still keep the team going. And that's what both teams were able to do in the end. And therefore, they're rightfully so our two teams in the finals, meeting against each other. And nicely enough, they are actually good friends as well.
Yes, indeed. And just on the topic of these players being good friends, of course, you have missed Luca and Nesh having competed together and against each other for so long domestically within Europe and beyond now. They are so good at this game and at competing in those 3v3 tournaments. Now, against them are, of course, Chiba Corp. And while a little bit less well known in regards to their 3v3 results, the individual stars on this team have shone brighter than almost anyone else this tournament.
Absolutely, and even the matches have a personal flavor there. If you're thinking that we're going to see a Pac versus Nash in Worlds Finals, that is just absolutely poetic.
Beautiful. Indeed, those two friends going up against each other. They have been working so hard for this, both celebrating their first World Championship entry, actually, and now immediately being in the finals of that is crazy good.
Goats.
Yep, fantastic minds for the game, fantastic hands for the game too, of course, navigating through a very punishing timer, as you saw in Ragnarok's semi-finals victory.
Yep, definitely. Chris Thomas, before his brother won the World Championship, he timed out while being on his last interruption, taking away an access code talker with the Firewall Dragon effect. Team Ragnarok thought they were out of the tournament. This was going to be the end of their run. But then the field of Chris just exploded. The timer was gone in such an intense mirror match. You have to take your time, you have to really think it through, but you also have to be wary of the timer because it is going to come back to bite you.
Yeah, and you said you're thinking things through, and in a 3v3 competition, you're thinking things through not only on your own, but with your teammates. And therefore sometimes it takes a little longer because you are talking about things, you're checking back with your team captain, you're like, should I do this or should I rather go this route? And they took a little too long and therefore lost that game.
And that is something I want to bring up because Chiba Corp are such a new team by comparison. We thought that they'd be communicating non-stop, and of course Park renowned for his mind for the game and his communication about it, and yet now look at them making it all the way here despite how new they were to coming together as a trio hit.
I mean, sometimes it's also maybe enough to be incredible individual players, right? Especially if you are being able to win games on your own, you are taking some pressure off of your teammates as well. That can definitely help you if your teammates are worried about your game and you can be like, hey, focus on your own stuff, I got this.
Yes, indeed, and these players certainly did have this throughout this tournament thus far, but let's hear it from Ed as he introduces them.
Attention duelists! It's time for one more final today as part of your coverage for the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship Series 2025. It's time to crown our Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel champions. So, let's introduce your teams. Your blue team from North America, Chiba Corp, and your red team from Europe, Ragnarok! Both teams are joining me on stage right now. Gentlemen, let's see a friendly handshake. I want to see some great play happening. One chance for you guys. One of you will make it to the final, and I hope you're all excited. Hope you're all ready. That's enough of that, guys. We've got to separate you off. Let's get you into your booths. Best of luck to both of you. But that means it's now going to be time for all of you at home to see some incredible Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel action. And I can't wait to see exactly who is going to be crowned this champion. One more final for you guys today as part of your coverage. So, with that in mind, I'm going to hand you back over to your beautiful casters who are going to take you through one more grand final here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship Series 2025. Boys, take it away!
Thank you, Ed. Give it up for our finalists of the Master Duel category. This was an incredible group hug as well. I was a bit afraid that they were going to lose their teammates and they were going to arrange in the wrong order again.
Yeah, honestly, I think Ed said they should do a handshake, but it really was a group hug, as you said, and that shows you they're all friends. But now they are divided into two teams, and I'm sure both of them will fight hard to become the new Master Duel World Champions.
Yep, and judging by the sound of the audience in response to these players, they're not the only friends. They're supported by so many people here, so many people all over the world. Park's viewers, you have the viewers, the supporters, the friends of Mist, Joey, Enzo, Luca, and Nesh all coming together to support these players. And yet it's only 3 of those 6 that will walk away victorious today.
And they don't only have friends, they also have fans, because these are our Yu-Gi-Oh! Superstars. Everyone in the game who's entered the tournament knows about these names, at least by now.
Absolutely, and I think they have a solid lineup for their team, and they're kind of similar in that regard. Mist, accomplished player, kind of the same as Joey on the other side. And then you have the upcomer. You have, on the one hand, in Team Chiba Corp, you do have the young Enzo Fialos really making a name for himself, but still being young. And on the other hand, you have Luca Foyan, sort of being the same. And then on the other hand, you have the content creators and names in the community with Nash, of course, for Team Ragnarok. And on the other hand, you then have Pac for Team Chiba Corp.
Yeah, and I've praised Puck time and time again for his mind for the game there, just the intelligence and the way he approaches the deck building, theory crafting, but I think we're doing Nesh a disservice by not mentioning him too. Of course, we haven't seen too much of the Goblin Biker Memento from any of these other Memento players in the tournament, and yet here he is rocking up with it all the way to the finals.
It just makes the Ryzeal matchup so much better if you're playing Grand Entrance as well in your deck. It's just almost a detonator out. It's amazing. But we've also talked about how great Nash and Miss are at building decks. And I've had an interview with them, and also there was said, Luca Foyan, they did like 33% everyone on building the decks. They have all worked on equal parts together for 2 years now. Now they managed to qualify as a team finally. After 2 years of hard work, they are sitting in the finals after this hard-beat semifinal. Is it their time to win?
Yes, indeed, it could very well be, especially given, again, as you mentioned earlier in the day, Mist, he qualified through the Duelist Cup, not the regional qualifier. He has triumphed in an international tournament before, come out ahead of every Master Duel player in the world, and that followed up by Joey putting on one of the most dominant domestic performances by pulling ahead of the crowd in the North American regional qualifier.
Oh yes, absolutely. And I'm wondering who at home has cheered for those as their cheer for the champion campaign heroes in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Actually, here on the casters booth even, it is quite ironic that both of us have voted for one of them actually in that.
I mean, we were totally unbiased going into the tournament, but of course a few free gems, why not try and get the chance? And I will say, I voted for Ragnarok. Who did you pick?
On the other hand, did pick Team Chiba Corp, and now these two meet in the finals. How heroic is that?
I will say, not only have they met in the finals, but they met in Group A, and it was so close. Any of the teams in that group could have walked away with the title here this weekend, and yet it's these two that made it out. They have overcome all obstacles, all other competitors in their way, and now they face off against each other one final time here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2025.
It doesn't shock me that 2 teams out of the group of horror basically actually make it through the semifinals. This group was to be feared. 2 teams exited, and then they also win the semifinals to just meet back up again. And both of these teams, they had the same record in the group as almost every team had for some reason. I didn't know how that was mathematically possible, to be fair.
It happened though, and now it's only 2 teams, 6 players left. We started, of course, with plenty more teams. We had 6 teams, a group, 12 teams total, of course, making 36 players, but there's only 6 remaining, and those 6 will play for the title here and now. They want to become Yu-Gi-Oh! History by becoming world champions in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel category.
Yes, indeed, the 3rd ever world champions in Master Duel, following on from Snipe Hunters and Team 7 and the legacy that they created. These players will make history yet again. It will be either Chiba Corp, Joey, Puck, Enzo, or Ragnarok, Mist, Luca, and Nash.
Phenomenal duelists. You're absolutely right about that, Ibris. We are waiting for them to lock in their decks. We are moments away from having the big finals of the Yu-Gi-Oh! WCS in Master Duel right now. We've seen Malice, we have seen Ryzeal, we've seen Memento as first decks. What are we going to see this time?
We've seen Atlantean Mermail finally make an appearance here for Luca in the semi-finals as well, but Joey is still an enigma, and Joey will dictate this game against Mist as it opens up set 1, Ragnarok versus Chibacorn.
And we have the crowd going wild. We have the special final animation here in the client. This is where I'm starting to get goosebumps. Who is going to win this final, as we see here in the battle between captains Mist versus Joey. Mist winning the coin toss.
Duel A and Duel C are coin flips won by Ragnarok. On Duel B, Pak is starting here, but there's a Droll and Lockbird.
Immediate response with the Dominus Impulse to stop the combo, and there is another disruption.
Joey really does not want to see Mist going here, and when you activate the 7th Tachyon, it's very likely there's no other Ryziel cards available. So does this stop Mist completely here? Oh, he has 7 Ascension, but that can just still search for another 7th Tachyon, which we already activated.
This does look like a little bit of a desperation play. Of course, setting up a better top deck in the next round and playing around Droll and Lockbird a little bit. That is passing it over here, I think. End of main phase might be called here. Are we going to see something else from Joey? Is this a possible March Hare angle?
We could see it. We see them thinking. We see in Duel B also. Pak again made the decision to bring the Crystron deck, which is something nobody has really expected. He was the only player in the tournament even bringing it, and he brings it here right away to game 1.
In Duel A, we're going to see Artifact Lancia dropped right there.
Yep, we had 2 disruptions from the hand end the turn for the Ryziel of Mist, but it's Artifact Lancia alone that shuts down this malice from Joey.
And there is still, of course, here at Duel B, the turn of Pak going. We see it, Crystron, the deck of choice. Pak, the man with all the royal rares, and he brings back the Solfador, having 2 level 5 monsters here to go for the first Exceed Summon on the finals.
We actually have Infernal Flame Banshee making an appearance for Enzo here in the Ryziel deck, but it gets Ash Blossomed here to stop him in his tracks.
Things happening left and right. This is how it goes. All 3 games going simultaneously. But honestly, here in Duel B, it looks really, really good for Pak, as Luca so far is not interrupting him at all. And I think we are about to also be summoning out the Cyber Dragon Infinity. Wait, it's actually already on the field, being the first negate.
Yes, indeed it is. And it will soon be joined by the FA Dawn Dragster to shut down the spells and traps along with the monster effect. And suddenly, Luca, 4 cards in hand. And 3 of them, you have to imagine, at least, will be disrupted.
And on the other side, in Duel C, we can see that Enzo has baited out the Ash Blossom with the Infernal Flame Banshee. Fire to fire, but there's more fire. Ryziel Dual Drive is now going to be able to add 2 cards to the hand.
Yes, it will here, just to further extend. Enzo, now, the Banshee got interrupted, but still looks okay with this duo drive that you did mention. Again, Nesh, use the Ash Blossom for the turn, has no further disruption to give, unless...
We shall see, but honestly, Enzo, still so young, but with his 3rd World Championship appearance, he seems already so experienced. He baited that Ash Blossom so easily with the Banshee, tricking Nash into believing that there is no more Ryziel cards available, but then he showed that there was plenty more, and there we now have the Star Ryziel being summoned as well by detaching a material from the Banshee.
The Infernal Flame Banshee is such a nice bait, letting your opponent maybe think, hey, there's not that much that they can do here.
Oh, that's a lot of damage, actually.
Yep, that should be a decent amount, I believe.
That might be game. Dual Drive is the last one to attack. Nash is falling already. The first game is won by Enzo. Takes the game here in Duel C.
Yes, Chiba Corp are the ones moving up to 1-0 in this series so far. Salamangre Armorage for Joey as well, holding the line against Mist. The Ryziel got a 2nd turn here off of that Artifact Lancia.
The Royal Rare Lancia turn skipping left and right at the 7th Tachyon is going to get us the X here. Now, Mist has play again. Is there another card from Joey that can stop him, like the 2-card combination has in the first turn?
There is that Dawn Dragster we mentioned for the Crystron strategy. It's going to be the pass there. Again, 3 negations effectively on the table for Puck here.
And honestly, throughout the tournament, it really felt like Malice was running the show and was outperforming Ryziel. But we really here immediately in the first set of the final see Ryziel going strong. Ryziel already winning in Duel C and also looking really, really good here in Duel A as well.
That is with a hard-drawn Artifact Lancia, despite the searches for it getting disrupted, despite that 7th Ascension, the 7th Tachyon running into interference there.
Sometimes it's good to have that one-off Artifact Lancia, and it makes so much sense to include that card into your Ryziel deck, as you can just access it with the 7th Tachyon. Here, we did not even need to search it, as we already opened it in the matchup. We wanted it so much.
But then we used the 7th cards to take up some of the disruption as well. Really well played by Mist to use that.
Here comes MTP07 searching for White Rabbit, but does that really change anything? That's no interruption, but okay, March here.
March here was to be expected a little bit after we have seen that toggle in the end of main phase of Mist in the first turn. March here, it's not going to provide an interruption, and also I wouldn't know how valuable one interruption could be at this point of the game. Ryziel Cross is of course threatening with an Exceed summon on the side of Mist. That's why we're doing this, building up our defenses like that. I just don't know how much time he can buy with this.
And honestly, Leo, if he would have just activated that Malice March here on the first turn, he would have played around the Lancia so nicely. So I feel like Joey is regretting not using that on the first turn now, and it's bringing him into the situation that he's in now, right now.
Enzo with a single Infinite Impermanence to try and turn off some of these negations that he is facing down right now, but it doesn't look too promising. And now you have Puck considering whether or not to commit a Dawn Dragster disruption into this.
Yeah, that is Luca trying with the Infinite Impermanence. You're very right, but I mean, the Crystron deck being so flexible, it can chain the Tristowers here, for example, to just summon from the deck. It could just negate the Infinite Impermanence straight up, so it's still looking really, really, really good for Pack, who's currently getting advice from his teammates on what to do.
But don't forget that this is actually Luca on the Malice strategy. If Malice finds one way to play the game, it might as well be over immediately. Also, there's still 2 more cards in the hand of Pack, so maybe there is some more disruption targeting Malice.
Yep, there goes another disruption. Again, that Dawn Dragster that we mentioned, it runs interference on the Infinite Impermanence from Luca there, and it puts a swift end to that. Let's take a look at Duel B, because things seem to be heating up. The Allure of Darkness now. Is this a desperation play, or is it an attempt at stopping another negation from coming through?
And honestly, I don't think I've ever seen Pack so locked in. He's really staring onto the screen, knowing that they have a real chance to become the world champions, and they're already up 1 game, so he may as well try to make it a 2-0 lead here with the Crystron deck, and he chains the effect of Crystron Tristowers here to the Allure of Darkness, making sure that we summon out another Crystron monster from the deck and then go on with a Synchro summon.
Might as well be Axel Synchro and then setting up a possible Baron de Fleur later on with the FA Dawn Dragster. But you will also have to mention that Mist is right now close to winning the game. All of the resources from Joey have been expended onto that field. There's just 1 unknown card in hand for him, so it's looking really good for Mist. But can Luca play through this? Again, this deck, yes, you can have multiple disruptions against Malice, and you can stop it until the last card. But if that last card lets the deck play, you're gone.
I believe we still have the disruption live on the Cyber Dragon Infinity as well, so there is that in addition to the Baron de Fleur negation that will come through.
Indeed, there it is, and Luca will be bringing back the White Rabbit, but I mean, there's also still 2 cards in hand for Pack. We know that this is his anti-Malice deck, so there could also just still be a Chaos Hunter waiting somewhere, but for the moment, we'll just activate Crystron Cluster here to immediately make sure... Oh, we're not using the effect even. Interesting. Playing around here a possible Lingo Rebo, which could negate the activation of a Crystron Cluster. So having it face up already, we can still use the effect later on in the turn, making sure, though, that the Lingo Rebo would never be a problem.
Smart, smart. Also, the normal summon hasn't been committed yet by Luca, so immediately throwing everything at this White Rabbit might not be the smartest choice. I'm very curious to see what Puck has to offer in his hand. Is there a Chaos Hunter? I think a Lancea would have been activated immediately as long as you have Dawn Dragster and Infinity on the field, so I doubt it's going to be that.
And despite the sheer amount of disruption on the field for Puck, still Luca in this game, 4 cards in hand, a solid field starting to establish itself. Really testament to the power of the Malice deck.
Let's quickly go over to Duel A because I think Mist is about to close out that game. Is going to attack multiple times with the Shark combo.
Indeed, we see the Lancer being summoned there, and that is a great way to close out games for the Ryziel strategy as you just get multiple attacks. And then there is the Ryziel Detonator making sure that this final is now even out 1-1, the new score with one game here still remaining.
Another alert of darkness to come through. Luca trying to get a lead for Ragnarok, trying to pull ahead in this grand final and trying to find a way to play Malice in this duel.
That is insane. Dormos is being activated now as well. Keep in mind, White Rabbit and Dormos now have been activated. There is 2 more hard negates. Crystal Cluster is going to be activated here, and you're going to destroy the Dormouse immediately. Still no normal summon committed, but it is going to be hard to extend from this point. The only special summon you still have from Banishment is the Chassis Cat, and that is so far nowhere to be found. Still, 2 negates remaining. If you do not have something like a Forbidden Droplet, which I assume would have been used by now possibly, it is still looking rather tough. But can you somehow go into the Red Ransom? First of all, Malice in Underground.
As good a start as any.
And you could just be fooled into negating the Malice in Underground, possibly, but it's probably just better to let your opponent banish one of those Malice monsters, making sure that they have also used the effect of Chassis Cat in the banishment, and then leave them without any more effects that they can activate in the banishment. Ooh, we do go for Malice in the Mirror here, though. Is that worth negating is the question here.
That is going to end up banishing your own Dormouse, adding a card from the deck to the hand. Is going to search for maybe a Malice P Marcher. This card can extend like crazy. You could maybe normal summon a Chassis Cat if you have one. That would be super strong, and then force a negate already.
Leo, designated Malice
no way!
Again! Okay,
it does not stop.
Where would you commit the negations here, given the fact that this deck has to have choke points somewhere?
We have just already activated all of the negates for all of the banished monsters. So there's no real monsters coming from banishment anymore, but still no normal summon has been used. So I think at this point, you probably just wait for one of the Link Freeze, but sometimes those can be chain blocked when using their effect on the field.
Also, once they're on the field, they can just summon themselves back by being banished. Their talents is being used here, is going to force out one more negate. Otherwise, taking a Baron de Fleur or Cyber Dragon Infinity would be absolutely crucial here. So you have to negate this card. This is one less negate already for Puck. I don't know what he has in his hand. I assume we are going to find out at some point. But Luca is looking decent here. Only one Baron de Fleur versus 5 cards in hand. Metaltronus is being activated!
Oh, that's crazy, because that now basically dictates that Pack will also have to negate this Metaltronus.
Despite everything set up by the Crystron deck, the Malice pulls ahead. 4 cards in hand still for Luca. Is there a follow-up to this forcing of the negation?
Yes, the Marcher added back the Dormouse. Dormouse can be normal summoned and can banish the Malice P Chassis Cat from the deck that hasn't been used yet. You can get your 2 monsters. Splash Mage is an option. We might as well just see an OTK here. Triple Allure of Darkness is absolutely crazy.
Sometimes you just cannot stop that Malice deck, and that is what we see here. Drawing cards left and right, not stopping with that, and Luca looking locked in now.
Going to Link Climb and continue to apply the pressure here.
This is insane. Magnamut in the end phase is also going to give you some follow-up, if we even get an end phase here, because I think Luca is just about to win this game. Magnamut, of course, activating. Now going into a Link Decoder. Hold up. Are we going to see a Nibiru, the Primal, being on the side of Puck? Is that a chance?
Never rule that out, and we saw Team Chiba Corp having that card definitely in their lineup. Enzo resolved it multiple times in top 4. Joey, I think, also resolved it with one of his decks, being the Malice deck most of the time. So maybe there also is a singular Nibiru, the Primal, being in the deck of Pack. But what is that Link Summon going to be? I would assume that's either White Binder or the Cryptor right away. It is the Hearts Cryptor there.
Yep, Hearts Cryptor coming out here. The Malice deck is truly online here.
Yep, you can now go into the Splash Mage if you want. You can go into your White Binder, get this Hard Scripter back if that is your plan. You can also go into Access Code Tonker, of course. We're not trying to build a first turn field. We're trying to win here. Malice, Hard Scripter is going to be banished here. It's going to resummon itself. You have plenty of cards banished. You can't use the effect. That is so much damage.
Yes, it's 5,000 attack for the Malice monster, 5,300 for the Access Code Toolkit. It gets the destruction and it will attack shortly after.
If you were wondering why Luca and his team is in the finals, you do get a display from it here. He is in the process of breaking the entire Crystron field. The crowd is going wild and loving it. Luca Foyan is carrying his team Ragnarok here into a 2-1 lead in set number 1.
3 Allure of Darkness and 2 points on the board for Ragnarok.
Paris, are you entertained by our greatest duelists in the world?
They are showing up, and the crowd is equally so. Gotta love to see it. They're respecting the work that these players have put out throughout the entire year and now showcasing it here in style in the finals.
Very much so. Really well played, but still not a clean sweep. This is highly competitive and could be anyone's for the taking.
Calm down, Ibris. Still not a clean sweep after this incredible full combo from Crystron going into Allure, Allure, Allure. The craziest thing about Allure of Darkness is sometimes you negate that card and your opponent's like, thanks for giving me the free negate. That would have done nothing. But this time around, maybe if you negate the first Allure of Darkness, there's nothing to play with. You are going to find your breaking cards. You're going to find the talents. You're going to find Battletronus. Allure of Darkness is a card that can go incredibly crazy.
Yes, indeed. And I think that decision to let it go through will haunt Park for a while now, unless Chiba Corp are able to pull this comeback off.
Let's hope it doesn't haunt him for too long, because there is still, of course, set 2 and 3 to play. And as you said, they're absolutely not out of this just yet. They have only a 2-1 deficit to overcome, something that it could immediately make up for by just making a 2-1 now in set 2. And then we could hopefully, because that is what is the most fun, head into another 3rd set.
But listen, they have had the advantage here. They won 2 coin tosses already as opposed to 1, then immediately stopping Mist. But Mist had the Lancea. I think, is that even, I think that's the one of Lancea, right?
Must be, yeah.
Yeah, the 7th Tachyon technology that requires only 1 Lancea in the deck. If you're playing Ascension, if you're playing 7th Tachyon, and you know you're playing versus Malice, which is very smart as well, because most of the time the captains play Malice, so totally, it's going to be your first opponent most of the time, so you can basically be blinded.
Honestly, credit where credit is due. Mist actually was able to force the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring because the 7th Tachyon was assumed to be searching for that eventual Lancea, but as you mentioned, not necessary. It was there from the beginning.
It was an interesting sequencing though, right? Because he started with the 7th Tachyon while also having the 7th Ascension. So if he would have started with the 7th Ascension, maybe there's a chance they Ash that and then you can just resolve the 7th Tachyon. You never know.
Not at this level. I can 99.9% guarantee you that this 7th Ascension would not be Ash Blossom. Just open yourself up to a potential Drawland Lockbird could be a problem that would haunt you till the end of days. But now we're going into set 2 of the finals at the WCS in Paris.
Will it be a European team with Team Ragnarok, or is it Team Chiba Corp from North America becoming the world champions? We do have a Molchami Purulia in the draw phase from Mist here.
Actually, Molchamis everywhere here so far, and they seem to be resolving. Effect Veil are also going to come through. Let's take a look at Duel C, because there's a lot of interaction happening there.
There's a lot of stuff happening everywhere. I think Joey is just really deep into his combo already. Started off with the Gold Sarcophagus, now with the Dormouse banishing the Chesiket. But there's not the Chesiket summon. There is the Chaos Hunter. It's a little late there.
It is Nash on his anti-Malice deck. We've seen Crystron from Pack, but Nash's way of handling things is playing Snake Eye with dedicated anti-Malice cards. For example, that Chaos Hunter.
Yes, indeed. And Chaos Hunter, let's take a look at it in Duel A as it turns the tide against the Malice deck here for Joey.
Is it really though? Because there is a couple of tools that the Malice deck has to just deal with the Chaos Hunter. Sometimes people arguing Chaos Hunter is not as strong as the Artifact Lancia is, so I could see Joey having an answer to this here. Funnily enough though, we discarded Vidalia Bellstar to now bring it back through its own effect.
I very rarely see that effect of it used, to be honest, but even so, happy to see that Nesh is able to build some kind of a defense here. Let's take a look at Duel B though. We've looked across a few of them, but this is exciting!
There is a call by the Grave from Pack, so Pack did not care about Molchami Purulia in the draw phase, held his call by the Grave, was like, I can live with that, I will maximum summon once from the hand anyways, but now the next thing that we had to stop was wisefully negated with that call by the Grave.
Yep, that Creation King now coming through for the Memento,
Oh,
but it gets
Valid! Do we have an answer for that? The deck has plenty of options. No! It resolves! That is so huge already. But chilling Pack here, because this is already an interruption on the opposing turn. Missed only at 3 cards, but when have ever 3 cards stopped it? Memento Total Infusion, of course, in the graveyard can extend here, but no access to the field spell yet.
Additionally, Puck with the Memento deck has a good graveyard set up now and a lot of effects waiting to be activated, and that means that Mist has been forced to use 2 cards already, left with 3, and now Puck can extend under the assumption that there's no more disruption coming his way.
Oh, Memento Lambone Party will now be activated. And Leo, I liked how you said he does not have access to the field spell to Memento LinkedIn, because he just destroyed that card to actually immediately banish it and get it. So we are still in the motion. Pack has switched decks, but to those players, to these caliber of players here in the finals of a World Championship, it seemingly doesn't matter what deck they play. They can switch left and right between deck and one, and they can perform perfect with each and one of them.
It's looking good in most duels again for Team Chiba Corp. Here, Pack is going off with a big combo right here, Bone Party, but has to consider multiple things, because 3 cents from the deck, or the extra deck of the Creation King, are already negated in Duel A. It's looking like a rather full Malice combo here. Also, even though you have to pivot a little bit away from your standard combo because the Chaos Hunter was summoned. But in Duel C, Luca is just going at it with the Malice cards.
Yep. Luca may be the one carrying his team here this time around. He won that crazy third game in the first set and looks like he will continue to do so.
I see 2 Appaloosa Bow of the Goddesses on the duels, and it is ensuring that these players that are ahead will remain ahead for at least one more turn.
Oh, there is going to be another send of 2 cards. Memento Mech-Clan is targeting the Tatsuno Toshigo, and Gatic is, of course, Chain Link 2. So Pack is in a rather difficult spot, but if one player in this field can pull off a big field after being disrupted multiple times, I think it's Pack.
Definitely. He has played this Memento deck for so long. He played in the TCG. He actually played it in the North American qualifiers, where it also was about the World Championship, but now playing it at the World Championship in the Master Duel category instead. Adding back the Anguish through the effect of the Gatic, and Sleepy will still resolve. We get another Fusion Summon, as we already went through the Dekuzlika. This will now, of course, be about the Thunder Dragon. Oh no,
yes,
the
indeed,
Twin
the
Dragon,
Twin
of course.
Dragon now coming through, the other Memento Fusion, as we look towards that eventual combined creation. The King banished itself to extend further. Now you have the Dragon destroying itself to allow for even more Memento extension. And again, Mist already committed so much disruption here. Does he have anything else? If he's on the Ryziel, probably not. If he's on the Ritual Beast, probably not again.
But he has Purulia active, so maybe if Puck needs to summon out something else from the hand, there could be another draw for Mist. But I don't know what that could be. Mace is, of course, a nice setup later on. Did he already normal summon? Does he have to normal summon a Mace at this point? That would be crazy.
I'm pretty sure he normal summoned to start off his turn, so that is already out. But still, there could be plenty of ways to continue playing here. Actually, let's go over to Duel C, because we had just had a really, really interesting chain resolving at table C. So let's see it. Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit took care of an Appaloosa. So this is maybe how Enzo is getting himself into this game there.
This is crazy, because the Firewall Dragon is now going to be negated by the Aggregator. Or I think it was probably targeting the Appaloosa. But now we are going to be able to resolve our effects of the Fireball Dragon. Look how lonely it is. It needs monsters that point to it, and then it points to itself to work really good as a card. And right now, there is nothing, even though I'm pretty sure that Luca has GWC set up to banish this Whitebinder, or a Marcher to banish the Whitebinder, summon it back, get all of those cards back, and get multiple bounces.
And even if Duel C is not going by way of the Malice player right now, Duel A certainly is.
And we have the normal summon of Ice Ryziel. Enzo is the Ryziel player of Team Chiba Corp. You saw him win already in the first set, and he will try to keep it going here for his team and his teammates.
Enzo is just going for Access Code Talker on his first turn, I assume, to get rid of all of the follow-up that Nesh set up. So eventually it's... Oh, Malice can also hand loop now.
Let's take a look at Duel A, because it looks to be heating up in favor of Joey here as well. This is actually the end of the turn on turn one, as you said.
Yeah, Nesh now is facing with 2 cards in hand versus an Appaloosa, 2 set cards, and probably a handful of interruptions waiting, lingering in the graveyard. There could be Malice Q Heartscriptor, there could be a White Rabbit. When those cards are banished, you will get banish for your opponents. So this is incredibly strong of a setup, even though it just looks like an Appaloosa right now. But Raidstorm is a good start. Ash Blossom is a perfect answer.
Yeah, really, really well played and patiently awaited by Joey there, as he did not.
Marcher was just negated by Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion in Duel C. Let's look at that right now, because I think this is maybe the first time we can see a full combo of Malice being interrupted by Ryziel.
So
Enzo's
much
doing it.
action across the board here. And again, as you said, we don't often see the Malice deck pull out ahead. Rather, we don't often see the Ryziel deck pull out ahead against Malice, but it seems to be doing it here. Despite the setup from Luca, it is Enzo who is making a statement.
Indeed, Enzo just made smart decisions in deck building. He is playing those hand interactions that do not only stop the opponent from building their field on the first turn, but also work somewhat with breaking potential on your own turn. We saw the Ghost Ogre just basically taking care of the Appaloosa, and now the Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion dealing with the returning Malice monster by negating the GWC.
You mentioned a returning Malice monster. Well, I just watched one return in Duel A. Let's take a look at Duel A, because it does seem like this is the end phase, and this will be the end of the game in favor of Chiba Corp if Joey can pull this off.
Actually, can I mention that we have seen Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion on multiple decks? Pac has used one to win the semi-finals against G-Nets. It was absolutely crazy. G-Nets playing it out perfectly and then getting this Momentotlin fusion. Ghost Bell, boom! And now, again, on the side of Enzo, it is absolutely crucial. Maybe they're all playing one.
Yeah, I think they just mixed it up, and I think that's a cool approach to the whole situation. When you just have one hand interaction each, it's very hard for your opponents to predict what you have, because when there only is one Nibiru in your deck and then one Ghost Bell, what are you playing around if it could basically be anything in any deck?
Are we just going to see a battle phase here? Dormouse is going to banish a Marcher from the deck just to gain some extra... Oh, White Rabbit actually, just to gain some extra attack points here. Going to attack here with the... Jessica.
And this will be Joey evening up the series against Ragnarok for Chiba Corp.
2-2, the crowd loves it. We have some fans here of Team Chiba Corp, and we go back here into Duel B, where Pac is summoning, and this time also resolving the summoning effect of his Tekutliga.
We are now guaranteed a third set of duels between these teams.
Mist could not really do anything about the field that Pac presented him with, and therefore it is back to him here, and we will be able to just try to play through all of this. And as we are in turn 2, clearly we already had the battle phase, but we still can set up a huge field.
Yep, the Anguich in the hand now, the single card for Pac. Is there any kind of disruption that will come his way, or does he clear this one out?
It's still Mist's turn!
That's what I thought, yeah. Just there I was realizing this gotta be Mist's turn, as obviously Pac was the one comboing on the first turn. That is a clear sign when you always only see one monster to be used for an Exceed summon. It usually is, and it also here in that case is the Superstar Slayer, Typhon, Sky Crisis, and that feels like Mist still is in a little bit of a crisis here as well.
Yes, indeed. Kind of the desperation play, but we've seen it get that reputation because it's so good at bringing games back from the brink. Superstar Slayer, Typhon, Sky Crisis will keep Mist and Ragnarok in this duel.
But everyone, Duel C is also having some interesting news as we see a Nibiru the Primal being there from Luca's side. And we saw Enzo pushing and pushing, trying to get back into the game with his Ryziel deck. But now everything gone, only a big token left and Luca again looking on top.
It was looking hopeless for Ragnarok in this set too, but now after full combo, Luca of course drew cards with Chessy Cat as well. Must have found a Nibiru the Primal being at some point and now is going to combo through here, is going to make sure that this time he can't be stopped after this turn. And this might be game for Luca here versus Enzo. Tried his best, looked like he was going to steal it away from Luca, but he says, nah, I have my Malice deck. This is the best deck in the room. I will show you why.
And Luca will, if he does take this, take back the lead for Ragnarok here. Can he end this duel right now? Still a 3,800 defense token to deal with.
I'm sure we can deal with that. And maybe in the end, what Luca has been preaching all weekend long is still holding true. He told everyone, if you go first with Malice, whatever your opponent plays, whatever they activate, usually I will still come out on top.
And that finisher rank of number 3 for Access Code Talker really goes to show once the combo gets to the point where you can climb into this, it is pretty much game over. And it will be game over for Enzo here as Luca takes this duel.
The final blow with Malice Wide Binder here, while Puck is still setting up to win the game on his own there. There's still a Super Star Slayer Sky Crisis Typhon that is sitting there, waiting to not be destroyed by those two Tekutlikas, but Puck is just only playing versus 2 set cards.
Indeed, and 8,000 points of damage already on the table for Puck if these attacks can connect. Is there a way to get Akihiron in the game now?
So the Akihiron already just there used his graveyard effect to grab back a Memento card from the graveyard to the hand, and it was Memento Infusion. Either the Akihiron, as we just get back into this game, was on the field and already used its effect to make direct attacks happening for our Tekutlika monsters, or it was destroyed from the hand. So we will have to find out whether that is the case or not. Is there an Akihiron activation in the graveyard here? Maybe. Chainlink 1 cross Sheep, Chainlink to Gatic. Clearly Pack's most favorite Memento monster as it's also his icon.
Oh, did Gatic just target the Akihiron to add it back to the hand? I think that's a good home party target. So you can destroy it then, but then you would have to summon it back later. But I think at this point it's not even necessary. But of course, you can just go for Darkblade. I thought we were going to discard the Akihiron, but we're clearly not. Just discarding Tatsuno Otoshigo to play around a Caught by the Grave. The Plasma Hole is not doing anything for Mist. 1 set card against an army of Mementotlins and a cute sheep.
Yep, and we had looked at Ryziel as being ahead of the pack bar Malice, and that included Memento, but it is the Memento deck that looks to be able to do it. Access Code Talker ended 2 games in this set. Can it end a 3rd here in favor of Park?
First of all, though, Ryziel plug-in. More of a desperation play once again, though, from his side. Yes, we can surge with Ryziel's sword here, but that Ryziel, that X-Ryziel in the hand will not do anything anymore this turn. Hold on, though. We could not really use the effect of X-Code Talker to gain attack, as, of course, that would have made it too big to activate its effect to destroy due to that Typhon on the field.
But if we're taking a little closer look to the field and if we are doing some math, this looks like 10,300 damage to me. We're going into the battle phase, attacking with 3k and then Tekutlika with 5k, and we have a game, everyone. It's 3-3 between Chaibakov and Ragnarok.
The score is completely even out, and this is how I like it the most. We will be going into set 3, where the score is even and where we cannot tell just yet who's going to make it. Of course, now it's going to come down to who plays who, what are the matchups, what are the decks even being picked by the players, everything on the line.
Will we finally see Joey's second deck, or is it Malice all the way through? These are your best duelists in the world, and they are showing you exactly why they got that reputation and exactly why Group A was so competitive with both of these teams in it.
All right, everyone, we are here in Paris live for the Yu-Gi-Oh! WCS Master Duel Finals 2025. Paris, cheer for your finalists. Who is here for Chiba Corp?
Oh, crowd going wild. But of course, do we also have some fans for Team Ragnarok in the booth?
Actually, that sounds like Chiba Corp might be the favorites, despite Ragnarok having the home field advantage here in Europe.
I think they were just cheering so much they didn't hear you there. Can we get it one more time for Ragnarok?
There it is. Okay. Crowd is going wild. You see the shot here of our venue. We have a beautiful venue, players on the stage. And of course, now is where the pressure is so high. They are sitting there realizing we will only play 3 more games of Master Duel today. But these 3 games will be the most important ones of the entire weekend, maybe of their entire life, as they are games for the World Championship title.
And we've seen these players perform so well across the course of the weekend so far. We've seen them perform so well today. Throughout the past year, we're looking back as well. Just these are legends of their respective scenes. TCG, Master Duel, Europe, North America, they've been all around the world, even to Japan in the case of Mist, Herman Hansen, and I believe also Enzo Fialos as well.
Absolutely. And they realize that title is up for grabs. It's so close for both of them, and both teams have the absolute chance and right to grab the title now, maybe. And we want to see who is going to become the world champion, the team that is going to be the new rulers of the world, essentially. Who is going to make it? Set number 3 starts here.
Ragnarok versus Chiba Corp. 3 and 3. The first team to win 2 duels will win the title, will win the championship, and win this here. Leo.
In the World Championships Finals, we have Puck versus Nash in the deciding game of the day. Meanwhile, Luca is also selected going for Maxine is activated.
Oh, we have no direct answer to it. Been told them Bone Party is changed.
Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Nash really is resolving Maxine in the deciding game here.
Nash has this deck as an answer to the Malice, but it is Memento that is currently suffering at the hands of it.
You don't even know which deck it is right now, well, just looking at it, because there is no sign that this might not be a Memento mirror match. On the other side, we have a almost full Ryziel combo here by Enzo.
Indeed, Enzo has been showing some great spirit here in the finals, winning in the first set, in the second set, almost doing it against Luca, and now winning the coin toss here in this Duel C against Mist as well.
Yep, looking at this, you're seeing just extension after extension with no punish thus far. And of course, we do also have a Malice in the mirror match taking place in your other Duel 2.
Yep. Duel A is looking incredible for Luca right now, if I might say. There was an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring used on the Malice Peach chassis case, which is something that you definitely have to do. Ash Blossom doesn't stop the combo by itself. And of course, if your Malice player gets to full combo and just draw 2 more cards and gets to extend even further, this might as well be game over for you. But it also never really feels great because it doesn't stop the combo.
Is one disruption enough to stop Enzo here, or has he done it against Mist? Mist, is this even Ryziel in the mirror match, or is it the Ritual Beast that has been there for him time and time again?
Is he bringing Lara to the finals of the World Championships? We're seeing a Plasma Hole being added here for a even bigger field. Node is going to be added as well. Are we discarding something? I would assume so.
Oh yes, of course. And we are once more going for that setup that we have seen plenty of times throughout the entire tournament. Sometimes, or most of the times I want to even say, those Ryziel players do not even go for Ryziel Detonator at the moment, but they rather go for Baguska. Is it going to be the terribly tired tap here? It is once again number 41, turning so far only our own field into defense position.
Yes, indeed, this match between Enzo and Mist is heating up, but look how many cards in Duel B Nesh is getting in terms of value from this Max C.
Oh yeah. Park has made the decision to just commit into the Max C. Let's see how that works out.
One thing I found really, really interesting is the Ash Blossom on the Bone Party, because that could mean a multiple amount of things. So if you Ash Blossom the Bone Party, you want to guarantee that you get some draws from the Tatsuno Toshigo because you don't want it to be destroyed. Meaning, you might not have any starters. You want to get those draws in. But it also means that if your opponent has his own Maxine, then you might not have Ash as an answer.
Another draw going through, and another one off of this 1-4-1, but that just goes to show how much priority Puck is putting on setting up a field here, and how much potentially he acknowledges that Nesh is not piloting something that can break open a field that easily.
Oh, look at Duel C. There's Harpy's Feather Duster activated by Mist right here. Is on a good way to break this field, but wait a second. Crossout Designator in the mirror match. Such a dangerous card. What are we choosing here?
Enzo basically can choose between all of the Ryziel cards, and if Mist has that Ryziel monster in his hand, he will not be able to use that for the rest of the turn. Triple Tactic Talons, though, also a really, really good card to call there.
Yep, means that the Baguska will not change sides, means that none of these monsters will change sides.
But how is he going to activate Triple Tactic Talons? I did not see a card being activated so far. Maybe there was another hand trap being used by Enzo.
There is a material detached there, but
yeah, that
I'm
was in the
not
first
too
turn
sure.
from the Ryziel Duo Drive that detaches from the
True.
Starlight Photons, so you have more material on the Duo Drive to have more attack on the Photon Dragon, so nothing can be targeted indeed. But also in Duel A, Luca is still in the combo. But after seeing the semifinals, I'm getting a little worried when I see slow Malice combos.
Yep, absolutely agree. Mist also, it looks like he is thinking about his own place here, but you could see him going left and right. I think it was more so about him giving advice to both of his teammates, because his next move is clear, and that is 7th Ascension, which kind of helped him to win in the first set already.
Yep, and that does confirm that this is indeed Ryziel in the mirror match in the final here. Mist versus Enzo. Enzo went first. Enzo set up. Mist, the pressure is on. Speaking of pressure, though, this Maxi continuing to put that pressure in Duel B. Nesh is in full control hand-wise, but has nothing on the field because he hasn't had a turn yet.
Absolutely, and you may expect this X-Ryziel to sort of challenge the Baguska, but the aggregator cannot be used as the Baguska cannot be targeted due to the Star Leech Dragon.
Are we just Baguskaing back on the side of Mist?
Maybe, or we just summon out possibly also a Ryziel Detonator when the Baguska goes into attack position. Yup, it is a Ryziel Detonator. That does make sense, because eventually we will have to turn the Baguska into that attack position.
Let's take a look at Duel B, though, because it looks like Puck is still continuing with the combo, still continuing to give over cards here. He's holding so many. Can he close the game in a single turn with all of that?
The question is, we have seen so many interactions in the deck of Mist and Luca. Does Nash even have anything besides the Ash Blossom and the Maxi? Because both of those have been used already.
I realize we may very well experience 3 mirror matches, 3 pure skill matchups across the board here, with Malice, Ryziel, and Memento all facing off depending on what Nesh is playing here.
Ooh, and it's really the question, what's left in Nash's deck? Because Nash was very open about sharing the deck building experience with his teammates, and he said, both of my teammates, they kept on taking cards away from me. So what is left here for Nash? It's certainly a big amount of cards in hand, but which will be the ones that he can
Indeed,
have
what
here?
is left here for Nash? Apparently 28 or so cards in deck, but there is Book of Eclipse!
Okay, that's a start.
It's a good start, but it is not the best start. There's SP Linlight and there's Appaloosa above the Goddess. I think that Puck has found the solution for the best field versus Book of Eclipse, even though it's still kind of hurting. But what are you going to do here now? If you activate Bone Party, you can just add something to hand. If you summon something, it's gonna get booked in the process. Just lets it resolve.
That Book of Eclipse. Those book cards in general have been very impactful here throughout the entire tournament. And here we have booked 2 monsters on Pack's side.
Considering that he did encounter 2 disruptions, this is a phenomenal field from Puck.
It is, but also, I mean, yes, the Book of Eclipse, I agree with you, Leo, is not super impactful, but still, Nash can afford to have such low-value trades when you have like 1 million cards in hand.
Yeah. The next thing I'm wondering about is why didn't we chain the Bone Party here? Because you could have easily added a Sleepy and then used that one to eventually go into a Twin Drag, destroy that one, get some more resources, add more resources to the hand, and then you would have had the chance to use your fusion that is set to go into the Combined Creation King.
And this game in particular seems to be all about the resources, especially those in the hand of Nesh right now. We're going straight to Battle Phase.
Battle Phase could mean one thing. It could mean that not only the score right now would be matched, is there really an evenly matched in Nash's hand? He has so many cards, and I think he has evenly matched to banish everything but one card on Pac's field.
And can that one card stay against 12 or so in the hand of Nesh? I guess we will find out as the evenly matched looks to resolve here.
Pac resolving, or reacting rather quickly, swiftly here, is not going to be only one card that is helping you. You have the Bone Party. This can add a Sleepy from the deck if there even is one still. And then you can activate the Twin Dragon that you just destroyed. This card is going to get you another monster, the Anguish, get you more resources, and you still have interruptions plus Appaloosa.
In the meantime, in Duel A, we did see Super Star Slayer, Typhon, Sky Crisis have to come in to try and save the day for Joey here in that Malice Mirror, but Luca in full control. Duel C, though, it looks to be the end of the game coming soon.
Indeed, Enzo and his Ryziel deck just keeps on impressing everyone and keeps on also overwhelming Mist here in the all Ryziel mirror match affair here, and set free of the finals. It is Enzo bringing ahead once more Team Chiba Corp.
Chiba Corp 1 game away from being your 2025 World Champions, but they have to overcome Ragnarok. The other two duels look so good here. Nesh, so many cards in hand. Luca, so many cards on the field.
And now I'm super curious what there is left in Pac's hand, because the Anguish is activating here. I would think if you have a Forbidden Droplet in your hand, you activate it to stop the Anguish from searching and to negate the Appaloosa. Does he have nothing left? What are you going to negate with the Appaloosa? There's a bazillion cards in the hand of Nesh Tatsuno Otoshigo. I think that's an easy negate. You have to start negating sometimes. But is there maybe triple tactic talents for Nesh? Tatsuno Toshigo goes to the field. We have bodies now.
We have not negated the Tatsuno Chichogo, and now Nesh is revealing once more this is not only any Memento deck, but this is Goblin Biker Memento.
And we said this is a mirror match across the board. Ryziel versus Ryziel, Malice versus Malice. It's Memento, but it's versus Memento Goblin Biker. That is the Nesh difference, and it seems to be paying off right now.
Ooh! Relinquish Anima, the old technologies of those snake eyes players, going to bait out the first Appaloosa negate. You're threatening an SP Little Knight as well. That would make 2 if you negate that. That makes 3, and we have basically outed the Appaloosa here.
Yes. Oh, and also Duel A. Duel A seems to come to a close. Looks like Luca is actually attacking for the game, meaning we are all tied up and we are relying on Duel B, and we will find out who's going to be the world champion in that one.
Nesh versus Pac in the grand final to crown your champion, adding talent off of thrust, triple, tactics, all the way through.
He has the Appaloosa now. He has the control now. Tatsuno Toshigo can activate now. Yes, there is still a Sleepy in hand for his opponent, for Pac, but you have Appaloosa now. You can negate that. It is now Nash's world, Nash's chance to go to the World Champion Hall of Fame.
And Pac took the Max C challenge, but Nesh rose right back, breaks the field, and continues to pressure here.
What a moment to take the Max C challenge there from Pac in set 3 of the finals. He felt forced to do so, and Nesh was happy about it as he kept on collecting cards, but were able to break the field there. That triple tactic thrust was something he was left with. He told us he had to accept it as all the other cards were taken, and so he has triple tactic thrust in his deck. Fun fact, he even has Dimensional Barrier in his deck as a target to set going first.
And the one evenly matched is also a very good triple tactics thrust target.
Oh yeah.
So setting up a Max C there and drawing so many cards is incredibly strong. Nash can now do whatever he wants. And also, I think what's pretty funny, I think we might see Appaloosa link into Appaloosa later this turn.
Yep, I do think we are going to see that now, using the effect of Cross Sheep, also using the effect of the Tekudlika. Funny thing here is, we send with the Tekudlika, and as Cross Sheep was chaining one, we could technically bring something back that we sent with the Tekudlika here.
All of those cards in hand are converting into cards on the field, and all of those on the field are just adding to the hand and adding to Nesh's advantage here. Puck, he took the challenge, he pressured his lead, but Nesh struck back.
And I think he's going to be able to extend 4 days here, but the timer is still an issue. We have seen this tournament, and Memento is infamous for being a deck that can lose to the timer. You have the Creation King there that is going to be later on able to get rid of the Anguish. I think you can set up a phenomenal field.
Oh, the call by the grave. We have plenty of cards in hand. And banishing that so important boss monster there. Sure, also Nash now loses access to the effect of it on the follow-up turn, but Pac really needed that card to strike back.
I think Nesh does have access to the access code Talker, however, so if you needed a big monster, you will still get one to close this out if you need it.
But you are in main phase 2, of course, because of the evenly match. So the Access Code Stalker can look threatening, but it's more of a barks doesn't bite situation in this one. Hard draw is of course a little bit iffy, but if you have drawn 25 cards with Maxi, that is going to be fine. Appaloosa is being linked away. I think this is going to be an SP Little Knight situation here.
It is. That is. What are we banishing? We probably just go after something in the graveyard here.
Yeah.
Maybe a Mentotal Infusion or something like that to deny further follow-up.
And we are still going to get one more turn from Park, so there's still a chance depending on what he draws on the next turn. As you said, we're in main phase 2. There's no attacking with these monsters, as impressive as they are. But Nesh continues to push, continues to establish his field, and continues to set Ragnarok up for success here.
Sleepy is being summoned here, is going to actually activate. We haven't even been through the Twin Dragon. We are so close to summoning out everything that we've ever wanted. Prioritizes the Sleepy body on the field as well here, just to be able to go into an Appaloosa later. Because you have 20 cards in hand, but you can't always get them all to the field. So I think fusing from hand, absolute valid here.
Oh, and now after using the Appaloosa of Pac there on our side, linking it up and now rounding it up with our very own Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess. And this one will stay.
Yes, indeed it will, and it stays with 3 disruptions available to it. 3 cards being set there as well, putting all of these cards to good use, not having to discard at the end of the turn because he's used all of those Max C cards.
Puck is with his back against the wall. Book of Eclipse is supposed to give you cards, but if there are none that are face down and can be turned face up, it's not going to happen. Okay, Sleepy is going to get an Appaloosa negate out here. That is, of course, also good for Puck there. Waited patiently until his own Appaloosa was linked away to get away 800 points from the new one.
Interesting decision, though, to negate the Sleepy there in the end phase, because what would that have even done? Like, you could have just maybe taken care of that there on the field. I don't think it would have used the Fusion Summon effect, so... Definitely interesting to already give up Appaloosa effect there, but Nash has so many things here, so many interruptions, so probably the right decision in the end.
Normal summon Gatic is a play here, is targeting the Mementotlin Fusion. Of course, you can negate that here, but still the Fusion is a play here. You have the Sleepy in hand. If Fusion resolves, pops the Gatic, you can use Sleepy to summon it back out.
Memento versus Memento here in the grand finals, and it looks like it is Nash!
Oh yes, that is what Nash likes to see. He looks over to his teammates. The moment of realization, he puts his hand up. But on the other team, Joey already putting his headphones down because we are moments away from Nash TCG leading his team here to the World Championship title.
Nash could very well close this for Team Ragnarok and secure them that title, secure them the title of Champions of the World Championship 2025. Nash!
The crowd is going wild. We are celebrating a new age in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, and that age is led by Team Ragnarok. They are becoming a part of Yu-Gi-Oh! History with this direct attack.
Team Ragnarok is your 2025 WCS World Champion team. Nash, TCG, Mist, and Luca are officially the best Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel players in the entire world.
And look at Nash storming onto the stage, and he's telling you and everyone at home that this is their title now.
And he's telling you that your fate was placed correctly. His fans, the community, they all rallied behind him, and it was so good.
They're ready to lift the trophy. Give it up for your new world champions, Ragnarok! Nesh is being a good sport and bringing the opposition on for the celebration. Give it up for your finalists as well, Cybercorp.
Man, he's my army, man.
できました。ぜひ一緒に歓声を上げてください。
Guys, congratulations. Ragnarok, I'm going to get you guys over here so that we can have a quick talk. You guys are now the third ever Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel champions. You're walking in the footsteps of Snipe Hunters and Team 7, and now Ragnarok will go down in the history books as world champions. How does it feel?
Next year to Japan, baby!
スナイプハンターチームセグに次ぐ第3のワールドチャンピオンとして勝った気持ちはいかがですかというところでもう本当にありがとうございます。最高です。
Now, obviously, you guys are so happy to be here. You are world champions, but are there people you would like to shout out, say thank you to? This is your moment. Who would you like to say thank you to?
We tested together with Cybercorp, Joy, Ryan, all the boys. It's incredible to be up here with my teammates. They are friends, first of all. They are my teammates. They are beautiful human beings. And thank you for Konami for allowing this. Like, it's so good. Like, it actually feels insane, man.
特に感謝を伝えたい方は、ジョーイさん、ライアンさん、そして友達のみんな、チームメイトのみんな、そしてこれまで関わってくれた方たち、そしてコナミにも、こういった素晴らしい場を提供していただき本当に感謝しています。ありがとうございます。
Anyone you'd like to thank or shout out as well?
So what Nesh said, like we mostly prepared with Cybercorp and some of our friends like Ryan, Quantul, and Emre. So those are the people we would like to shout out mostly.
私もチャイバコープの方や他のライアンさんや他のお友達にも感謝を伝えたいと思います。
Just like my teammates, I want to thank our finals opponents for a great match. I want to thank Cybercorp in general, Ryan, Jesse, Emre, Quantal, all of them for being great help to our testing. And I also want to thank my family at home who's watching me in this great moment. Thank you.
チームメイトや友達、チャイバコープの皆さん、ライアンさん、ジェシーさん、そして家族みんな伝えたいです。
I'm sorry. Jesse Cotton and my mentor Ryan Yu and Christian Urena. That guy is the GOAT. Thank you, Christian.
Well, there you go, guys.
ジェシーコットさん、クリスさん、ありがとうございます。
I'm going to let you have one more chance. I'll take that mic off you. Come and raise your trophy one more time. Give it up for your world champions, Ragnarok! And with that, we come to the end of our day of coverage here with our digital titles. We've crowned Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Speed Duel and Rush Duel champions and Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel World champions. So that is going to end today's coverage. But make sure you guys tune in from 9:30 a.m. local time here in France to make sure you can tune in for a whole day of Top Cut and finals for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game and also OCG. Thank you very much for joining us today. Congratulations to all of our champions, and we will see you guys tomorrow morning.